Sam was very much not a fan of Guy. Aren't we all not a fan of Guy? Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. It's insane, but it's true. We finished The Roottrees Are Dead. The Roottrees did done die, and we are gonna start Roottreemania, find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. This music, loving it. Let me know if it's is it too loud? I feel like I'm screaming, so just let me know. Roottreemania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Well, we finished the game, so I'm just gonna save here. Yeah, I think I had like other saves to take Instagram pictures and stuff. Here we go. Roottreemania.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Life is funny, Clark. I'm so glad you're here.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too.
The secrets.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge that Planted Trust covers any Roottree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Everyone's like, I'm a Roottree.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
As Miracle does.
The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way, and she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Oh. I told you like it. I could never. I already see there's more stuff on the board. Look how much is on the board. Oh no. Okay. It's fine. We'll live. Huh. Okay. So, original Roottrees Are Dead. Look how much we did. That's a lot of work. You know what? It was painful, but we got through it. And here's what we have to work on today. Sorry, let me know if that music is loud. I feel like it's so loud for me, but I can't hear what you guys are hearing, so. Alright. Oh my gosh, I don't even know where to begin. Okay, so we have Possible Infidelity 1. Possible Infidelity 2. Possible Infidelity 3. Oh my gosh, this family. And a family tree update over here. Are these like... Oh, infidelity. That's what the little hush hush means. Infidelity. And then we've got our top secret folder. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled. You'll have to be extra sleuthy. We love being sleuthy. This time around, to deduce the truth, pay close attention to what you find and be sure to look into loose ends. Alright, anything else that looks crazy? Okay, maybe we need to start here, because what the heck with the first affair and then a final affair? We've got another, how many affairs? All the cheating. Painful, but we got through it. That's our motto, basically, you know? Life do be painful sometimes, but we'll get there. Okay. We have to get 4 relatives correct to lock in. Same rules as last time. I feel like it's always so overwhelming when you have to like find where to start. Here we go. Notable events start here. Well, you know what? They made it easy on us. Thank goodness. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. Hell yes. She has never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna write down for my own knowledge, but I don't know if it's more helpful for me to put them up here in the thingy for you guys to see. I had some comments on YouTube saying that I should have used this so you guys could see what I was writing, but I don't know if that's easier to see. Okay, so Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. Then we have the Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottrees company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, while multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Okay, Roottree Rift. Then we have Clark Rafferty Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. Carl Roottree. And I did highlight Sam earlier. I don't know totally how the highlights work and if this is actually helpful, but let's try it out. And welcome Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clansed Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. Then we have 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, most dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows. Felix? Who are you? Who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Okay, Fellows. Then we have Roottreemania. Oh, that's what we're playing. They said the name of the game. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Rootree's legal team that offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. I didn't write down 5 Ps. Hold on. Felix, 5 Ps. Anonymom, and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. Oh lordy. Anonymom getting into an affair, popped out a baby named Jane Doe. Jane Doe. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clansed Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 P's in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test orchestrated by lawyers on both sides proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. Ooh. Okay. The final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Who would be the Roottree equivalent in the real world? Oh, I don't know. Is there an equivalent? Right. Cool. That's a good place to start. I got some names. Then previously on, the Rootrees are dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. Hell if I remember anything. Alright. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. No! Not all of them will be used. Oh, is it too late to back out? Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Cool. The Roottreemania Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. I remember them. They started this whole nonsense. Elias and Gwyneth. Well, I guess I can highlight them too. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees, such as Lauren Roottrie, Miracle Roottrie, and Jim Roottrie, had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall. Ain't that the truth? I swear half the stuff in The Roottrees Are Dead was through those diaries, and that was it. Mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias's children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Rootrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. That was crazy. You guys remember that? Lauren's grandson, Chris Raff 75. Wild. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's website, company's website. Ronald and his brother, Robert Roottree, go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust, the scandal. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree but was not. I don't want to highlight any of these because then I'm just going to confuse myself, right? Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. I don't think I ever found that. Did I? Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Aw. Sorry, Caroline. Okay. I don't know what's the best way to do this part. I don't know. And I'm also covering half of it. Alright. What's the other piece? Oh, look at him. Look at Clark. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Roottree Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Rootrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clancy Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people that they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you could believe could be realistically part of the relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying the timelines check out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, the Jane Doe daughter, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to a potential new Roottrie. So we don't care if they're not a Roottrie. They could have had as many affairs as they wanted to, as long as it did not lead to an actual Roottrie baby. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree filled in 8 months ago. Okay. The tree icon. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. Oh my goodness, we gotta start with the men. Trace it back to the start of the affair. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Clark. Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out these various messes we've left behind. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Clark. Clarkstopher. Oh my goodness. One family drama getting the world's attention. That is it. Oh, Rockefellers would be the Roottree equivalent? Okay. Well, I feel like maybe... where to start? I've got Felix Fellows. I can go into the Anonymom stuff with the Jane Doe, but Jane Doe's not a Roottree, so I don't know if that's super important. Let's see. Thanks for upgrading your Cashew PC to NutOS 1.1. This upgrade includes thousands of bug fixes and enhancements. Your system should be more stable and smooth to operate. Here are some of the highlights. Your computer is now ready for Y2K. Hell yeah. We recommend shutting it down on New Year's Eve just in case. File names can now be up to 20 characters long. That should be enough for everyone. Putting a CD in the drive upside down will no longer heat the plastic to dangerous temperatures. Thank goodness for that. We no longer prompt you to replace the printer ink when it's still 50% full. As always, remember Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are not safe for human consumption. Any computer parts eaten are done of your own volition and you assume the risk. The Cashew PC Corporation cannot be held liable for any so-called incidents of computer poisoning. Amen. Alright, Pix Pop. This is these are the pictures we did in the first game that we unscrambled. They're still in here. Let's get to the internet. There we are. Okay, we got the periodicals, got the library, and we have our web search. All right. Where to start? I guess Felix Fellows is a good place. I have a name. Fellows. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrie and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias, 5Ps, is a play on 5 pieces, an article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil. Oof. Root of All Evil. 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason. With the headline, more poser than my action figure collection. Ooh. Adam, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I've not heard dial-up noises in a long time. Me neither. I mean, last time we played Roottrees is the last time I heard it. The review mentions his real name is David. David. And he used to go by Dirty Davy. Not Dirty Davy. Dirty. Alright, David. Calm down. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. I remember Guy Hudson. Okay, News Time. Maybe I can look that up. Love dial-up tone, the original internet theme music. It's soothing, isn't it? Mother and Guy Hudson. Okay. At first, the Roottree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay. Do I want to go to, I guess, News Time something I can look up? Or maybe I have to search it. News Time. There we go. Now it's added. News Time is a major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a Roottree. Then 1 week later, Miracle Roottree did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottreemania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottree saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottreemania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. News Time appears to be available via your periodical search. Okay, so News Time is now here, and I can search up 5Ps. And we're printing, and we're printing, and we're printing. Evidence. All right. Sorry, it's so hard to read what's over there. Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. A summary of both articles, as well as a close-up of the photo 5Ps is holding on the cover is his issue, has been added to your evidence. All right, let's take a look. Should smush his new name with the old one and become Dirty 5Ps. Dirty. Alright. This is 5Ps. Look at him go. Felix Fellows. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? Maybe. Alright, and he's got this picture here of his mom, and that's Guy Hudson. Okay. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5Ps says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired. And I remember Zach Morden. And then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that, before she quit. The first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. Ooh. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. Good heavens. Purple Clouds, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. DLC, also hi. Hello, hello. This is Roottreemania. It's like the second part of the Roottrees are dead. There's a lot. The family tree looks insane. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows. There we go. Oh, damn. What a way to know your mama better. Those affair Polaroids. All right, so Riley and Joanna Fellows. They had Felix Fellows. But Joanna was also having an affair with Guy Hudson. Joanna Fellows. But is never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrie company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-90s, 70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottree company, but at the moment, the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottree has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. Excuse me. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. All right, Felix. Joanna kept all the saucy photos. All of them. Before I look at the other magazines, do I know where Riley and Joanna would even be on here? This is an update, and the thing, they said that the green tree icon thingies are supposed to be these, like the people we already know. So somebody we know. Maybe this is Guy. Do we have somebody who's married with a child that would have had an affair? Because there's some affairs over here. There's affairs over here. Split up, split up. Because, I mean, that could be it. This could also be it. Oh boy. I don't know where, like, the best place to start is. Because the green ones are the people we know, but I don't even know where they would go. 75. I mean, if she was a secretary in the 70s, it would make sense that she's somewhere over here. Maybe. Maybe. Don't know. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Charlatans and Thieves. Miracle Roottree fires back. Oh, Miracle. Oh, shoot. You know what I forgot to do? Take pictures. Can I get these ones too? No. I have to collect their faces. I forgot. Okay. Great. Miracle Roottree. Miracle Roottrie appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5Ps did. He vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottree. This article was from before the DNA test had proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6P's content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that would fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father Elias shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6Ps. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy Trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish the family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps, who appears on News Time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he is using the name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Okay, Miracle. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour that's this upcoming fall. The Miracle's Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now, at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of those in America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully to plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay, Miracle. And then here's there's that photo. I can actually get their faces. Roottree family picnic. Okay. The rapper 5Ps appeared on the cover of News Time holding the Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morton's secretary at the company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. But you're not a Roottree. Okay, now where to? Because I don't think I can put any of that on here, right? Just yet. Unless that's Guy Hudson and he had multiple affairs. Trying to see. What's going on over here? Okay, all right. Let me not get overwhelmed. It's fine. What else can I look up that's that we know of? Oh, I guess I could look up maybe music. The root of all evil. That's got something to do. Well. Maybe not. I thought there was a whole thing about root of all evil. Root of All Evil is 5P's debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5P's recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5P's announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer, Stevie Whitlock, to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Okay, let me look up Stevie Whitlock. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Get it, Stevie. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of these seems related to the Roottrees. Oh, but Stevie's an icon! Damn, okay. Nothing to do with the Roottrees, though. Crazy, crazy. Okay, let me go into... And Stevie ended up being a dead end here. I don't think there's anything about Maybe I should look up Dirty Davy, if there's anything extra on Felix here. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Let me put that in parentheses. Alright. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Reeds in the water, how you doing? Subway ref. That's those 12-inch subs. Subway betrayal of the footlong shall never be forgotten. Alright, let's look at these ones. Dirty Devil. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape released as Dirty Davy from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes, I Can Jump, seemed to be the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. I want to hear these songs. Please and thank you. Sorry, I feel like I forgot what I was doing. Dirt Poor. Dirt Poor. Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Oh? Okay. Felix Fellows, cousin, Raina. Well... The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat... I need to write down all of Dirty Davy's songs. Davy. Heat. Mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from The X-Files. Oh my god. Felix! Let's do heat. Nothing relative. Okay, is there not anything in this about it? Heat? Dirt poor. You'd think they'd write about something so scandalous. Poot. Dirt poot. Poor. Dirt poor. Okay, nothing there. I assumed that the music magazine would have something. I haven't found anything about a book. I think we're good there. Maybe I should look up Raina. Spider Search was founded in 1997 and is one of the most up-to-date and advanced search engines around, but modern technology has its limits. It's recommended to search for only one person or one concept at a time, and if searching for a name, use both first and last name. You know what? The Roottree. The website used to initially place Raina, Rose, and Riley is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, it's now more traditional black text on white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting their ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there are no relevant information, just the picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up in the girls' name, the Roottrie Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Okay. Whoa. Sisters Fashion Scholarship. I'll look that up as well. There's an older version of this webpage in the Time Travel Archive. So this is what it was when we first saw it in The Roottrees Are Dead. That's cool. A little Wayback Machine, take us back to the old website. Okay. But now it's updated to the memorial. Alright, let me look up the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Alright. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. Okay, so Root and Brenda White. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Okay, Ruby Enterprises. I'm gonna look up Brenda White first. Was Brenda White somebody we knew already? It sounds familiar, but I'm not quite sure. This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months and may now be irrelevant. You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress that's a Brenda White original. The auction describes it as a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Roottree and started designing clothes for Root. Was Brenda their mom? Brenda was their mom. Okay, the white and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. The black and blue dress and the white and gold dress. Oh, you're cute. So cute. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottree Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Okay, Ruby Spratt. A white and gold dress. It was always blue and black, okay? I like the reference to the black and blue dress versus the white and gold dress. What did anyone like hardcore say what color it was? And you stood by it? Ruby Sprat. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 Pieces and the revelation that the Roottrees' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit raised by Cicely Sanchez. Okay. Lawsuit. But in the news, so maybe that's in news time. I can look that up. Sanchez. I saw both. I guess it depended on how you looked at it. I feel like I've seen both, but like I stood by the blue and black. So many threads here. So many. Okay. Let's go look at Ruby Sprat first. Ruby Sprat, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care but excelled in school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. Way to go. Mid-Eastern. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay. Maybe I go into Mid-Eastern University. Mid-Eastern University is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools, they haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools. Some refer to it as a Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of, the Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Okay, maybe I need to look into that. Hedera. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a full-functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Hedera each year. Hedera. Yeah, new periodical added. The Hedera is a school newspaper of Mid-Eastern University. It appears to be available in your periodical archive. After a bit of research, you discovered its name is a combination of Hedera and Herald. Perfect. Before I go to the periodicals, though, because I am going to look up more about Ruby, I have to look up Cicely as well. So let me do a quick search of Cicely here. First, Sanchez. Cicely Sanchez is an author. Okay, tell me more. Best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. Portrait of a Changed Man. Released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, in 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Tree with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Hold on. Take it back. My brain did not process that. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picotee, excuse me, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Okay. What does that mean? What is Guy doing? Oh boy, what are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Spider search. We're using the highest end technology. Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Cicely. Let me look up Picotee. A Picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edge of its petals. Did I miss something? A magazine. Can I do Picotee magazine? There it is. Picotee magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picotee gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print, excuse me. At one point, Picotee ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claimed to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. I couldn't tell if it was that she was like ghostwriting or it was about him. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. The particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue. Big Sass Sea Bass? This is so late 90s. It's I think 1999. Isn't it a vibe? Big Sass Sea Bass was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Okay, Big Sass Sea Bass. I mean, I probably have to do that in the periodical thing. Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak to it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. It just insults you. Instead, what the advertisements say set Big Sass Sea Bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of Picotee magazine in the same issue that a Roottree related article appeared. That issue was removed from stores after the Roottree sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe for conspiracy theories about what the Rootrees were trying to keep from people. Okay. You had one of the Big Sass Sea Bass or the singing ones? The singing wallfish. What was I doing? I was going to... Let's do... how do I want to do this? Let's go to the periodicals. Let's try Picotee first. Picotee... Big Sass Sea Bass. Big Sass Sea Bass. Okay, we're printing. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, terrifying, Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled from store shelves, making it subject to some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. The singing animated bass thing, very cool. Only the coolest people had those. I wonder if I can look up just Guy Hudson? Or I guess it would just come up with the same thing. Yeah. And Cicely. Was this the only time she was in there? Yeah. Okay. Just want to cover my bases. Cover the booty cheeks. And then also, before I go reading into that, let's look at her books before the whole Guy Hudson nonsense. Cicely Sanchez. She wrote Portrait of a Changed Man. Cool. I can spell. Portrait of a Changed Man. Out of print. Alright. The book's description has this to say. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye? Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are reviews from those who knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? That is terrifying. Okay. Let's see, foreign gospel. Out of print, 1984, Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he could travel to Thailand and began to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells the version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. I feel like there's not much I need to go off of on that. I think we're good there. Alright. Okay. Sorry, my brain's just now remembering things. I wanted to look up Cicely in news time, see if there's anything here before I go into Big Sass Seabass. News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Piketty apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue, and the following day, the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. Excuse me. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analyst from Newstime states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. I mean, true. Like, you just drew attention to it. Alright, let's take a look. Piketty! Basilbob? Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Exclusive, Cicely Sanchez reveals Roottrees secrets, plus this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. Not the Satan bass. Okay. This was the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the Rootrees lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. So this didn't help me at all. Well, hello? Where can I buy a demonic robot fish, Picotee? Why aren't they pulled this away, so now I can't even know where to buy the demonic fish. Picotee, oh my gosh, unhelpful. There's nothing in here that we didn't already know. Well. What about the utensil that'll help you lose 50 pounds? What about that, huh? There's too much. Too much I'm missing. Okay. Back to the computer. Where do we go from here? That ended up being kind of a dead end. I want the scandalous photos. Okay. Ruby. That's all Ruby stuff. I looked at Guy Hudson in here as well. Alright. Anonymom. Maybe we go down that pathway. Oh, Anonymom. What do you have to say about this? Anonymom. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottree being added to the Clancid Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson! What in the world? That's gotta be him. I'm sorry, there's just too much going on. I think this is Guy Hudson with all of these affairs. It has to be. It's around the same time frame as I'm thinking. Because the 70s would be, the whole Joanne Fellows and Dirty Dave. Guy, is this you? I don't know. It's green, so it makes sense. I'm just gonna throw him in there. Guy Slutson. Really? Slut positive, Guy negative. My gosh, Guy. Alright, let me go back here. Let me stop spinning out of control. Okay. Guy Hudson. I barely even read the sentence before I freaked out. Okay. Instead of claiming herself a Roottree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottree. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in Newstime. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seems to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. Anonymom. Guy Hudson, keep your Guy Hud, son. Oh, Guy, what did you do? That is now two ladies coming forward about that. And then there was also Cicely, who was writing the book about him. Okay, the day after the Newstime article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired as more details came out. So people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5 pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the 5-piece story so publicly, the Rootrees were more prepared to handle all Clancid Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Rootrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Rootrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down their true identity. The Roottree company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. That's what I'm saying. But does that mean she has to be on the tree at all? She's not a Roottree. But if she banged Guy Hudson, she might as well get up there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. She had every right to make her claim, as it had been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerated. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash from the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rootrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear in your updated tree. Well, that answered my question. Well. Was that a dead end? So Anonymous not even part of this. Guy Hudson single-handedly made sure the Roottree line will continue. Guy Hudson said, I'm gonna have as many affairs as possible. Oh man, okay, so that means that's nothing. Because she's not gonna be on the tree. Right? We're getting a PDF. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they had issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Here we go again, another claim to the famous name. Well, you're not even part of it. You don't even go here. Okay, it was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appears on the cover of News Time shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. What does that mean? Guy! Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis. Under the table. Guy. Sowing his root seed. Help. Oh no. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, thank goodness, the money stopped coming in, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottree company at the same time as 5P's mother Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Yay. Back to the computer. Sassy Chef, how are you doing? Roottreemania! I haven't gotten a single thing locked in. This is insane. And I think this was kind of a dead end. How many more things can I look up? Bento Wizard, how are you? My dad went to the corner store for cigarettes and maple candy and never came back. Not the maple candy. Oh, not a mom. Not a Roottree. Maybe I go Roottreee Rift? Roottreee Rift? I have that written down. The 3 press releases from the Roottreee Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces was referred to as the Roottreee Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottreee Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised, and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clancy Trust's terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. Does that mean that there's anything about this in news time? Tree Rift? Nothing. I'm super jazzed for more Roottrees. The last one was so good. It was. I'm overwhelmed by the amount of information I have right now. So for anyone who's just coming in, this is what we have. Lots of affairs, infidelity, and I'm not even sure where to begin. I'm assuming, and we know what they say about assuming, just lots of ass, but I'm thinking this is guy having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 affairs. But if Anonymom is not somebody who's part of this, because she's not, Jane Doe ended up not being a Roottree. I don't know. And then I don't know what this update is. It says update 1998, which means something we found out in the Rootrees are dead. Is this updated? Is that what that means? Oh, is this EC? Oh, who was EC again? EC. I swear we had an EC, and we knew that maybe that was what that means. Looks like Sirius Black. Looks like the Blacks. Yes, it does. The Sirius Black family tree. Insane. Because who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of these two. John Miller and Edward Clancy. Does that mean that we have to update them here? Edward Clancy. John... Maybe not. What needs to be updated here? Maybe it's not them. Because they're not even an option. Maybe Sam married someone. Sam? Samantha? Maybe that's who we need to update. So we have Sam up here, don't we? Did Sam make it onto the tree? Yeah, Samantha. Sam and Ernest. That can't be right, though. Was she already married or one of her kids? I don't know. See, it's been so long since we played. This is Samantha, married Ernest, and they had 2 kids. Samantha being the child of Edward Clancy and John Miller. Then who is this? What did they want down here? I'm uncertain. Why is there only one picture option there? Because that's Joanne. Ernest, one of the infidelities, or Elias? Ernest? Oh, like down here? The thing is, okay, so this says Family Tree Update 1998, which is confusing me because I'm like, I feel like it's got to be somebody recent that we have to update. This is possible infidelity that was 1975 to 1982. This has to be the Joanne 5P's Dirty Dan nonsense. And then this infidelity is 1949. And then this one's 1921. So maybe Elias, Ernest, is that what you're saying? Maybe they're one of the... Is it infidelity? Elias. Elias was in 1920... Well, 1908, but Elias or Edward Clancy? Because Edward Clancy... Man, I don't remember anything. 1921, Elias. Okay, gotcha. Let's do that. I feel better about that. Elias Roottrie. OG Elias, correct? Do I need to get their pictures again? Do I have to Google him? Elias, it's been a minute, Elias. Forgive me. Elias Roottree. Oh, this is an updated website. Oh, okay, because we had this one originally, but this is the latest. Elias and Gwyneth Roottree were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottree Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the candy company has replaced much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since been seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later, but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Bess Williams? Squilliam? I can't remember who... Hold on, let me go back to this right quick. Okay, who was Elias? We don't know who Elias was having an affair with, right? Oh, Elias Jr. Not that Elias. Just kidding. This Elias. Is this the affair baby? I can't remember anything. No, Edward Clancy was the affair baby. I think we're right. Right? Maybe. Okay, and then we have another infidelity because this family can't keep it in their pants. 1949. I don't even know what era that was. Alright, we'll find out, I'm confusing myself. Alright, let's look at Bess Williams. The affair baby. I'm gonna get that tattooed on my behind, as you should. How are you doing, Milkman? Welcome. I expect to see the results. Edwin, how are you doing? The problem with these games is that while I love playing them, if you're not here from the beginning and paying attention, I have no idea what's going on. That is so true. Yeah. It's hard to stream it because, like, trying to make sure everyone's on the same page. Yep. Sorry, I'm going through my notes now. Bess Williams. All right. Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man. This was something I read in, like, the things that we should have known already, and I don't think that I saw this before, so I'm a little confused. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottreemania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoral Library, not far from where she lived. Hello. Okay, new word. Can you hear my dog snoring? Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed by the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. So many infidelity. Wasn't Sam the affair baby and then sent to the farm? Edward Clancy was sent to the farm because he was a confirmed bachelor, right? I think that's what happened. That's what I remember. That Sam was the affair baby. And then she was, like, adopted by Edward Clancy and John Miller. I'm fairly certain that was it. But the strings on the board sometimes don't make sense to me. I'm like, why is there, like, a lined string and then, like, a solid string? Okay, Bess Williams. Let me look up this library. Bocadoral Library. Alright, now we're printing that out. The Bocadoral Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the buildings where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Okay. Searching for the Miami Print Museum. Oh, great. Thanks for getting ahead of that for me. I appreciate you. I'm like writing it down, gonna look it up later. But no, searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue for an unknown author, the picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday. The Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Cuba by Cubans. Okay, the Miami Sunday, hold on. Sunday. Miami Sunday has no records that you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded only after a year. Oh, so it doesn't work. All right. Cool. So nostalgic, that early internet aesthetic back when everything online was true. 'Twas a simpler time. I'm trying to dust off my brain and remember who all these people are. It's all Clancy Edwards, Clancy's, and miracles everywhere. I know, I'm dusting my brain off too. I feel like we haven't made very much progress yet, because I'm also still dusting off my brain. So I got you. Alright, this is a statue in front of the Miami Print Museum, formerly the Bocadoral Library, north of Miami. It sits in the courtyard and according to their site is said to be of an unknown author. Unknown author. Okay, Miami Print Museum. let me go back to Bessica Williams' library. Bess Williams. Family Man. Tell me more. Great, we're getting a book. A reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottrie. It's blatant corporate propaganda. Let's take a look. Family Man. Doesn't he look like a family man? Look at that gorgeous Elias boy. By Bess Williams. Okay, now I have a picture of him and I can put him in his infidelity right here. Elias. Alright, let's go back to my evidence. The dictionary defines, Merriam-Webster defines, propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. So there's not really much else we can learn besides just the picture. Okay. Elias, occupation. I guess president, right? First president? Is that what we originally had him as, Elias? First president? That's him. Look at him. That's definitely him. Okay, so Elias, we don't know who he boinked to get a baby. Right? That's what this means, correct? The boxes are still confusing to me. I'm not quite sure I get the boxes. Alright. And then somebody in the 40s also did something. And then I still think this is Guy. Should we look up Guy Hudson? Maybe there is more to him than meets the eye. Guy Hudson. Alright, this is an updated Guy Hudson page. Guy Hudson, who was only president of Roottrie for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity except for the Fancy Flavors debacle. Oh, the Fancy Flavors debacle. During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Guy Hudson, horn dog. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. So I've heard. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and assume, because I love to assume, that his first, let's say he didn't dabble in infidelity until, or before Joanne. Let's just say Joanne. Oh, that's right, I have to know both. Is she Joanna? I thought she was Joanne. Sorry, I might have written down wrong. Joanna Fellows. So what I'm hearing is that Guy's car accident was divine intervention. Might have been. How are you doing, Crondo? Welcome. Fellows with an E. Fellows with an E. Joanna, that's you. With Mr. Guy Hudson. Look at you. Star-crossed lovers. Joanna was a secretary at the time of the supposed infidelity. And she was married to Riley Fellows. See, now I'm just assuming they fit right here. And they had a notable... Oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's what the stars mean. They're notable people. My notable is 5 Ps. Mr. Felix Fellows, otherwise known as Dirty Dave, otherwise known as David Fellows. David Fellows. David Fellows was a musician, a rapper, if you will. David. Okay. We're thinking that's seemingly correct. Oh, Guy Hudson, what did you do? You were president, but what president were you? I remember you were like hanging about over here somewhere. Ooh, where are you? 3rd president, Guy Hudson. President number 3. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 that I feel fairly confident in, but it's not locking in, so maybe I'm wrong. But it just feels right to me, okay? Because that was definitely in the 70s. Something is off. Let me go to, where's like notable? 5 Ps is the notable one. It's got the star by it. So that's how we know for sure that this is 5 Ps. David Fellows. We have to go by David, right? Or do we have to say Felix? Felix Fellows. Maybe it was just a conspiracy that his name was David. I don't know. David. Is his name David? There was like the rumor that he was born David, but was it a rumor or was it the truth? Okay. Where else can I go from there? Because we have Anonymom, but Anonymom's not on here, correct? And unless I read that wrong, which I don't think that I did, because I've never made a mistake in my life. Anonymom, at the bottom here, it said that she's not on the... Oh, it's loading. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Yeah. Okay. That is what that means, correct? I'm not crazy. Who else can I follow up with? Let me go back to my previously on. 5 pieces. Maybe I need to look up all these people again. Maybe there's updated stuff. Alright, Roottreee Candy Company. Let's start there and just go back through things that we should already know. Roottreee Candy Company. Much has changed over the last many months at the Roottreee Candy Company. One of those things is its website. Although during your last search, you only got a good look at the history page, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottree. Instead, the site seemed to focus on the present status of their candy offerings with high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company owned by the Roottreee Candy Company. There is a small section at the bottom that lists the president as Clark Rafferty LaRue. A short bio mentions that he was responsible for some of the marketing before their taking the reins after the unfortunate plane crash. There's also a small memorial section for those that perished in the plane crash, including the Roottreee sisters, Carl and Brenda, Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. I don't think I know these people. Johnson. I forgot I can highlight. I haven't been using them. Oh, I just go straight search. There we go. Okay. I've been typing this whole time. Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottreee jet during its crash last December. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trish King was on the cabin crew of the Rootree's private jet. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with her family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelmed phone lines and ongoing storm. That is devastating. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. I am so sorry, Eliza. Getting caught up in this when it's not your business. Alright, Clark Rafferty. Clark Rafferty LaRue is the new president of the Roottrees Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. In early March of 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of the Six Pieces. After 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you already knew. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on this complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clansett Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. I feel like that's not helpful. Oh, this is what I wanted to look at. Elias and Gwyneth. I looked up Elias again. Alright. Butler County, Pennsylvania. Is there anything more about Butler County? Also, let me double check. I did look up Elias, right? Crest up, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome all you sexy, beautiful raiders. Ruby and Pixels, howdy, howdy. Crest up, how was your stream? What did you play? What did you do? Spill all the tea. I'm trying to find some tea here, so I would love some of yours. How's Roottrees? I'm not making much progress, but you know, we're trying our best. We're doing Roottreemania, so we have the Roottree map already done. This tree is insane. We're on Mania. We're on Mania. Nothing's locking in, so I feel like I'm not quite sure where to go from here. A lot of dead ends. But so far, so good. I hope you had a good stream. The Roottree addiction is real. Once you get started, it's just like starting to unravel this like mess of yarn. Mania is so hard. I'm having a hard time. Let's play another point and clicky, but finished this recently. Ooh, what point and click? We love point and clicks here. I spent 24 hours playing this. That's such a mood. I feel like it's gonna take us forever to beat this, because the main game already took me so long, and I feel like I was so confused half the time. Clark is the real hero in Roottrees. Clark, I wish, would help me a little bit more. He's very mysterious. Oh, Lamplight City. Love. I have not played Lamplight City, but I'm glad that you guys got to do some point and click fun. Like, I spent longer than 24 hours. You guys are not giving me hope. I just keep hitting dead ends. I'm trying to figure out where I go from here. I was looking up Elias, making sure I did look at this. Yes, because that led us to Bess Williams. Squilliam. Can't trust a bald man. You know what, but he's not fully bald yet. He still has hope. Good for him. Lauren Roottree. I'm just like, let's just re-look up everybody in case I missed something. Oh my gosh, in the wake of Six Pieces release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. Holy hell, Lauren, what happened? This was Lauren's old page. A lot has happened since last time. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Illegal. Jail. Is there...
Seatbelts, everyone!
Kressop, thank you for the follow. You are now officially on board the struggle bus. I feel like this is the most struggle game. So, struggling through it. Love the music in this. It's very calm. Very chill music. Here's a virtue, apparently. Can I look up a memory care facility? Do we know the name of it? Because then maybe I can track down this reporter and the picture that they took. Unless it's not important. Because why is Lauren... Lauren's done nothing wrong in her life. So why would Lauren be here, you know? Okay, the thing at the beginning of the game said start with the men in power and like the people that we know and then go from there. And like Guy Hudson was a man of power. I really do think this is him. Does it say 4 like you need 4 relatives? Okay. It's not locking in though. I don't trust myself. Alright, Miracle. I feel like we looked up Miracle. Let's try again. Miracle Roottrees. Seems Miracle Sr. is going on a tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for the 3 generations of Miracles has been replaced. Be a part of history, the oldest living Roottrie reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottrie grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life, however he's now in his 70s and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult, so consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. He's gonna sit us down and spill the tea. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions the tickets can be purchased on their local services. Notably absent are mentions of the about Miracle's news appearances. I just feel like this isn't helpful. Just gonna keep going though. Jim Roottrie. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. A Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottreemania. Best of Jim and Diamond? Give it to me. Best of Jim and Diamond. I need... They had only bops. And while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. Good for them. No cheating here. I feel like we looked up 5 pieces, or maybe we looked up 6 pieces. I can't remember. 5 pieces. This has not been updated, maybe irrelevant. Okay, Caroline Morden. Oop! We're printing! Gimme! After the release of 6 pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. The sweet sound of printing. It's like I'm making progress. Something is happening. Okay, I have that, but let me... Oh, there's a lot more for me to go through. Okay. I'll come back to this. That was helpful. Maybe I just need to go through all the names again. Caroline Morden. On 45 minutes. They couldn't get the full 60. This was a cable news interview. A transcript of only Caroline's answers has been posted on the site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Let me refresh my memory real quick. Because Caroline, Caroline was married to a man. Sorry. Ended up getting together with Eloise and then their child Stephanie, and then Stephanie married Brian. This is who we're talking about. Philip, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Okay, sorry Mark, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus like that, but that's what happened. I was like, I kind of vaguely remember. Back to it. She's my wife, not legally, Eloise, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. Why is Guy always here? Caroline came to her senses eventually. She left her husband. Ew, men. No offense to men, I'm sorry. He lost a tooth and a client. Oh no. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Okay, wait, who is Guy to her? I can't remember. Guy is her cousin. Okay. Full offense to men. Drag them. Maybe just, I don't know what Mark did wrong, but who knows? I guess the only thing Mark did wrong in this scenario was just be a man, but pop off, Caroline. Hashtag Mark did nothing wrong. Mark probably did do nothing wrong. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior. Oh, I guess maybe they're talking about Guy now? Man, we only have half the conversation. I couldn't stand him, and you just say I couldn't stand him, I immediately think of Guy Hudson. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I feel like I don't know who we're talking about. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, what? I'm not sure who we're talking about. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy with... What did Guy do? I mean, besides, like, sleep with everyone. She's like, I will not speak ill of the dead unless it's Guy, because I will spill some nonsense about whatever Guy Hudson did. Oh my gosh. I think she's talking about egg cream here. Oh, but egg cream. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That would make sense for egg cream. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. That makes sense. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. Who? His problems with women were different than Guy's. At least this isn't Guy doing this. I'm trying to think of who that could be. But he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl, and it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Okay. All we know is that Guy had a problem with women. That's what I've learned. Or I guess cemented more in my brain. Beginning to think Guy Hudson's car accident wasn't. Might not have been an accident. They did say they suspected no foul play, but do we believe that? I'm not quite sure. I don't think anybody liked Guy. Alright, let me get back to what I was reading here. The accident was just me. Whoops. I mean, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Guy Hudson had to be stopped at some point. Alright. Who's next? Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Jones. Ooh. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign site. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Huh? I did not process that. You see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named... Wait, sorry. Brian and Stephanie. Brian and Stephanie had a child. She was pregos last time I heard about Stephanie. But she popped the baby out, and the baby was named after grandmother. Named after Grandmama. Gma. Which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Do we know the grandma? The second is what's next. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra tension on me. Stay tuned for announcements on the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. All right, what did this print out? Aww. They're so cute. So unproblematic. My goodness. Okay. Are they on the tree? Brian, what did you do? Are you an infidelity boy? I don't know. Oh no. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital, following the birth of their newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. Great. I don't know where you would be, because there's Stephanie and Brian, and now they have a baby. Oh, maybe this is them. I was like, who would be here? 1998, the most recent. It makes sense. Stephanie Landon. No, right? What were you born as? Landon, and then Brian Jones. Haha, wait, I think this is it. Brian Jones and their new baby. That's the update, and that's what you missed last week on the Roottrees. I don't know their baby's name. Their baby's occupation is probably just baby, right? Baby. And she's in politics. Ooh! I didn't put their baby's name in. I don't know the baby's name. Alright, we got Elias, we got Guy. Of course we got Guy. I told you that was Guy in the middle with all of those affairs. We got David, we got Stephanie. Ooh, but that means that I messed up somewhere with Joanna and Riley. Because those did not lock in. Good, not all the new tree is infidelity. Yeah, look at that. Just a happy little family. Booyah. Okay. Clark. Oh, you're not
Has
Clark.
Clark reached out to you?
Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Oh, please. Please tell me. Tell me
3
more.
different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees.
Mm-hmm.
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one.
The
He
rapper.
seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Well, that's a lot of information there. As if I don't already have so much to keep track of. Okay.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Alright, Samantha. What did you just give me? Hold on, I want to admire my work. Look. Locked in. Guy, I swear. Okay, wait. So then what's going on here? I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong because Riley locked in. Joanna, what was your maiden name? She's not a Fellows originally. She's a somebody. She was her own being at one point. But I don't think that I ever saw her birth name. Okay. She's not a Fellows. That's the problem. Unknown. I'll come back for you, Joanna. Don't you worry. Alright, and then this baby? I don't... Named after the grandma. That grandma or Brian's mom? Oh boy. Could be anything. Let's head back to evidence. Oh, she just dropped all of this on us. Are these being updated? Like, I don't think I ever noticed that in the original game. Do these update when, like, they're done? Because these look like there's nothing else in them because there's no number by it. Like, we just checked them all off the list. Alright, company records 1975. You know, when all the affairs with Guy went down? The 70s. A wild time. Alright, you were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries and visits overseas. Guy, why'd you have to make this so difficult? Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Okay. So what you're saying is I shouldn't look these people up? Okay, we had Zach as president with Ernest Madsen Jr. And then Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth, Eli C., Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Then the secretaries, I feel like these gotta be the... Oh, there's Joanna Robertson. Okay, Joanna Robertson. Juliet McCullen, Doris Mays, and Beth Knox. Let me head back before I forget. You are a Robertson. Robertson. There we go. That one I'm for certain, for sure Z's on, I think, maybe. 98%. Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green, Fred Gleason, Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, Robert Logan, Michael Crane, Jack Keatings, and none for major expenses. I wonder if I have to look up the other secretaries, though? Or maybe this is just so that we know her name. It's saying spider searching people just because they're listed in the book will be time consuming. But maybe I should look at the secretaries. Maybe he had an affair with every secretary. At least you have 4 potential baby mamas for the family tree. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Maybe I should highlight the baby mom. Potential affair ladies. I mean, we know Joanna, because Joanna had 5 Ps. And then Beth Knox. Alright. The secretaries. Then we have company records from 1976 to 1977. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working in the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Guy Hudson had replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Then Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottrees is no longer employed by Roottree. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under product management. Then the secretaries, Christine Farrow is now hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Change her name. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree in 1977, okay. And then Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Christine Garland has been hired. Has been hired, or she changed her name? Because here it says has been added to the list. This one says has been hired, as if it's like a separate person. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. 50 years, Beth! What? But I thought Beth was no longer employed. What does this mean? Or maybe 50 years of the Roottrees? Not that Beth Knox was there for 50 years. I don't know. And the Zach Morden retirement party. 20,000. Okay. I don't know if the secretaries... maybe I should look them all up. I don't think anybody else would be important, though, you know? In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. Oh no. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began developing a new 5-piece flavor. Or new flavors, excuse me. The following changes were made. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah, Edward Roottree, Elizabeth, and Lloyd are no longer employed. Rapper Tunes is now listed as office... That saxophone is going off. I'm sorry, I was checking to see if the music's too loud, because I can't think with that saxophone. Rapper Tunes is now listed as office staff. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland is no longer working there. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Potential victims of infidelity? I don't know. D-Job, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Juliet McCullen and Doris May are no longer employed. Lisa and Valerie. Okay, Guy. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottree. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cottrell were hired. Robert, does it stay within the secretaries? We have other ladies getting hired on the farm. Robert Logan is no longer employed. William Sams was hired. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. A presidential office refurbishment, 5 pieces flavor development, Edward Roottree retirement party, Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, travel expenses, 5 pieces flavor development for butterscotch, and then 5 pieces flavor development for caviar, you know, the fancy flavors, those caviar maple candies. 4th of July spectacular and New Year's Eve ball. Okay. Has this been an absolutely awful week for anyone else? I'm sorry it's been an awful week for you. Mine's been a stressful week, but I don't know if I would categorize it as awful yet. I don't know, it's still Thursday. This game is on sale for $15 right now, and I almost bought it the other day. I think it's worth 15 bucks. There's some good sales right now. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. The following changes were recorded. Terry O'Connor, Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. And then we got Douglas, Edward. This is a lot. Corrine Schwartz and Beatrice Watson no longer employed. Then we got Linda Lewis and Angela. That was a lot of ladies. Lisa Lewis and Valerie are no longer employed. Linda Lewis. Are Linda and Lisa related? I guess Lewis is a common last name. It's fine. I'm sorry, Guy, you are overwhelming me with the amount of hiring and... I'm assuming firing, but maybe they left on their own terms. Alright, then we got Susan no longer works here, then we got Strawberry. Oh god, so many new flavors. Okay. This is overwhelming. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most hand-picked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Okay, Guy... I have to go through all these secretaries because I just don't trust Guy like that. Ernest replaces Guy, Carl Roottree joins special management, Susan Ford is no longer employed, and look, there's no changes to the staff. Ernest Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department, Douglas Rosenberg was rehired, Angela, Linda, and Catherine are no longer employed. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Ooh, something I can look up. Thank goodness. That was a lot to look at, and I finally found something that looks important. Work Time Temp. I bet that's not important, because what would that have to do with the infidelity? I just want something to look up. Victor Logan was hired, Stuart Todd, Amy Sutton, Sam Madsen. Alright, and just, yeah, new flavors. Cancelled. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm on vacation this week, so it's been good. Last week, though, don't get me started. Last week was rough for a lot of us, I think. We were all talking last week about the insanity of life. Maybe D-Job, you're on a delay. Okay, let's look at this. An email from Regina who the hell? Regina Clementine. Last week sucked too, just not like this week. Ugh, I'm sorry. That is not a fun time. It is the struggle bus, but doesn't mean we can't be mad at the struggle. From 6 pieces at prodigy.us to genealogy genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine Salazar. Thank you for putting it all in one place so I don't have to go find her original name. Char, how you doing? My brain was fried at the end of this, but I loved it. I'm so glad you loved it. My brain hurts a little bit because I haven't figured anything out. There's a lot of names and info that doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's a lot. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. Stuart. We love Stuart. Clementine. She wrote about the... I don't know, I feel like me highlighting is not helping me, but maybe when I go back through, then I could, like, that last thing, I could just quickly see what was important. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her since then, but the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer, and never knew his father, I never knew my father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. Okay, Mary Beth. Welcome to the club, Mary Beth. Excuse me. Throat's getting dry. Mom, alright. Just know the name Roottree is very important. I've gotten the sense that the name Roottrees is important, you know? Felt that in my bones. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on to tour a lot of churches. A singer, you say? Alright, I bet we can find her in all of the periodicals and stuff. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. Lovely. Lilac Sickle. Welcome to the Struggle Bus. I struggle to read sometimes too, so very on brand. Welcome to the Struggle Bus. We struggle through games, life. Welcome aboard. Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Okay, I don't think there's much there. Okay, I just have to look up Mary Beth. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madsen, 6 Pieces Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Well, the email is printed. Also, I don't think I looked up 6 Pieces, the book. Can I do that? Is that important? Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family. Family by Samantha. Sam Madsen. That might be fun to look up in the library thing. Okay. Let's look at this photo. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. Stuart. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. Miracle. Question mark? Affair? Question mark? Okay. And then she's got another child, and I'm assuming that's her husband. Clementine. Okay. Sorry, my brain short-circuited for a second. What am I doing? I'm looking those people up now. Oh no, I have to do work. Okay. Let's actually, before I do anything, Sam Madsen. Let's look up 6 Pieces. Can I just type in 6 Pieces, so I have to type the whole thing in? It's a long title, Sam. I didn't even think to look the book up. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your search. These sections have been added to your notes. 6 Pieces! I love that this is the cover. You just get like Miracle's head in there though. Couldn't crop that out. 6 Pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottree until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy. Aren't we all not a fan of Guy? And according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Oh, well. Yeah, not a fan of being faithful, is he? Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Guy. My guy. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. I did see Elizabeth. I mean, I obviously didn't write it down, but I did highlight it. Elizabeth. Not a fan of remaining faithful is an insane sentence. It's insane, but it's true. Not a fan of being faithful. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Wait, huh? Okay, Elizabeth was a secretary. No, Sam's farm supervisors was Elizabeth. And then Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay, so Elizabeth was working on the farm, had a kid, and then Guy hired her child as his secretary? Okay. Elizabeth, where do I put you? So I don't get confused. I've been like trying to draw boxes around things so I don't lose track. If anyone wants to see, this is the chaos right now. Elizabeth. Child. Okay, Elizabeth on the farm, and then daughter, secretary. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's. Antonelli's. That seems important. I don't know. I just am motivated by food. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Scandal! Oh no! Okay. The unnamed daughter, secretary daughter, had an elopement with the caterer, name to be found out, from Antonelli's. Guy Hudson was reciting his vows and said, not to some of them. Maybe not. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy just took her to a swingers party and didn't tell her what kind of party it was? Wait, I'm so confused. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter... they met at this party. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she had no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. Sorry, I lost my place. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Of course. Sam also says her son, Ernie, once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. Beth. Is Beth the mystery woman that Elias was with? Beth and Elias, maybe? As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, Beth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Okay. Let's go back in the records. All right. Who are all the Elizabeths? Okay, let's see. So, but this is after Elias, right? Because this is when Zach is in charge. All right, we got Doris Mays. Beth Knox was a secretary. That's who I was thinking, but she said Elizabeth, so now I don't know. Beth Knox, let's look you up. Actually, I feel like I can just... Can I not just search from here? This makes it so much harder. I'll search Beth Knox. And then we need to look at the other secretaries. Where's there sorry. Got excited. A farm Elizabeth. Farm Elizabeth Farrow had a child, because I did see another Pharaoh. If this is Elizabeth... See, I'm so excited I can't get my mouth to keep up with my brain. If Elizabeth Farrow is the farm lady and had a daughter, the daughter would be a Pharaoh later on. The Roottrees love their secretaries too much. I don't think it was the Roottrees. I think it was just Guy. And maybe Elias, but is that confirmed? We don't know. Guy for sure loved the secretaries. Christine Farrow, secretary. I knew I saw a Pharaoh in here. Farrow. Okay, so we have Elizabeth Farrow. Had Christine Farrow, who became the secretary to Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson took Christine Farrow to this party, and it was a swingers party, where Christine Farrow met her future husband because she got pregos. And her future husband was the caterer at Antonelli's, who I need to figure out who that man was. Yes, I'm gonna go down that rabbit hole because let me do that before I get confused backtracking. Antonelli's. Do we know a caterer from Antonelli's and we can piece them all together? There are a large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. You may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for a specific one. A local resource, you say? Antonelli's in Butler County Times. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant, and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, tell me more, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. Who the hell? Oh, Christine Farrow! Christine Farrow then became Garland because the caterer's name is Garland. Garland. She and her husband Steve Garland, the caterer at Antonelli's. It's all coming together. I don't know how they fit onto the family tree, but you know what? I'm excited I've pieced a thing together. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago, and she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. By chance? At a swingers party? Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. She has to be on there somehow because she was with Guy when they went to that swingers party. Correct? She's part of this, but she does get married, so she's one of these people. And I feel like she's got to be like the second affair because this was 1976 or 8, whenever he became... And she had a baby. She only have 1 baby? 2 baby. 3 baby, 4. Red fish, blue fish. Unsure. I'm gonna throw you in here. Just because I trust my gut. What is your name? Christine. Christine Daae, where are ya? Christine Farrow, who became Garland because she married a Garland man. Swingers party by chance, like meeting someone at the neighborhood grocery store or something. Yeah, just happened to meet you at the swingers party. No biggie. In her defense, she did not know that that was what it was. Steven. His government name? He's Steve to me. But if we want to go Steven. Steven. Alright, Christine. You were a secretary turned swinger turned wife turned mother. I don't know what you look like though. Do I? I don't think I do. And then you had, I'm assuming, 2 children. Unless this is you. Did you divorce Steven? It's here or here. Oh, Christine. Poor Elizabeth doesn't even get to be on here. I just needed to know Elizabeth to get to the point that we are. It was the 70s. They probably went to swingers parties just as often as the grocery store. Maybe. You know what? I wasn't alive in the 70s. Tell me more about this magical time. Man, maybe that was the case. It was like just bumping into somebody at the grocery store. Antonelli's. Okay, now that I'm done with Antonelli's, let me look at Rochelle Zimmer, owner of Antonelli's. Nothing. Alright, what about Steven Garland? Steve? Christine Garland? Christine Farrow? Nothing? Okay. The owner, I guess Rochelle Zimmer. Doesn't matter. Swing by for a gallon of milk or something else. Oh! That's a good advertisement. You know what? That's a good, it's clever. I respect it. What else can I look up? Man, Antonelli's really led me down that path and now I don't know. Because who's their child? They had a bun in the oven. Do we get to find out more about the bun? Christine Garland. Where else would you... Nope, the singer was somebody else. Just kidding. That was a whole other thought process. How can I find out more about them and their baby? Can I... Christine Garland? Maybe Christine's in something else. I forgot about this newspaper. What was that in relation to? Was that, Ruby Spratt. I totally forgot about you, girl. So sorry. I'll come back to you, though. News time, maybe? Nothing. Okay. Christine and Steve, I'm not quite sure what your story is and what your baby is doing with their life now, but I hope to find out soon. But now that I'm looking at this, did I look up the Heterold, Ruby Spratt? I don't think this is important, but okay. Because I think Ruby led us down a dead end. But so be it. Let me falsely go down wrong paths. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. The editor of the Heterold was at the time was Ruby. From Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty. But unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted, excuse me. Alright, that's all. I was like, I doubt there was going to be anything there, but got you. There were some clementines somewhere on my page. Clementines. That's what I want to do next. Next is Mary Beth Clementine, the singer. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Okay. New Edison? One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Stuart Clementine, Mark Clementine. Stuart married Regina. That sounded like a door closed. Did I make that up in my head? Was that just a drum beat? Clementine. Mark Clementine. Those are the 2 kids in that picture. I don't know how... Because her husband... Regina's husband. Stuart thinks he's a Roottrie. His mother is Mary Beth. Mary Beth did something with a Roottrie. That would be the thingy-ma-bobby. Okay, so actually, just hold on. While I'm thinking about it, I think this is them, potentially. Maybe I need to move you over here. Because this was... Maybe not. Let me not get ahead of myself. Okay. Don't think too hard. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions, Stuart and Mark. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Mary Beth. Sterling. Divorce. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. You know what? My brain was thinking that Guy is the culprit. Guy is not the culprit. This is about Miracle. Miracle had an affair with... Yeah, this is over here. This has nothing to do with Guy. Guy's too young for her, you know? Which means she married Sterling twice, and it failed both times. How did she marry him twice? This would be Sterling right here, and her 2 children that she adopted. I believe that's what that means. Because then this would be Stuart and Mark. Stuart marries Regina. And then Mark marries somebody but splits up, and they have 2 kids. Okay. I think this makes the most sense to me. Miracle? OG Miracle? Miracle. I think this is OG Miracle. And Preacher, Pastor, Preacher? Miracle, this Miracle. It's really sad. She was having an affair with Miracle. That's probably why it didn't work out. Sterling. Sterling, I'm not quite sure your last name, but Sterling. And then you would be Mary Beth Clementine. Unless it's Sterling Clementine. Was she born Clementine? Okay, didn't know that. This is all about affairs. Also, welcome, Rainbowscape. See, we have possible infidelity 1, possible infidelity 2, possible infidelity 3, and then just this is a fun little update that they had their baby. This really has too much drama. So much. Like, this is all about the Roottree men having affairs with their secretaries, and then the children that came from that. That's what Roottreemania is looking like so far. So I believe that Miracle had an affair with Mary Beth. I think either Sterling's name is Clementine, or maybe Clementine is her name and they got divorced and then the kids got Clementine as their name. I'm assuming that the person, because Regina's still married to Stuart. So maybe I'm thinking Stuart. And isn't it like oldest to youngest anyways? I think Stuart was the one with the vest. Stuart Clementine. Then we have Mark Clementine. Married to Regina Clementine. Or Regina Salazar is her maiden name. Salazar. Let me double check that photo. Older boy, Stuart. Older boy in the vest. That is you. And then this would be Mark. And what do they do now? Because this is not when they're kids. This is what they currently do. I wrote police officer. Does that mean that he's a police officer? I don't know if I wrote that right, but maybe it's Stuart Clementine, police officer. All right, and then Mary Beth, singer. Musician, probably. Musician. And that's her. Okay. Sterling. Maybe I should look up Sterling Clementine. Was she born Mary Beth? Manager Sterling. I actually want to look them up in the music thing. Mary Beth Clementine. Is this the same thing? Mary Beth Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was the release of the cover. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was released under New Edison. Modern Music Monthly had a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not of much use to your investigation. There are also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross. The Old Rugged Cross. Which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Okay, let me look up New Edison. It seems that New Edison Records and Modern Music Monthly had quite a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers of popular songs, and they all start to blend together. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb from when New Edison was sued by Edison Records. Oof, Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seemed like the lawsuit was settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, that's who you are, not Clementine, Edison. Actually, I'm just gonna pop you in here since I know that now. Edison. Great, I need a picture of you. Where was I? The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company, but there's no evidence anywhere that he did, and that was the last mention of him in MMM. Okay. Back to here. Sterling Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Well, hello. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. The one collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross, which I have written down, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Her name not being Clementine originally. Okay, another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and a phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay, I wanted to look this up. Whoopsie doodles. Search. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, especially for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentioned this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Damn it. Damn it. Sterling! Edsel was a German last name, and at the time was the founding of the company. The US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. He's Edsel. He's not Edison. Is that what that means? Edsel. Sterling Edsel. Damn it, Sterling. Okay, so maybe that's what I need to be looking at. Sterling Edsel? Am I not understanding this correctly? That is what that's saying. Company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away with the damage done. Okay, I'm thinking that's what that means. Pretty silly to enter a lawsuit without thinking your legal name would be outed. Oh, Sterling, what are we gonna do with you? Okay, so then Mary Beth, also, that's the other thing I wanted to look at back here. Old Rugged Cross, first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Because Mary Beth, I'm assuming, was not born Clementine. The Old Rugged Cross is a popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. Maybe I could find it here? The Old Rugged Cross. I thought it said that they didn't review it. Mary Beth Clementine released the Old Rugged Cross for New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it was listed artist as Mary Beth Quaker. I got you, Mary Beth. How dare you. Quaker. Okay, Mary Beth Quaker and Sterling Edsel just making up their own last names as they please. And then we have Stuart Clementine, Mark Clementine. Are they Clementines? Or would they be Quakers? Or Edsels? I'm assuming Clementine. Because she becomes a Regina Clementine. They probably just took that name. Okay. Regina, was there anything else that you had? The photo was given to you by Sam. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottrie. Oh, that's Sterling. Sterling, what are you doing here? The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing the vest, and the woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrie. I got churros. Maybe the sugar high will help me think. I hope so. I've got a little bit of caffeine in me. I've been sipping on this coffee that is now cold. So I feel like my brain is firing a little bit better. But it also means my speech is like 2 times speed now. Old Rugged Cross. We found out about her. Okay. What also? Something else came with that, didn't it? Oh, it was this, I think. And yes, Regina Clementine. It's all the information. Stuart Clementine, Roottrie lawyers went after her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. She was a pretty well-known singer. Okay, I think I need to know more about his brother. But they were adopted. Oh my gosh, they were adopted, so their last names would not be Clementine, right? Just by the rules of the game, they would want me to put their birth names. Okay. Oh, was there an adoption website? I feel like there was. And... okay. Wait. Let me... Mary Beth, come back here. Clementine. Over here maybe. Mary Beth Clementine. Known for her adoption, she's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children, Stuart and Mark, in the late 1940s. Spoke as an advocate for the benefit of adoption in front of the U.S. Congress. Maybe she's in some sort of news thing then. Let's try Butler County. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions the church leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow. Do I need to know that? His eye is on the sparrow? And he reached out to her personally. His Eye of the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. Amen. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardships through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over these hands. He can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I felt kinship with Mary Beth. Sure you did. Ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, either Moses or Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her sons are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Mark. What is on with Mark? Okay, Mark. Mark. That's what they got in the Butler County. Maybe news time? Nothing relevant. I mean, Starlet? Let me just go through all of them. It's not in Teen Blast. Teen Blast isn't gonna care. Mary Beth, I feel like there's gotta be more to you. Something about adoption. Music. Butler County, Business Watch. It's not gonna be on Business Watch. Butler County. I want to know more about this adoption, but... Okay. Don't panic. Mark Clementine. It was as easy as that. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from here, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. Okay, Mark Crocodile Clementine. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. The basket? I'm running out of space here. I feel like they need their own page. Basket baby, crocodile, Mark. 1950. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline. He's a pilot. After he tried to board the wrong airline's plane, he was drunk. Oh, Mark. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian-Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. Okay, the Portland Telegraph. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. Hell yeah, it has. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it as an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Ooh. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Jesus. Billy Sims. Principal... Oh, my handwriting's starting to get sloppy. Sims. Principal. Okay. And then that'll give us the daughter, if we can figure out the school and all that. Where do I want to begin here? Basket Baby or Portland Telegraph? Let's do Portland Telegraph, added. Okay. Portland Telegraph is your run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they have won. Excuse me while I choke to death. The website doesn't appear to have any useful data. Okay, so we got that. Now let's look at Basket Baby, and then I'm gonna go to Portland. I'm not gonna go to Portland, but you know what I mean. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mention that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. That would be Mary Beth. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby. What a great nickname. And then he became Crocodile. I'm digging the smooth jazz. It's been very, like, I like the calm bits of the jazz. When that saxophone takes off, though, I swear my brain can't process anything. The Basket Baby, and he went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. That's nuts. Just leave a baby on a doorstep? Very Harry Potter. Okay. Well, the Basket Baby. What else was I gonna look up? The Portland Telegraph. I wonder if I can look up the Basket Baby here. Or maybe I can look up Billy Sims? Or Bill. I told you my handwriting just got so bad. The Portland Telegraph had an article, slightly longer than most, about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question. And because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Crocwatch. Savage. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyway. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Crocwatch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Crocwatch. Damn. Did it say what school this is? Croc Clementine. Crocwatch. I want to know what school it is, and maybe we can look up the high school. Maybe I can look up high school and they'll tell me some Portland high schools? No. Alright, Bill Sims. What? Nothing else? Or maybe like I can do Crocwatch? That just brings this up again. Croc Clementine. Okay. Pilot, by the way. BT dubs. Oh! I wasn't ready, but I'll take it. Lock them in. Miracle, done. Clementine's, done. Mary Beth, you're done. And Edsel. Sterling Edsel. Alright, well. That's lovely that they're all locked in. Okay, what is wrong here? Is this not Joanna? Why is she not locking in? Maybe because she's not a secretary anymore. Maybe she's something else. Because it's like the latest job they've had. She's no longer a secretary. Maybe that's where I've messed up. She's not locking in. Mary Beth, get done. Alright, Mary Beth and Sterling, and the adopted children. Now Mark, oh, actually your mugshot was supposed to be over here. Oh, Mark. You're not looking so hot. Marcus. Jonah worked as a video store clerk, right? Did she? Oh, I must have missed it. She worked as a video store clerk? Is that on here? Retail? My goodness, look at that board. I don't know how you play this game. I could never. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. This, I feel, is much harder than this part of the game. There's a lot of dead ends and things. I need to look at more of Joanna. Because, yeah, I feel like she did something else after she was secretary, and that's why she's not locking in. Oh, let me... Sorry. Mark. When her son found her dead, she meant... Oh, yeah! Because she was... Yeah, she was in her car, overdosed after her shift at work, at the video store. You're so good remembering that, because I did not remember at all. Alright, Mark. You found this mugshot online. It's Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. Marcus. Wow, we really went downhill, didn't we? From that to that. Okay, and then we need to figure out who Mark was married to. And then... They have a daughter and then another child? Okay. And obviously the restraining order. Okay, let me recap myself a little bit. So, Infidelity 1, 2, and 3 here. Elias, Miracle, and Guy Hudson, all dirty men. Elias had an affair with somebody that might be Beth, Elizabeth, we're not quite sure. I need to look at Beth Knox. I remember that was a name. And maybe that is who that is. And then there's a child. A child. Then Miracle, this is actually was easier to kind of piece together. Miracle and Mary Beth had an affair. And these are the children that could potentially be, he could potentially be a Roottrie. Who knows? Mark looks like he would smuggle reptiles, doesn't he? It's giving reptile smuggler. And then Guy Hudson had all of these affairs, first of which was Joanna, and I think we maybe got the job wrong, and that's why it hasn't locked. Know that for sure. Then Christine. Oh, Steven locked in, so this is Christine. I just don't have her picture, that's what it is. I need a picture of Christine, but this is correct. Christine goes there. And then he had like other secretaries. He's got 3 more ladies that he seduced. Honestly, this doesn't look so bad. I think so far so good. Making progress. Okay, let's go look up, I kind of want to go down this thread some more. Mark Clementine. I'm gonna see if I can find your wife and maybe some like restraining order business. Let me see Crocwatch. The Crocwatch, in addition to being the name of an article you've already found in the Portland Telegraph, is apparently an as-seen-on-TV product aimed at kids. It's a digital watch that looks like the head of a cartoony crocodile, but has numbers where the eyes of the eyes would be... Where the eyes of the eyes would be, and the teeth act as buttons to switch between the different options, such as a stopwatch and an alarm. It comes with a large illustrated book about crocodiles and other amphibious creatures. The advertisements focus heavily on the educational book in an attempt to make the otherwise cheap-looking timepiece seem like a good educational investment. It doesn't seem to be very popular and definitely unrelated to your search. Oh, but I want a Crocwatch. Alright, crocodile... Clementine. Crocodile. Infamy list. Maybe I can look up the infamy list? Because I looked up Basket Baby already. I really want to know what school. Arrested in San Diego for violating parole. Maybe it's a San Diego school. Did I miss that? Okay, hold on. Let's look at the infamy list. That's it. That's all that comes up. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Pretty big entry. Seems like a real piece of work. Basket Baby. Mm-hmm. Weird. I'm like, can we look into this reptile supplier, reptile smuggler? Apparently Portland credited him having the nickname. His mugshot has been added to the photos. Okay. There's nothing else here, right? Maybe Multnomah County? Maybe I can look that up. I'm gonna need a new page. This is getting crazy. Multnomah County Corrections. Maybe I can look that up and that'll lead me to more of his like criminal record. Let's see. Multnomah County is in Oregon. Corrections Division? Can I look that up in here? Multnomah County. I want more. Man, I was on a roll with them. I can't think of anything. Billy Sims, like nothing. It's just like, it's in San Diego though. I need a San Diego school. Tell me, and then... His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but... Okay. Well, Croc. Did Mark lose his foot? I know it's not important, but crocodile bites can shatter stone. I mean... I kind of hope he lost his foot, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. I was like, I hope he didn't, but no, he's not a great person. Okay. Portland Telegraph, thanks for nothing. I'm gonna start going to secretaries now. Let's do that. Let's do Beth Knox. Knox. Nothing about Beth Knox. I know that you're in here though. Oh, jump scare. Mark. Beth Knox. I really did think that maybe you had something to do with something. Beth Knox. Maybe Butler County? Beth Knox? You seem important, but okay. You're the only other Beth I can think of. Alright, then the other, we got Christine. Beth Knox, there you are again. I just feel like that's gotta be important. Then we got Beatrice Watts, Corrine Schwartz. It's me. Just try to look up all of them, and then I don't know, I'd feel better knowing that I tried. Corrine Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to a normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymom. But people thought she was? Is that important? Schwartz? It resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being Anonymom. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be Anonymom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corrine could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Alright, say less. I will not go further into that. Lisa Lewis. Nothing about you. Valerie. Nothing about Valerie. I know it said not to just go through people's names like this, but you know, I'll take what I can get. These secretaries, I need anything. Beth, I feel like you're important. Beth Knox. Gotta do what you gotta do. I know, I feel more comfortable just throwing it in there just in case, but it did say I was gonna waste my time if I did that. Okay. Beth and Elias, I have a question mark by it. Not quite sure what's to do there. What else? Stuart. Billy. I've looked up at all of these. Oh, Best of Jim and Diamond. I have not looked that up. Although it did say they had no infidelity, so I don't know what the point would be, but Jim and Diamond. Oh, it has not been updated. Ugh. Oh well, they had a best of album. I wanted to see it. Best of Jim and Diamond. No. They just had a best of album. Okay. Still doing fine. No infidelity. Got a new gaming computer because my 2013 MacBook can no longer play Nancy. Now I have a keypad and I am not used to this giant ass keyboard. Expect many typos from me in the future. I look forward to the typos. Enjoy the new computer. That is very exciting. I love setting up a new computer. Always feels like a fresh start. Huh. Alright, I'm trying to think of anything I can go off of from here. What was I doing initially? I was actually working off of this piece of paper. No. Which piece of paper? This piece of paper. So I was like, Caroline, so I guess I was here. So I looked up Stephanie. Let's do Brian. Just pick up where I left off. The baby photo. Named after our grandmother. I don't know what that baby's name is. Who's Brian's mom? That child, where are you? You're definitely a Jones. At least I know that. Jones. Is there a Christmas? Oh, carol? Like a Christmas carol? Oh, maybe that's my hint. Maybe base it off of a Christmassy themed carol? Gary, Joanna, Judy, Juliet, Kristen, Kurt, Linda, Lisa, Lucy, Mark, Marcia, Mark, Mary, Mary Beth. I know they said they'd throw red herrings in here though. Ophelia, Riley, Robert, Robin, Rochelle, Ruby, Sharon, Cicely, Sonia, Sterling, Stephen. They did say it was like a fitting Christmas name. Carol? Carol Jones? Maybe Brian's mom is Carol? We don't have a Carol, do we? Oh, Caroline! Carol! Dumb. Carol. Caroline. Wait, it all makes sense. Okay. I was sitting here like, no, Caroline has nothing to do with Christmas. Christmas Carol, baby. Alright. Guy. Back to it. What was I doing? Christmas. I think they're done. I think I've gotten all their things. Alright, now I want to do Chris Rafferty. Nothing. Do we have anything, Chris Raff 75? Hello? Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Didn't I have an art book written down? Sorry, sidetracked. I did write something down and I was, okay. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people keep emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Artie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. New technology is my favorite thing. So shiny and new. Enjoy. Live it up. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met a Guy Hudson before he died. Definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Lulu? The fiance? Lulu? Shroom, how are you doing? This is the DLC. This is Roottreemania. We're making tiny bits of progress at a time. But it's been fun. We've uncovered some crazy affairs. Oh my gosh, is that guy? I know that smug face anywhere. This photo was on Chris Rafferty's website. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. Okay. Okay, what are you doing, Guy? Going to bed. Good night, Lissa. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go get some good sleep, and we will see you soon. Would it be the Roottrees if there weren't affairs? I mean, true. I feel like there weren't really affairs last time. Minus a couple. Actually, yeah, there were affairs, weren't there? I feel like these were just divorces. I don't know if they were affairs. I can't remember now. There was just the one, and now we're gonna try to dive deeper into it. Alright, Guy, I got another photo of you. Boom. And what else did I learn? I learned about Chris Rafferty. Okay. And maybe this is you. Maybe that's that lady with a husband. Who knows? I just always want to assume it's an affair. Maybe it's not. Alright, Chris Rafferty, are you a Roottrie? Because according to your thing, you seem like you don't know. You are the son of Clark Rafferty. That is Clark. Is that Clark? Hold on, what the heck did Clark look like? This is Clark. Is that him? Is this Clark? Clark? I mean, I just put his photo in, so maybe that is Clark. Which leads me to believe that Clark had a... Clark, what was you doing? I'm assuming that's Clark. That's gotta be the same dude. That mustache does not lie. Right? Oh man, because he got caught up in the whole Jim and Diamond... Not Jim and Diamond. Jim and Diamond have been solid. But he was with Jane. Was there somebody else? Oh boy, Clark, I don't know if you even make it onto this list. Okay, Chris Rafferty. And I don't think Chris was on the original thing. This is Chris. Just kidding. Chris is on here. That's Chris. Chris Rafferty, college student. You're not part of this, I don't think. Except of the sisters, right? Just the one sister, right? No, it was two sisters. The LaRue sisters, Jane and Kim. Jeez Louise, Clark. I forgot. I erased from my memory the deeds. Yes, Clark slept with the two sisters, had 3 kids from the two sisters. Chris Rafferty, who is what we're looking at right now, that's him. And then the 2 daughters. Okay. But I don't think that Chris is part of anything to do with Guy Hudson, right? But I think this tells us that Guy and this lady... Does Spider Search not have like reverse image search? Can't I search her? Who do we think that is? This is around what year? And then we can maybe tell what secretary that was. In the office when I was a kid, and I definitely met a Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. Okay. Because I'm like, if I could tell what year that is, whatever secretary was that year. But he also had like 3 secretaries at a time, didn't he? Okay. We get like a little bit at a time. Okay. Yeah, I swear like the numbers are disappearing. Like I've solved them so it goes away, and then these are... This says there's 8 things in here. I don't believe you. Like, that's what this means, correct? As you progress, the numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in a family member, new discoveries will be added. Okay. Okay. Fine. Image search wasn't a thing until the 90s. It wasn't a thing in the 90s, I think. I think you're correct. I wish it was. What to do? My head hurts. Alright, where was I with this? I feel like I hit a dead end there. Because I don't know who that woman is. Alright, I was looking at the Chris Rafferty stuff. November, was there anything with you? No? Alright. Hey, Curly Pop, what's up? Oh gosh, is it? Oh my gosh, it's my pet's dinner time. I want to keep going though, so we might just take a feeding them break. Robert Roottree, Ronald Roottree. Let me just check Ron Roottree. Ron was announced as president of Roottrees during the Roottrees rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcements and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Ron has also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris, France. He and his brother, Robbie, has seemingly made amends. Okay, let me do this Ron in Business Watch. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Okay, let's go. Boom. Ron Roottree. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottrees rift about what really happened with Roottree. The article mentions that nobody from Roottrees that they reached out to was willing to go on record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because his experience running RR Productions and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree. I need to look back into RR Productions. Let me make a little section here for Ron Roottree, RR Productions. And because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree, but Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clansed Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. Yeah, we knew that. The family... Sorry, I'm writing and reading. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark. But according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clansed Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Does this tell me anything? Okay. I feel like that didn't get me farther. RR Productions. RR Productions seems to have no projects listed in development other than Guys Like Us Remake. They're remaking it? Guys Like Us Remake has been discussed a few times on a website about upcoming films called Movie News. The logo is a cow on a film canister. Cute, cute. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz in the role originated by Gwen, Linda Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. Love. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottree. dropping out in the wake of serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor. Okay, and Robbie Roottrie already looked up, I believe. Nothing. No, I didn't. Okay. Robbie Roottree was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. Damn, Robbie. Okay. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces, as Robbie's participation in the Clansett Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, and have since become much more publicly infamous. He has not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery for my addiction, and a major aspect of the process is what I wish to stay private. This does not seem helpful at all. Robbie! Have I looked them up in Butler County? Do they need to be in Butler County? Business Watch? That's just about Ron. Oh, I feel like I hit a dead end there. Damn, okay. Robert and Robbie. Brother Trouble. I don't think there's anything gonna be more about Brother Trouble, more than we already knew. Yeah, it hasn't been updated. Okay. Few dead ends and red herrings. Family Man. Lawrence books. Okay, like it says there's 3 things in here that we haven't fully gotten. I know this one on the Jones one is the baby. There's one thing left here that we haven't locked in. Sam Madsen, Carl Roottree, Felix Fellows, we got all of that done. Did I actually look up Jane Doe, or that just brings up Anonymom again? I'm pretty sure we read, yeah, we read all this. Guy Hudson, oh god, where do I go? Where do I go from here? Maybe check Lauren's diaries for like the 100th time. I don't even know if like, can we look up Lauren's, what was Lauren's diaries called? I don't even remember. Let me look up Lauren Roottree, maybe it'll tell me. Maybe there's still more in there, who knows? Because Lauren, Life Between Wars, those books had all the information. In the wake of 6 Pieces' release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory facilities in Pittsburgh. Oh yeah, I remember now. I was gonna see if I could figure out which facility and maybe I can find this photo. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall. Yeah, we did see this. Okay, A Life Between Wars. This is what I need to, maybe I can find it again. You know? It was helpful. A Life Between Wars. Ah, it's printing. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Lauren coming in clutch. Oh my gosh, there's more! Again! Can you believe? There's one entry in here. Lauren is clutch if nothing else. Truly, Lauren, so helpful. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963, it focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for a long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with much madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying blood is thicker than syrup and nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Eliath, please remember Tham. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay. I don't know how this helped me. It mentions the subject of affairs that may be useful this time around. Is it useful this time around? Many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. I am not sure. Says there's a clue in it. She wrote a whole bunch of shade, as Lauren does. It's just all shady shade, and it'll click later, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Lauren was telling me exactly what the answer was, and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, you guy, you did something, and I don't know what. Like, there's gotta be something further here with this Christine Barrow. Christine Garland. But there's nothing. Garland. Christine Garland. You gotta be in something. You're telling me there's nothing relevant about you? You got Antonelli's, the owner Rochelle Zimmer, who I tried to look up and nothing came up from that. Sold the land. There's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. The farm, right? Lauren is a real one. Her praising her parents' marriage with shade, pure bliss. Oh, I want to know about your kids. They grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. Antonelli switched suppliers, Rochelle Zimmer. I didn't look it up in here. Rochelle and her husband, Mark Zimmer, have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Where are you, Rochelle? I don't know where I wrote you. Oh, you're right here. Rochelle and Mark Zimmer. Oh, not another Mark. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant. Mark owned a local bookstore called Oh, that's cute. Bookmarks. Mark, you're so cute. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned once in Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. The husband. T. Oh my gosh, the chef husband. The caterer husband. Mark Zimmer? Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer? Oh, this is the only thing. Okay. Bookmarks? Bookmarks appeared in the Butler County Times many times. All of them were in the form of advertisements and listings of events that took place in the store, such as book signings. None of it seems relevant to your search, though Lauren Roottree did a book signing in 1970. Lauren, how are you also tied into this? Bookmarks? I swear, if this just comes up with a definition of a bookmark. Nothing, okay. Mark Zimmer? Check Steve Garland, maybe a photo will pop up? Because I looked up Steve Garland and nothing happened. I tried Steve Garland, Steven Garland, Christine Garland. Nothing came up, but the Mark Zimmer. I swear I looked up Rochelle earlier. I don't know how we lost the plot so quickly, but okay. Something printed. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released after the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe which was added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Oh, that's good to know. But let me check Steve Garland again, because I swear I've looked these things up and nothing came up. Steve Garland. Steven Garland. Okay, Steve. Did Steve have a... No, it's just Garland, and it's even locked in, so I know it's right. Okay, we got the plaited loaf. The plaited loaf, excuse me. The braided loaf, if you will. Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It had mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. We found a scan of one story on a website. It demonstrates how to bake the plaited loaf. Plaited loaf. I've always said plat, not platted. That's hard to say. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. Do I need to know these people? I don't know. I'm flipping between pages. Flora and Yates. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loves his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. Aw, so cute. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. Not the story time before the recipe. Yeah, I don't know, like, where's the button that's like jump to recipe when you have to like scroll really fast? I don't care that you baked this with your great-grandmother back in 1925. I just need the recipe. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position at as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let sit for 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. This recipe is all the tea. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. I should follow this recipe. I hope this makes great bread. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plaited loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, and then take the twists and wrap around inside of the Dutch oven atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Cooking strum recipe candidate? Maybe! We should do this for our next cooking strum. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until a crust is golden brown, which would take up to 15 minutes. Please tell me I did not just read all of this for nothing. What do you mean there's 2 clues in here? What do you mean? What? I just read a recipe with a made-up story. You know, there are gonna be more Roottrees dead by the end of this, I swear. I mean, is the loaf important? Kitchen Tales is a book that combines recipes and stories. It has mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces. Where's the measurements? Where's the actual recipe? How much flour? How much yeast? How real is the story? What was the reason? Kitchen Tales. Kitchen Tales. That's all I got from Kitchen Tales. What? Recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer. Is that in... Can I look up Mark Zimmer? Kitchen Tales. Kitchen Tales, Kitchen Tales. No copies available. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Okay, Garnishing the Truth. I bet it's got the same recipe in it. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. Hey, Garnishing the Truth. Huh? Kitchen Tales? Is that what it said? Garnishing the Truth. Garnishing the Truth. The Truth. Oh, Garland and Zimmer. Garnishing the Truth is a cookbook credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 1994. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. There have been multiple printings since. According to a book review, the recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the recipes. Honestly, if I read that as part of the recipe, I would not remember the recipe. No. The reviewer says that it seems perfect for learning to cook with the entire family. Okay. They were on a daytime talk show. But also, can I look up Garland and Zimmer, maybe? Garnishing the Truth. Garland and Zimmer. Here it is. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is Christine. Christine. Thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. Oh, Steve, that was so cheesy. Cheese. Food, pie, get it. The second is to James and Robert. The children? James and James? Ooh. James and Robert, you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. Oh my gosh, Garland is their last name. That makes sense. Where am I? I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't... Why did he sue him? Hold on, before I forget, we cannot forget this man sued Zimmer. Or Rochelle, whoever it was, but Steve sued them. They had a falling out, sued Zimmer. Okay, they seem chummy here. Christine mentioned, nice, finally, something. Give us anything. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me. Oh. There we go. For stealing his recipes. Oh no! Why would you do such a thing? Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. McCarran brew house. Oh. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. Sorry, I could not tell what my cat was getting into. Alright, where was I? By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money than spend money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. How to make friends late in life, steal people's recipes. Done easy. That's how you do it. Okay. James and Robert. I mean, I feel like that's the Oh, I'm right here. Great. Oh no, I don't know which one's older. Okay, hold on. Last name, Garland. Maybe we'll just put James here. We'll put Robert here. I can swap them around if needed. Garland. I don't know what they do. He says they're becoming great chefs. Are they chefs like professionally, or are they just like kids who like to cook sometimes? Maybe the real prize was the friends we made along the way. Maybe. That could be it. Okay, this doesn't help me too much though, right? Christine, James, and Robert, you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. And then I was gonna look at McCarran's brew house. McCarran's brew house is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people that have a drink there, or have had a drink there, including former president of the United States, not of the Roottreee Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Stevie G. Who the hell is Stevie G? All I know is Steven. Why are they calling him Stevie G? Wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So grab a drink at this kid's joint. At his kids' joint, Fry Die. Oh, they are chefs. Grab a bite at his kids'. Both of his kids, James and Robert, have Fry Die. Oh, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Well, Fry Die? Are they actually chefs? That's so cute. Stevie G is his jazz persona. Could be. Oh, Stevie G on the sax. Fry Die is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went there, and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? All right, Chef's Signature. Beautiful. Chef's Signature is a magazine related to food and trendy restaurants. They cover subjects all over the United States. All right, let's go look at Friday in Chef's Signature. Friday. There we go. Friday, I assume that their fries are amazing. I would love some fries. Wait until these people learn about veganism. He's like, what is the point? There's no meat. But at least they've got good reviews, you know? They probably got great vegetarian dishes. Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. I don't know what that is, but I want it. I love samosas, and I love things in the shape of a cone, so I'm sold. The cover and main article have been added to your evidence. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to look up here. Any other restaurants? Can I look at Antonelli's? Only one Antonelli's has ever been featured in Chef's Signature. It's called Antonelli's Attic, and they're a dessert restaurant that serves a variety of dishes meant to evoke a neglected part of the house. This includes their signature dish, Cobweb Cobbler, which uses candy floss atop a blackberry pie. They also have a cheesecake they call the Dust Bowl, which is served in a mason jar and has very finely crushed cookie atop it. That sounds great. As delicious as it sounds, the restaurant doesn't seem related to your search in any way. It doesn't, but now I'm hungry, so thank you for that. All right, let's look at Chef's Signature. Oh, they're so cute! Look at them running their restaurant. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. Oh, they're so cute. I don't know which one's which, though. I was gonna put them on the thing, but I don't know. Who looks like a Robert and who looks like a James? Can't tell. Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. Cute. That exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. The signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Ooh, that sounds good. I'm hungry. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. Oldest to youngest, is that how it goes? Yes. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Robert is wearing the jacket. Is that what that means? And then they're chefs. Chefs! I need to read the rest of that, but yay! Oh, lovely, lovely. Oh, Johanna, you're finally locked in. Thank goodness. And we got Robert, we got James, we got Carol. We got those Chris's. We got the reptile smuggler locked in. And Guy, who we don't talk about.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The
arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. Sorry, double-clicked.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me.
The pause.
Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. Alright. Let me head back to this. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. Okay, most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fry Die. Your dad wrote a book. Oh, that's Stevie G. Forgot, Stevie G. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skill at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Excuse me. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun, but assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Sistine apple? Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun, and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Girl, what does that mean? Okay. The 90s DNA, this newfangled discovery. Sistine apple, named after them. Christine? Is that what that means? Christine Sistine? Is that what that meant? Okay, I would love a picture of Christine though. What does Christine look like? Tell me more. Alright, who didn't lock in from what I have? I think everybody did. Anything I have a lead on locked in. Because I need a picture of Christine to finish that off. Those are all done. Okay, everything we know is approved. Okay, we'll keep working over here. Christine Sistine. Okay. Well, can I look up Sistine apple? Nothing. Samosa cone? Can I DoorDash one real quick? Steve and Christine? Sistine? Oh, maybe. Maybe that's what it is, a Steve and Christine, their couple name. That would make sense. Sistine Apple. Alright, where do we go from there, though? I feel like there's gotta be more in that I wasn't paying attention to because I was worried about figuring out who they were. Friday. James and Robert Garland. Maybe it didn't have. It says one, like there's one more thing that I can lock in from this. Because we got everything else. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. Do we think it's that book? Is it the Garnishing the Truth book is the one that funded it, or did he write something else? Oh, Steven. Steve Garland. Is this not what I looked up before? Oh, maybe I looked it up in the periodicals. That's what it was. Okay. I don't think of any other restaurants to look up. I mean, I looked up Mark Zimmer. Oh, that's what I looked up. I wasn't Steve. It was Mark Zimmer. That's how it got me there. Mark Zimmer got me to Kitchen Tales. And then Kitchen Tales. I mean, the whole thing about being sued, it was because of the recipe, and that was the recipe stealing. That wasn't much to go off of. I feel like that was all, like, resolved in here. Isn't there, like, a Boston thing? Do I have a Boston something? No, I have Portland. Just kidding. Alright, Christine. Christine! Let's take a look. What do we got for you, Christine? What were you doing as secretary? When did you work here? 1976. Christine Farrow popped onto the scene. What was Guy Hudson doing in 1976? Well, nothing. Actually, Guy Hudson took over in 78. So. Alright. Beth Knox 50-year. Beth Knox? That's just like. What? I feel like that's important. Zach Borden retirement party. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah. Christine Garland. This is assuming that. Oh no, Christine Garland no longer working. She left in 1978. And then she's not here anymore. Can I look at this Grandorf Dove? Okay. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the father and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You can scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentioned she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay. Christine Garland was rehired, right? Oh, she might have been. I feel like I remember something like that. But I also couldn't remember if it was that or that she just changed her name and that's what it... I'll go back to it. There might be something there. Is this important? Hudson Wing? The Hudson Wing was an expansion of the Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf. First built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller... Well, hold on. They donated to this place. Okay, that makes sense. I was so confused. I just saw quotations. I'm like, I'll just search it. Alright. Hudson Wing, don't tell me after Guy Hudson. Wait, I didn't piece it together. That actually might be it. Ew. Not idolizing the cheater. Wait, actually that might be it. Hello. It's a separate, much smaller building half a block from the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree company generously donating $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Guy, I'm gonna strangle you if you weren't already dead. Oh no. Oh, Velvet, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Is there a Ford in the company documents? I saw Miss Ford was in the article, but I need to go back and see if there's a Ford who is anywhere in cross-referenced. Okay, where were we? Guy Hudson, damn you. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came in the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened, and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay. Ford. We should go maybe look for Ford. I wonder if I can look up Miss Ford, or if it's gonna be like, you need the whole name. Yeah. Ford. Okay. Gross. Is there a Ford? I need to be looking at these. What else did they donate to? What else did Guy put his name on? Ugh. Okay, let's see. Actually, let's go back to the beginning. Because I swear, if there's a secretary with the last name Ford. I don't see a Ford. Oh, the Christine thing. Christine Farrow was hired. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. And then she left, right? Who's deaf? And their wife is a baby mama to Guy, I guess. I'm assuming so. Like, maybe baby mama has... Maybe this is them? This is them? Oh gosh, there's too many. Guy, what did you do? I can't keep track of all your wives. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, because... Okay, and then Christine left. And then... No, I mean, Christine became Christine Garland. They just had to probably change because she got married. And then she now no longer works there. I'm not seeing a Ford. Oh, lordy. Watts, Green, Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Special Services Interpreter. The year before the donation? Okay. Alright, guy. Yeah, it doesn't look like Christine was hired again. Yeah. Christine just changed her name. That's where the confusion came in, I think. Alright. Susan Ford. You wanna talk some more? Susan's Special Services. Oh, Susan Ford doesn't come up. Where else can Susan Ford be? Susan Ford in maybe Butler County? Business Watch. She's not Chef's Signature. Where else would she be? Maybe nothing. This woman doesn't exist. Okay. Fine. Can't search her up. There's nothing special about her. But she's here. And I know she's here. And I know it's Guy's fault. Oh. Okay. I mean, can I just look up everything? Christmas Tree Bash? 4th of July Spectacular? New Year's Eve Ball? I'm assuming, maybe I have to put Roottree in. Oh. Maybe I can just do 5-piece flavor. Maybe it'll give me some of the... Because what is it about fancy flavors? Guy Hudson. Yeah. Who was only president of Roottree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s. Yeah, except for fancy flavors debacle. We read all this. They don't actually talk about the fancy flavors. But we know about fancy flavors. They were the caviar flavored stuff. Susan Ford is her maiden name, I think. Oh. Okay. So then we have to figure out the husband then. You make complete sense. What else did we spend money on? Root? Fred Gleason? Nothing. I've looked up New Year's Eve Ball. That's nothing, right? Okay. Maybe that's just their company party. What's Zigua? I don't know what this is. Maybe we can look it up. Chinese word for watermelon. Shigua. I did not know that. Hey, the internet search worked for us today. Educational. Root clothing reimbursement. Okay, so there was only that one random donation they made. Oh, whoa. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. And all the other women, when they got married, their names changed. So maybe hers, let's look for Susan's. Because Susan was, okay, it's coming together. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Then Susan Ford had been moved to office staff. And then do we see where Susan went from there? Susan Ford no longer works in this department, in the interpreter department, but she works in office staff. Okay, and then Susan Ford is no longer employed. Damn it, Susan! I thought maybe you'd change your name and then I would know. And Susan Ford left in 1982. Alright, fine. Fine, Susan. Keep your secrets. Oh, I never looked up work time temp. I was so excited about that last time I saw it and I never looked it up. Work time temp. Work time temp is a company that many offices all over the United States, with offices all over the United States. The Roottree company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between work time temp and anyone related to your search. Well, we tried. Okay, well, with that being said, what now? Is Guy naming his flavors after his kids like Elias? I hope not. I hope not. Sugar plum strawberry, Jiqua, and caviar? What does that mean, Guy? Is that actually, maybe it is SSX, B for butterscotch, and C. Oh. SSXBC. Sleazy, slimy, X. Bastard cheater. That just describes Guy. Okay, what in the world do I go from here? SSXBC, if it might be his children? Hold on, let's see. We have a D though. And are these his children? Are they potential Roottrees? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Potentials? I don't know. All I know is that Guy Hudson was supposed to be in that car accident, and it might not have been an accident. Okay, Dirty Dave, we've looked up. Felix, we've gotten. I really don't know where to go from here. I feel I've hit kind of a dead end because I need to know what Christine looks like to even get further there. I haven't seen any of these other secretaries because they don't really come up with anything when I search them. They said there's one thing on this page I haven't like clicked into place. Let me look up Ernest Madsen. Nothing. Guy Hudson, I'm not looking you up again. You don't deserve it. Many websites and news articles eulogize Carl Roottree along with his daughters and wife Brenda. As far as you can tell, Carl and Brenda Roottree never had any marital issues. You do come across an article about a Kristen Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having a child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it's boring. She says they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and they broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Okay, so Kristen has nothing to do with anything, but I'm gonna look her up anyways. That's it, Kristen Valdez. Okay. This is not scandalous. It just, like, he had a girlfriend before he got married? Oh, the horrors. Don't let Guy hear you. Okay, I don't know. And then Crocodile Mark. I kind of hit a dead end there too. How do I find out more about Mark? Oh, questions. Let's do a quick little, the man of the hour. I was gonna do a quick little recap, but there he is. Boom, front and center. Okay, let me know if the music's too loud. I couldn't tell yesterday how loud it was, but the saxophone was insane. Okay, here we are. So, to catch you up, if you've missed any of this, you honestly haven't missed that much because we haven't solved anything. So, the Roottrees are dead. This is what we solved. This giant family tree. That was months ago. Now we're playing Roottreemania, which is this bottom section about what else happened in the 8 months between the main game and this. We have to discover, because there are a bunch of people that are coming out of the woodwork saying like, I'm a Roottree, no, I'm a Roottree, I want to be part of the Clansid Trust and get the inheritance, and I'm related to the famous people. And we're like, no, you're not. But it is possible that they could be because we have possible infidelity 1, possible infidelity 2, possible infidelity 3. So there's a lot going on here because Elias, way back in 1921, boinked another woman, and then they had a child potentially, but we don't know. Then in 1949, Miracle Roottree, the preacher, ended up boinking Mary Beth Quaker, the singer at the church who was touring the church, and she had to divorce her husband Sterling. And then she had her 2 adopted children. And then over here, the star of the hour is Guy Hudson. We don't like Guy Hudson because do you see how many strings are coming off of Guy Hudson? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's, I think, 5 too many. Because he had an affair with Joanna. That was his first affair. And Joanna was married to Riley, and they had a son named David. Now, we don't know if David is... Well, David is actually confirmed. Just kidding. David is confirmed a Roottree. So this is actually Guy's son. So Guy and Joanna had a little thingy. They had David, and obviously Joanna and Riley broke up. So then Guy went and had an affair with another married woman, Christine. Now Christine had 2 children, Robert and James, but we don't know if they're related to Guy or if they're related to Stephen. You know? And I think the only reason this isn't locked in is we don't have a picture of her. So, but I think everything else is correct. Then, next up, Guy has another affair with whoever this is, and they have a child. And then the 4th one, something happened here. We don't know very much. We've got no leads here. And then the 5th and final affair, whoever this may be. And then the only good part about this extended part, we've already solved it, is the tree update that Stephanie and Brian, between those 8 months, had their baby, Carol. All right, so now you're caught up. To recap, Guy Hudson, we don't like him, and we have to figure out even more reasons to not like him. Yeah? With the trust split this many times, they're gonna get a $50 Taco Bell voucher each. Truly. It doesn't make sense. Not everybody can be part of the trust. And these are only his affairs that resulted in a pregnancy. I know, he could have been bouncing around to so many other people. These are just the ones with the babies involved. I don't know where to go from here because I think we've pretty much locked in all of my suspicions and everything else is out there. So true. I once got a credit on Nookbooks for some case and I got $1.35. How much is this trust? I actually don't know how much the trust is. Let me go to our evidence also. These are the things we can look at. I'm trying to find a good way to start this because I don't remember what I was actually focused on. End the trust and give it all to Carol. That's what I'm saying. Carol deserves the world. Okay, so all of these things, it looks like we've pretty much cleared all the clues that are in them. This still has one thing we can find. This missing pages thing. That thing says there's 8 things here. I can find 8 things off of this document, but I don't understand how. This was the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson, and I would really love to have this book because I want all the dirty details, but I don't know how we're gonna get it. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the Roottrees lawyers. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless, unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Did we look up demonic fish toy? D-Job, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What is going on? Alright, demonic fish toy leads us nowhere. Where should I go? I mean... Big Sass Sea Bass was the thing we looked up. Singing bass are indeed evil. See, this bass didn't even sing. This was just one that insulted you. Yeah, it mimics your voice and then insults you, was the Big Sass Sea Bass. Does not sing. Where's Reeling Ocean Hook? Okay, because we read all of this. Recently it appeared on the cover of Piketty magazine in the same issue that the Roottrees related article appeared. That issue was removed from stores after the Rootrees sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe for conspiracy theories about what the Roottrees were trying to keep from people. What was the one talking toy that people hated? There was a talking toy people hated? Did Furbies talk? Because Furbies kind of freaked me out. But I think it was their eyes. Don't remember what it's called. Looked like a gremlin. A Furby. I definitely think it's a Furby then. Furbies absolutely talk. I never had one. They're too creepy. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Let me run from the top of my list. Okay, sorry, let me backtrack. The last thing I was looking at, here's where my thought process was after stream last night when I was thinking about it. Mark. So Mark Crocodile Clementine is what I've written down. He was arrested for smuggling reptiles. He was the basket baby of 1950, and he punched his daughter's principal in the face at graduation. And I want to figure out more about him, because then I can maybe find out his wife and the daughter, whichever of these, or I guess there's another child, so. Mark Clementine. Let me start back there. Furbies tickle me Elmo. Oh my goodness. All right, Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website titled the Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals. We know this. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. Basket baby of 1950, and most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot because he was drunk. Then smuggled animals over the border in the 80s. Apparently the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him the crocodile nickname. His mugshot for the incident is added to photos. Released on parole. He famously punched a principal man named Billy Sims. The incident received national press. Okay, Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone. Did I not look up Billy Sims before? I was sitting here the whole time like, what high school is it? And I didn't even look the man up. Okay, Billy Sims, the principal of Sandstone Canyon. Well, that just got us right off the bat. Starting strong. Canyon High School. The CIA doesn't allow them because they record. The Furbies are banned from the CIA? Why would you have a Furby in an office, though? Decoration? I don't know, demonic rituals? Potentially, you know? Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 50 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from Trustworthy to tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims's matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault. I mean, impressive. Which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims's response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay, well, I don't know how I missed this last time, but let's look up the high school. Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned in a lot of articles about the Billy Sims incident. Okay, Billy Sims. would like to see this recording. Me too. I mean, I'm just gonna go through, I know he's not on business watch, but I feel like I now need to go through every single thing. The Butler County Times did not report on Billy Sims, but the information seems redundant and did report. Information is redundant with the basic information you could find about the incident on the internet. I mean, he's not gonna be in Chef's signature. I'm like going to scour everything because how am I missing such obvious clues? News Time did a small piece on the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Okay, we did not read this. I need to go back and did I not look at Billy at all? Not only did they manage to interview Sims's wife, Carla, I don't think that's important, but he's married to Carla. He's not a Roottrie, so this wouldn't matter. As well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife, the basket baby's wife, Colleen Webb. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when she worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. Okay, newsstand, in case we need to know her occupation. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter. They have 2 daughters. And she felt then she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so no one would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so they just used Webb. It would matter if Carla's a Roottree, wouldn't it? Oh. I don't think Carla is on here, but we can see. Katie Bug, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You did it. I'm starting Yakuza 0. I was too tempted. Love. Oh my gosh. I'm loving converting everyone to Yakuza. Does adoption count for the trust? I don't know. Did they say anything about adoption? Okay, hold on. Let me look at where... Because the thing is, Billy Sims has nothing to do with this, so Carla would have nothing to do with this. Right? Because we're dealing with Mark. And Mark's wife, ex-wife, is Colleen Webb. It should be only blood relatives. Okay. So not by adoption. Cool. Colleen Webb, and then they had 2 kids, which I still don't know the kids. I mean, we got somewhere though. Proud of us for that. Okay. Billy Sims. Billy Sims is also in Piketty. Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look at the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Billy! It's only right it's only right to have you as a gaming buddy as I start. Yay! I hope you enjoy. It's my favorite one. It's good. It's good stuff. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Toasterito Jacobson. Toasterito. Love a good Molotov cocktail party. Who's Toasterito Jacobson? Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Mary Webb and somebody else Webb are the 2 daughters. Okay. Now I gotta make sure I read everything. The Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident mostly because the assaulter Crocodile Clementine had appeared in the paper before, because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner. Oh, Crocwatch. We did look this up, but we only looked at it in the Portland. Okay. We just didn't dig deeper. Okay, he's not gonna be anywhere else, I don't think, but that helps me out a little bit. Hickory, let me go back here. Just double check I read this all. Mary. Would Mary be the oldest? Or I guess how long in between the divorce and the graduation? Because it could still be the youngest child. I don't know. J-Cat, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I finished this game not too long ago. We did the first part a while ago, and now we're doing Roottreemania, and my head is sorely trying to remember old facts, but I think we're getting the hang of it. Crocwatch. I love Crocwatch. Web. Okay, web. Somebody web. Now I need to maybe look at Mary Web. I don't know where to go from there. Hold on. Mary Web. What is OMG Ghost.png? No, JPEG I meant. Sorry. Sorry, there is some, like, dust up in this place. Alright, as if I don't... Sorry. As if somebody else is supposed to clean it. It's my fault that my desk is dusty. A Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent that it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms there that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. That sounds fun. No, Mary had a little lamb. Oh. Didn't a spider scare Mary and her lamb? Mary Webb. The spider in Mary's web. Totally. Mary. What am I doing? Booking flights. Booking flights. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses this as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Let's see what Mary looks like. Oh, a cutie patootie. My gosh. All right, this is Mary. Mary Webb. Mary Webb, from her website, Web on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency, has apparently found a niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. This is a photo of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed in the top left. Okay. Corporate Composition Photography. Let's see. Corporate Composition Photography is a photography studio that was listed on a few different websites in sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos of businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of the IRC photography channel. Maybe I just need to look that up. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. Telephoto. Mary looks like Dracula's wife in Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf. You know what? I could see it. Telephoto. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. All right, let's look at Telephoto. Telephoto is a photography magazine. Okay. So, I'm gonna look up Val in photography. Let's see. Telephoto. Val. Can I look up corporate composition photography? LBP. What am I looking up then? What's in Telephoto? Company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. One of them, when Val, the former head photographer of Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A. How do we know more about Val and who Val is? Ask about Iraq, baby? Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. When searching for LBP, you get a wide variety of results. LBP seems to stand, like it can stand for Lebanese pound, lower back pain, know all about that, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula. Some businesses also have the acronym LBP. Your results include Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography. Oh, maybe that's it. That's photography. Lincoln Baby Photography? Laura's Bras and Panties, Logline Books and Publishing. Baby photography. Lincoln Baby Photography seems like a solid lead as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. Okay, Val has a child. A child. Those babies are great photographers. Just a whole photography studio. All the babies take the pictures. Val with Cam Lincoln? So I guess we've got Val Lincoln and Cam Lincoln? Maybe. At the bottom, the website says copyright 1998, 1999. The picture's been added to your evidence. Let's see. That's a baby. Okay, that's Cam Lincoln. Whose baby is that? You found this image on the Lincoln Baby Photography website. It's labeled as Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Wow. That's one cute baby. Okay. Okay, Cam Lincoln. Lincoln Baby Photography. Where else? Maybe I can look Cam Lincoln up here? Lincoln? Val Lincoln. His name is Lincoln. I was like, maybe he's talking about somebody else. Like, oh, you're just like your father, and I'm not your father. Do I look like your dad? But no, he is the dad. Okay. Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto, the cover which featured one of his photos, as well as a portion of the article has been added to your evidence. Where are you? Okay. Val Lincoln's War on War. Telephoto is a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine. Of the Clementine family? Are they related? Who? Lisa Clementine. Who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Lisa Clementine became Lisa Lincoln, which is such a cute name. Lisa Lincoln. So Val and Lisa Lincoln and their baby Cam Lincoln. Do you think that somehow Guy Hudson got to this Lisa Lincoln before the birth of Cam Lincoln? Do you think this is a Guy's doing? These are the Clementines. Is it just a coincidence that they have the same name? That's interesting. Because we got webs coming off of the Clementines. And this was what, 99? I guess, when was this specific paper? Because 92. Okay, now I don't know. Guy would have been dead at the time, right? I think so. So then do they even fit on here at all? Because this is 82. When did Guy die? Okay, then what does this have to do with anything? Maybe they're down here or something. Maybe they are a Roottrie, but it's not Guy's fault. Oh, because we have Clementines over here. Interesting. I don't know. I didn't notice this before. This is John Doe. And that's like locked in. Who's John Doe? Unknown baby daddy. It's probably Guy. I mean, I'm assuming Val's the daddy, but do we know? Do we know for sure? Couldn't Lisa be Crocodile's daughter? That's what I was thinking, but Colleen said that they changed their names to Webb, but does the game want them to be Clementines and not Webbs? Even though Mary Webb is Mary Webb? Because Colleen's like, even though... Oh gosh, I can't remember what it said, but she's like, we kept the children's name as Webb. Oh, Mary, I don't know. Advertising. Would you count this as advertising? Maybe it is advertising. Housewife, lawyer, mechanic, media mogul. Oh, maybe media, like social media star. Maybe that's right. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'm a little bit confused about the Clementines then, because she's still Mary Webb, like, but unless she's Mary Clementine. Would she be? Yeah, that's confusing, because they kept the last name Webb. Okay. Is that what was said? I thought it said the names weren't changed even though the Webb name was used. Oh, is that what it said? Hold on. I think it was in Piketty when we looked up what is your name? Billy Sims. Oh, where was that? Shoot. I just made an assumption. And maybe I read it wrong. Which I truly could have. Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when they worked on the airline. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used Webb. Okay, so they used Webb so we could search Webb, but their actual names are Clementine. Thank you. I definitely read that too fast and did not understand. Thank you. So then this would also be a Clementine. This is now going to be... Well, actually, I think this is Mary. This is Mary, the youngest. Mary Clementine. Media mogul. And then this would be Lisa, who married... What do we put you as? Hold on. Oh, you're travel agent. I thought you were a blogger. That makes more sense, I think. She's a travel agent, right? Does she just have a travel blog? I'll have to go read her thing again. Military for Lisa. And Lisa, who was married to Val Lincoln. This is where they go. Lincoln. And they had a child. Oh, thank goodness Guy had nothing to do with this. Cam Lincoln. Baby? Does Cam Lincoln... I mean, I guess, because what is this, 92 that this is taken? This one's from 98, so that's still a baby, right? Because we're currently in 99. Does this make sense? Hopefully. I'm hoping that makes sense. Okay, so now that that's filled out, where do I go from there? I found out what I can about them. The Clementines. Okay. Mrs. Lincoln. Oh. Now where to? So I was looking up. Let me look up. Because we looked up Val Lincoln, we got all that other stuff. Cam Lincoln had nothing. Not that I feel like any of this now makes sense to keep looking, because now I feel like I'm right on those. Lisa Lincoln is, according to a military website, you find an amputee who lost a limb in Desert Storm. She runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. She teaches classes to contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained, and she joined ROTC in high school, and there she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. Hey, well, I think I'm done with them. So who do we follow now? We can look into this. Because I wrote down Beth and Elias. And this has got to be a Beth of some sort. A Beth. Elizabeth. It's not Mary Beth, because Mary Beth is the Clementine. So she's a professor now, not military. Oh, yeah. Actually, you're right. She wouldn't be military anymore. She's, professor, teacher, maybe? Screenwriter, professor. There we go. Professor. Good catch. Yeah, latest. Oh yeah, and I wanted to look up Mary Webb again. Is she a travel agent or is she a social media influencer? Because I don't think I understood. Has a website, Web on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary as an advertisement for a travel agency. Okay, so she is a travel agent. Okay. I feel alright about them. But I think do I need 8 of these to lock in? No, it says every time you get 4. Is this 8 total that we have left? We need 4. I've got 1, 2, 3, I feel. So we need 1 more person and maybe it'll all lock in. Alright. Beth and Elias, I have to follow that as well. And then what else do I have? Sorry, I recopied some of my notes over here so I could actually read whatever nonsense chicken scratch I wrote yesterday. Okay, so I did all of this. I wanted to follow up on something and I cannot remember what. Susan Ford, who's like somewhere. Oh, also Christine. I forgot about you, Christine. That's what I wanted to do, because I think that's kind of where we were last time, and I totally forgot. Grandorf School for the Deaf. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottrie offices used to be in Butler County, and it serves much of the part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. Okay, Grandorf Dove. Until 1990, okay. Because Grandorf was the last name of the founder. And then we found out about Ford. The staff is listed on the website. You can scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. And then we found out more about the Hudson Wing because who's at the bottom of all of this? Guy Hudson. Hudson Wing was the expansion named after Guy Hudson because he donated so much money. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee. I wonder who. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then, it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. And then we knew all of this stuff about Susan because we looked through here and we found. Where is it? Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. And then Susan Ford moved to the office staff as well. But what we said last time was we think maybe Susan Ford got married. Where did we... I swear we read that she... Maybe it is in here. Future husband who was dead. So if we can find out who Susan's husband was, we can maybe find out what her last name would be and we can look her up. But we can also look for... I don't think it'll be in there. Maybe we can try all of them because I feel like it's so easy to miss stuff. Grandorf. Oh, Grandorf Dove. Let's call it that because that was what it was before 1990. Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles about other local schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost... My reading today is atrocious. You almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. I wonder why. I wonder why that would happen. Because it's kind of sounding like the consequences of your own actions. Is it not? A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes. Thomas, who are you? Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes's current pregnancy. As in he married Susan? And Susan boinked Guy? And there's a triangle here? Maybe Susan Ford became Susan Hughes, married to Thomas Hughes, but Thomas Hughes was like, that's not my baby. Because it was Guy's baby. He was released on bail and the school had agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Are they in anything else? I doubt they would be, but let me just double check because there's way more periodicals in this than there was in like the main game, and I feel like I now have to really keep up. Okay. Thomas Hughes. Nothing relevant. Thomas Hughes. Come up with the same article. Is there a spot on here? Where would you be? She's gonna be one of these two. Because she's married with a baby. And there was somebody in between. 1980. And then she left when he left. 1982. Oh, because Hudson died in 82. Alright. So maybe she was the last affair. Okay, how do I find out more about the Hughes? Thomas Hughes. Maybe Susan Hughes? Nothing. Susan, are you anywhere extra that I should know about? I want to be extra careful that I'm not missing stuff, because apparently I'm just very bad at skipping right over information. Okay, Susan Hughes. I'm gonna go ahead and assume she's the last one. He dies in 82. How many kids did she have? I don't want to assume. But there has to be more on her. Unless I have to look up Hudson Wing. Is there anything else in here? Snow cancellations. Crime article in 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles. Multiple broken windows. This is what I want to see. Where is this crime article? Is this just the crime article? A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides details. There was one arrest. It has to be the latest one because this was in 82. He was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Does that imply they already had a child in the current pregnancy he was worried about? Okay, I'm gonna just pop him in here. Hughes. Susan. And then Hughes. Thomas. Thomas Hughes. And she was professor, I guess. Teacher. I wish I had I don't know, does the school have yearbooks or something? Something to go off of to find a photo of what they look like. Or maybe this is them. Yeah, I don't know when they had the affair. She's either here or here. This is somebody else. Which is crazy, because why are there so many? Okay, I think I've maybe hit a snag there. Okay. Where to from here? I wish there was a way to look up Susan Hughes, but she's not. Because I need to know their child or children. Alright, I'll move on. Where's a good place to go? Christine, I mean. I wish there was something I could do with Christine. Let's see. This thing still says 8, which is throwing me off because what in the world? Did I miss something so vitally important? Because how could this lead me to 8 different things? Alright, let me go back to Sicily. Let's do a deep dive into Cicely Sanchez. Author of Portrait of a Changed Man and Foreign Gospel. And then she was writing the book about Guy Hudson that Piketty pulled. because of the pictures. And if I go here and put in, not Susan. See, I'm thinking Susan Ford now. Cicely Sanchez, portrait of a man. I have that. Of a changed man, excuse me. Changed man, and then foreign gospel as well. Included our interviews, one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. Yeah, I don't think that led me anywhere. And then foreign gospel, I don't think led me anywhere either. Hail the man from the Catholic Church. Travel to Thailand to investigate these claims. Oh, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. And then Cicely was involved. Well, let's go to here because she was involved in that lawsuit, right? Cicely Sanchez. Let's just go through all of these. Just to be safe. I know you're not in Chef's Signature, but like, I'm going crazy with, I must have missed something somewhere along the lines. Newstime briefly covered the lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos. Piketty apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day. This caused an issue to sell faster, and now it's like a collector's item. I remember this. Especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analyst from Newstime states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than if the Roottrees just ignored the story. Okay. Let's see, Piketty. And this was how we got the Piketty thing. Cancelled book. Book subject was Guy Hudson. I doubt this is written about anywhere else. Now I want to look up Ruby Legal Enterprises. Or maybe I should do Ruby Spratt. Oh, wait, hold on. Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the Keepers of the Clanset Trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. Did we see this already? It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottree sometime in late March after the Roottree rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money as long as she could be the public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as the family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clanset Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clanset Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Rootree's implementation was not legally sound and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust both legally and as a public face to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix of a law firm and PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clanset Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying the claims of the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay, I feel like this didn't add anything. I feel like we knew most of that. Butler County. And let me also look up her name. Ruby Spratt. This is the same thing we read when we looked up Cicely. Okay, let me do just Ruby Spratt. Just back through the list. get there. Ruby Spratt was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was a Girl Scout who at the time of the article was earning her Gold Award. Hold on, this is new. I don't know this. Ruby, where are you? Let me write some stuff down. When it says there's an older version of an article, are those just the ones from the last game? Oh yeah, it's got like a button that you can just see what it was before the 8 months between the two. So yeah, that's all it means to go back to the original page before all the extra stuff happened. Where was I? Local team making change for foster. Gold Award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain called the Foster Fountain. Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on the targets. Okay, local teen making change for foster care system. Foster Fountain. Okay, I did not see that before. News time. That's the same article as before. Nothing here. The Herald. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class in the Mid-Eastern's legal college. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial. We did read this because she talked about money. Judging by the silence, they remain unconverted. Okay, yeah, we did read that. I don't see anything super interesting that I didn't already know. Okay. Butler County, business one. Yeah, this there's an older version of this page in the time travel archive. You can say show older. And this just is what it was before the Clans of Trust mentioned many times in Business Watch. And then this is like now, current day. Cool feature, I like it. Foster Fountain. Makes sense, I like it. It's like a Wayback Machine, you know? The Fountain of Youths. What in the world is this? The Fountain of Youths, also known as Foster Fountain, is a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change thrown into the fountain are donated to the foster care system. A website for Portland's Parks and Recreation mentions under a trivia section that the Fountain of Youths was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on as sponsors, it grew in scope even beyond Spratt's original hopes. The fountain is unique because it has special targets that visitors can aim their coins toward. If the coin lands on one of the targets, each of the sponsor businesses matches it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. Okay, is there anything more here? Maybe the Fountain of Youths, also known as Foster Fountain. Maybe I can look that up in like the business thing. See if there's any businesses. Foster Fountain? Nothing? Okay. Did this not help me at all? Okay. I wish I could see what business is. Maybe that's important. I don't know if that's important. Okay, the other things I have next to Ruby, Legal Enterprises, Mid-Eastern University, because we read all of that. And that's how we got the Herald and found all that stuff. Should I look up foster fountain in anything else? This just brings up the same article. I mean, have I looked up Guy Hudson in here? Do you think he's just like out and about in all these articles and I didn't know? Now I'm just thinking I'm missing things left and right because I'm not going through every single periodical. Portland, Ikiti, it's the fish again. News time. This brings up the Felix Fellows stuff. Alright, Guy. Thought there'd be more to ya. Not updated. Okay. Back to you, Ruby. Let me not get distracted again. She also tried the Fountain of Youths. I can try that. The Fountain of Youth. I tried it on Spider Search, but I didn't try it through here. I'm assuming it'd be the same thing. But let's double check. The Fountain of Youths. That doesn't come up at all. Ooh. It does come up in the Portland Telegraph, though. You find an article about the dedication ceremony for the local Portland landmark called the Fountain of Youths. Apparently, at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech that there were performances. Oh, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain to fruition. The article calls out that all of the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. Oh, Dirty Davy. What are you doing here? Okay, so Fountain of Youth brought it up in the Portland Telegraph. I don't see anything useful in it. Did we know he was in foster care? I don't believe we did. Because that's, this guy. Did we know he was in foster care? I can't remember. We solved him so long ago that I don't remember a damn thing about him. Oh yeah, we did know. Because his mom died when he was 16. Never went in the car. Yeah. We did know that. Sorry, Davy, you've not been on my mind for a hot minute there. Because that's what happened to Joanna. Joanna died when he was 16. Alright. So that makes sense. But does anything else make sense? Does that lead anywhere? That's just Ruby from legal. So Felix and Ruby knew each other before all of this. Suspicious. It's not like Ruby could go on here or anything, but that is something to keep in mind just to piece the story together. I don't think Ruby's part of the family, but she definitely knew Davy. Oh, Guy, what did you do? I can't figure out Christine, where I would find a picture of her. She was just secretary at the company. We went through the whole Susan Ford stuff. Susan Hughes, excuse me. Well, she's Susan Ford. I don't know why I changed her name to Hughes here. She's born Ford, married Thomas Hughes. Okay. Running down my list some more. I don't know where else to go from here. Let's just hope it doesn't end up with half-siblings and the family tree branches fusing. You know what? I wouldn't put it past the Roottrees. This tree is funky. And wild. Okay, maybe I need to go over here. Because we know this is Beth. but I don't know which Beth. It could be an Elizabeth, a Beth, a Mary Beth. Maybe there's a second Mary Beth. But I also don't remember where I saw the Beth thing. But I wrote down Beth and Elias, ? And I think that might have been in like, where's Miss Ma'am spilling the tea? Elias. No, not here. It's somewhere, and they said something about who's Beth or whatever. I wrote it down. I wrote it in quotations, and I can't find it now. Where was that? It's about Elias. Propaganda. Where was that? Wasn't little kids asking who Beth was? Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where that was. Which piece of evidence said it. Let me run through. It's like a quote. Where are you? I know this piece of evidence is here. It was not in Chef's signature. This is telephoto. It was definitely not there. Reminders. This is all the documents. 6 pieces. Elizabeth. Oh, Elizabeth? Oh, wait. I just saw it. Who's Beth? Who's Beth? Okay, so I don't forget where it is. Alright, let me run this back. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth because this family cannot hold it together. Gwyneth has was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage. Instead of it being a natural course of events, she mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam, who also says her son Ernie, okay, so Sam's son Ernie, it was the kids. Okay. Asked her, who's Beth? Who is Beth? The woman that they're arguing about. Because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Because there is an Elizabeth secretary. Because we found an Elizabeth somewhere. Oh, I found a Beth. I thought it was Beth Knox. It's not Beth Knox. If there's an Elizabeth, I don't see an Elizabeth as a secretary. That did say secretary, right? As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. But that would have been like way before these records. So I don't have the 1900s records. Okay, so it might be a lost thread there. Because I don't have the information. Beth, Elizabeth. The only Elizabeth I know is the one that works on the farm that had the daughter who went to the swingers party. Christine. So there was an Elizabeth who was secretary before. Hold And then this also had Elias's stuff. Relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that seemed deemed unfit for marriage. Okay, this is about her. Wait, I thought this talked about Elias. No, let's talk about her dad. Just kidding. My family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpa. Oh, there we go. Elias. And his family saying blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. But the grandparents, you know, cheat away. Okay, well, the grandparents were sleuths. Might have been. And Lauren is spilling that tea for us, and I appreciate that. Okay, Beth and Elias, something there. Then, I went through all the, oh, Toasterito, who are you? Sorry to jump. Gwyneth had a list. She did have a list. She did have a list. Oh my god. Wait. She had a lisp. Eliath, please remember fam. My god. Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue sometimes. Who's Beth? Who's Bess? I would not have caught that. That is so clever. Wait. My brain would have fried before I got there. Also, I just got a game with pals. I play Tabaxi divorced dad. I love. I hope you had fun. Bess Marvin mentioned. Bess is a Roottrie. Brain cell working overtime. Not mine. Who's oh, Bess Williams? Squilliam? I have Bess Williams written down. That's the only Bess I know. Bess. Wait, who was Bess Williams? Family Man. Not this Bess Williams. Not Bess Williams writing about the man she's having an affair with. Bethany, you can't just do that. Okay, Bess, this makes it so much creepier. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace the definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of the book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. Okay. This doesn't tell me anything about Bess, but first-hand knowledge of her book. Bess Williams. You're the only Bess the list, I would not have gotten that. That is crazy. All right, Bess is an author, right? Oh, Bess, where do we go with you? Let's start over with the Bess Williams search, because who in the world? Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived until... Do you think people who were born in the late 1800s are the same like us born in the 1990s? You're like, don't call it the late 1900s. Ugh. Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess had a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottree. It had been all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Roottreemania. Okay. Only true 1890s kids remember. That's how it sounded. Maybe it's because people are saying the late 1900s now and it like freaks me out. So now I feel bad for the people when it says the late 1800s. Like they probably felt bad too. A disassociated came to an author to be a hoe. I mean, you know, the twists and turns. The Bocadoro Library, which I also have written down, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction. I think I read this hello. I think I read this the wrong way the same time last time too. They named the nonfiction, not the notification section, after her. Sorry, I don't know what is going on with my speech today. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963. So Bess Williams, let's go Bocadoro Library, because I did look all of this up before. Girlie wrote a book praising Elias and thought we wouldn't find out about her past. My gosh. At the time, women had limited chances for employment. Let our girl Bess cash in. You know what? Let her live. So Girlie had an affair, got ghosted, and wrote a hate book about her sloppy situationship. Honestly, iconic. The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Do I have that? Miami Print Library. Did I just write that wrong? Ooh, museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and lists of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have one room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain, as well as a statue for an unknown author. Oh yeah, I remember now. The picture had been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Did I look at Cuba by Cubans? Sorry, not highlight, but search. Search it. Did I not look at this? Cuba by Cubans is a book of paintings of Cuba released in 1963. It's credited to Marcia Barbin. Marcia Barbin. At first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. At first glance, but maybe later it will be. Marcia Barbin. Cuba by Cubans is a book of paintings of Cuba. At second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. How dare you? First of all, how dare you? Don't call me out like that. At first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search. It still doesn't seem related to your search. You know what? You can't fry my brain and then mock me. You can have one or the other. Crondo, how are you doing? Happy Friday to you. Welcome, welcome. Who made this game? I'm gonna throw hands. Oh, same. How dare you? Where was I? Marcia Barbin, dead end. Well, also wanted. Oh, I didn't know it like flips between apps. I was just trying to go backwards here. Miami Print Museum, and then the Miami Sunday, which we did look up before because that became the Miami something. The Miami Mercury Sunday. The Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year. Find a... I did not read this before. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of a merging of two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was not only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied to the longest title for an American newspaper at the time with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Oh, the Miami Sunday and the Miami Mercury merged to the Miami Mercury Sunday. Well, if I remember correctly, last time I saw that, I said, oh, that's nothing, and I moved on. Ooh, I'm gonna throw hands when I edit this VOD later. Alright, the Miami Mercury. What about a third glance? I would love a third glance to see if it counts for anything. If I did this in real life, I would sidetrack on the Fry restaurant looking at vegetable recipes for days. Oh, same. I would not be solving a mystery. Game was testing you. Well, game. I don't appreciate it. Nothing is nothing except Marcia, apparently. Well, Marcia, I don't understand why you had to lead me astray. Hamburger Hand, welcome to the stream. The Miami Mercury is now a now defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. And I was like, well, it went out of business. It's not that important, is it? It seems at some point during this process, it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. Okay. Miami Mercury. What can I look up in here? There's so much. Can I look up Marcia? Barbin? Nothing relevant? Are you telling me Marcia doesn't matter? Okay, what about Boca Doral Library? The Miami Mercury had an article about the Bess Williams section in the Boca Doral Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue, fountain, and a second room that would double its shelf count. Wildcat Construction. Wildcat Construction is listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. It seems to have ceased operations in the 1960s. Well, that's not helpful. New statue found. Is it this statue? Where are you? You. All right, this statue. This is the statue in front of the Miami Print Museum, formerly the Boca Doral Library, north of Miami. It sits in the courtyard and, according to their site, is said to be of an unknown author. But what does it all mean? Is that Bess Williams? Wildcat Construction must have been ran by Bess's son, and he made a statue of his mom. Maybe. So that would then mean this is Bess. Well, we've locked them in. Way to go, Bess, Lisa, Cam, and Mary. Let's go. Bess. The plot twist of the century. Beth is actually Bess. And Bess is really a statue. Elias knew that author very well. Okay, so then the orphan child is down here. I need to look into Wildcat Construction, if Wildcat Construction is run by the son. Is that what that means? That means we have a lead on the sun now, too. Okay. Infidelity. Elias Best, you're all locked in. These are all locked in. Crocodile is locked in with all his kids and grandkids. Guy, I haven't touched you in a minute. Which is, I guess, very strange for you to not be touched for that long. Because look at this. Oh, we got Thomas Hughes locked in too. Okay, so that is where Susan goes. Great. Confirmation. On the right track. So literally everything we had is locked in. Cat on your back, cat on my back. Teamwork makes the dream work. Let's go look into more wildcat construction. Also, we know where Susan is on the tree. Susan! I need to find out where I can find Susan. I don't know what Susan looks like. Susan's not famous enough to have anything written about her. Alright, wildcat construction. Bess was a wildcat. Oh no. Alright. Mentions Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention about a bidding award for the planned expansion of the library. The bidding war won by Wildcat Construction. Alright, let me put in Wildcat Construction here and not on Spider Search. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the Bocadora Library. It was also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams. Okay. Okay, Frank. Frank Wildcat Williams. You can go right up there with Mark Crocodile Clementine. These names are insane. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941 as a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. He and his wife, Ophelia, are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focusing on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, though, through an outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Yeah. All the animal nicknames are great. There's I forgot about Wild Bill. Wild Bill and Wildcat Williams. My gosh. For now, he seems like a pretty awesome guy, unlike the other two. Yeah, he's cool. He's a cool guy. Wild Bill and Wild Bill and Crocwatch boy. Not my favorites. But Frank, he seems alright. So we got Frank Williams. Will.I.ams. He, what would we call you? Construction? Married to Ophelia somebody. We don't know who Ophelia is yet. We're root-treeing for them. Hell yeah. Alright, Frank, do I know what you... Can I find how you look? What do you look like? Bet you're handsome. Let's see. Frank and Ophelia Williams. But Ophelia... What would your original name be? Ophelia Williams? What about Frank Williams? Frank Williams is far too common of a name to find anything useful. Wildcat Williams. Excuse me. Need to throw the Wildcat in there. Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history sites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996, aged 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of the local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. Maybe that's for the best. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh, she's also a Williams. That makes it so easy. Oh, good. Okay, Ophelia Williams married Frank Williams. Cute. They're adorbs. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites, and as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Oh, they sound like the nicest, most unproblematic family so far. Look at him. Cute. Alright, this image was found in an obituary for Frank Wildcat Williams. He was juggling hammers on a construction site. Oh, Frank. Unproblematic king. There's the statue in the background. Yeah, that's Bess. Mama Bess. In front of his dead mom statue. Aww. I mean, the garlands were pretty good too. Oh wait, who were the garlands? I feel like I remember, but that was so long ago. The garlands? What were the garlands? Oh, the garlands! The chef's sons! Yeah. They were lovely. Minus Christine. Because what is Christine doing? Christine, you're just getting involved with Guy. I think it's just bad by association. But see, Frank knew nothing. He started his own life, his own family. But yes, the Garland boys, love them. Their veggie restaurant is making me crave some samosa cone. Okay. You have kids. One by marriage and one by adoption. Is that what that means? Your 2 children? Barb and Sharon Williams. Barb and Sharon Williams, I feel like has to be these 2. One of them's married to, or divorced from John Doe. After the last game, I'm scouring the background of every photo. Same. I'm like, I spotted that statue. I'm like, please don't have anybody in the background that I don't notice immediately. Both of the kids are Williams. They are both Williams. Oh, we can put that in. Yeah. Last names are Williams. We have Barb and Sharon? Shannon? Williams. Okay. And then whichever Williams' daughter had a husband and, 2 husbands, 2 spice, and some children. That's who goes there. Okay, I want to go further there, and then Guy. We're making progress. I'm actually super proud of us. This is great. Alright, so how do I get further into Barb and Sharon Williams? I guess Ophelia Williams doesn't come up with anything. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything on Frank. Barb Williams. That's not how you spell Williams. Williams. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer has been added to your evidence. A motivational speaker. All right, Barb. Okay. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Barb Williams advertises her career as a motivational speaker online. This flyer includes 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones from WQTV-12, Vic Elmsworth from the Kikkewa Falls Gazette, and Isabel Crosby, the superintendent of Benton County. Okay, I don't know if any of those names matter, because I feel like there's way more dead-end names in Roottreemania than there was in the main game. Okay. Barb. Well, I'm gonna put Barb... I don't know, does Barb have kids? Do I know anything about Barb? Maybe I should look Barb up in some periodicals. Let's do that. I wonder if they are also adopted. Because one of the kids looks like they're adopted, and I don't know who. Well, you're not gonna be in Miami, but let's just... Not in Butler County, you're not gonna be in Chef, you're not gonna be in the Herderold. Hederold. News Time, Picatee, do you come up? Portland, because I mean, they're in Florida, so they're not gonna come up on any of these. Did I already look at Miami? Did I jump over that one? Okay, she's not in anything crazy. Alright. That's all I know about Barb. Coconut Grove, Florida. Her company. Her company's address? Do we know anything about her company? Maybe I can look this up. And maybe that will be an article? There is no Kikkewa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. The closest thing to Kikkewa appears to be in New Zealand. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kikkewa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. This is presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. What makes Kikkewa Falls Gazette a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms" that using very dry language details the ideas that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Unfortunately, each current issue of the newspaper is presented on a homepage. There are no archives of older issues. Nothing. Okay. So it's like The Onion, yeah. Okay. That, I feel, didn't tell me very much. Maybe I can go off of Chris. Just brings up more of that. Can I look up the TV station? Greta Jones is, according to the flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV-12. Unfortunately, WQTV-12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to go do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. Do I need to look at... Oh. Coconut Grove, Florida? Okay. Well, I thought maybe that'd be helpful. Mermaids deserve better wages. Maybe Effingham County? Is the name of 2 different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. You'll probably need to append a state name to find your search, or to your search to find better results. Like if I put in Georgia, it'll go to Georgia. There's a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia, and then Illinois. Springfield is the capital of Illinois, but after pursuing some of the results, you find that it is not located in Effingham County. Okay, so Georgia. What does this have to do with anything? What does that mean? loved the show about mermaid lobster catchers, The Gill Girls. I'd watch The Gill Girls. My brain just short-circuited, sorry. I didn't process a single thing in the last 2 minutes. Benton County? And Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Barb Williams' website, is the superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states in the US. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. Searching for Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. So what I'm getting is like none of these are in Florida, right? This is... So, is that the clue? I would hope the protagonists of the Gill Girls would go through a better character art, especially in college. Oh, for the Gill Girls related to Gilmore Girls, yeah. I'd love to know more about the Gill Girls. Oh my god! Sorry, I'm like processing Gill Girls and also whatever nonsense I have displayed in front of me. Barb, I'm not quite sure about you. And then who was the other child? Sharon Williams? Does she just pop up as well? No. I was like, I swear if one of these kids just isn't easy to find. Barb Williams is our lead here. Let's see. Barb Williams didn't come up in anything, right? I didn't find her anywhere. Okay, what about Sharon? She is Sharon Williams, right? Not Shannon. Sharon Williams. Let's just try it out. Maybe she's a movie star. I don't know. What do you do? Did I do that one? Piketty, News Time. It's weird that Barb was like praised on that flyer and then not anywhere else. Like there's no article anywhere about her. It seems crazy. All right, let me go back to Barb. Barb is my lead. I guess Barb is the adopted daughter, but that is kind of a wild guess, just assuming it's a good backstory for overcoming adversity. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with putting it in and just like trying it out. Let's see. Let's put Barb here. Just because vibes alone. Barbara. Maybe I need to be typing in Barbara. Also, yeah, we don't know who that other person is. I feel like that's a secretary though. That's a guy problem. That's not a Williams family issue. Barbara. The problem with John Doe is I don't think I can just look up John Doe. Like that just seems crazy. John Doe. Alright, Barb Williams. I feel like I'm not reading in between the lines here. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed in Coconut Grove, Florida. And I looked up Coconut Grove and nothing comes up. A flyer has been added to your evidence. And this is what it is. Okay. Different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, and Isabel Crosby. Hold down. I swear that after daylight savings, my pets don't understand what time of day it is. I'm like, it's still early. It's not time to eat yet. Barb! Okay, let me go back through this, because this is like the Springfield in Georgia. So Greta Jones is from Georgia. What does this mean? No, I don't know where this one is. Can we read the text of the flyer? It's the same thing we just read. The text on the flyer: overcoming adversity. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, then energize you. A lesson that anyone can take something away from. An intimate evening with a truly wonderful message. Book Barb for corporate events, church events, corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. Almost like pets do not live by our silly made-up human clocks. That's so true. I wish I was as free as my pets are. They don't... Time is a construct. It's not real. Pets don't follow daylight savings. The sun didn't adjust to match the clocks. It's true, but it's also like... It's 5 o'clock. I feel like with every daylight savings time, I become a little less of an adult with my shit together. The time changes messes me up so bad that even if it's just an hour, it's just an hour, and I feel like I've like my life was sucked out of me. I can't. That was like weeks ago that we changed times, and I'm still not used to it. I don't like the sun is up so long. Okay, and then we don't know where this guy's from. So we have one in Georgia. Benton County, we couldn't figure out where in the world that was, right? No, Benton County in Florida. In 9 US. Is there a Benton County, Georgia? Sorry, I don't know how I... County, Georgia. No. We looked up Benton County. That's the thing, is like all of them don't have a location. Besides the one that I just sort of guessed that was in Georgia. Daylight savings can choke on a poo brick. I don't like it. Okay, I don't know, Barb. You're really throwing me off. Barb. Fine. Is there anybody else I can look up? Because Barb's leading me down a dead end. Let's try not to get censored. A poo brick. I like a poo brick. I like a creative insult, you know? Anybody can just say all the curse words, but it takes true art and inspiration to come up with poo brick. Barbara Williams, please. What about her sister? We looked her up. She doesn't come up. Sharon non-existent on the internet. Do you ever check the conspiracy theory guy again? The one with the spirit cola? Who? Spirit cola. Did I read spirit cola? Am I supposed to look up Spirit Cola? Spirit Cola is a carbonated drink only found in the southern US. It comes in various flavors, including lemon, lime, and cherry. None of this seems to have anything to do with the Roottrees. Don't know. Did I forget something? Spirit Cola feels like a knockoff of RC Cola. You thought the Roottrees all died due to conspiracy or something? Okay. Huh? Sorry. I'm trying to piece it together because we're talking about the original game. I don't know why in my head I thought we're talking about Chris Rafferty. Was Chris Rafferty not the one? And we found his email or something? And he was like spitting lies? Conspiracy. Theory. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. Thomas Overwood. Why does that name not ring a bell to me? Like it looks familiar, but I can't connect the dots. Let's look at the older one and maybe it'll ring a bell. There's a long rambling conspiracy website with very small... Oh, yes, I remember! The Mayan ruby skull guy. Oh, I remember. And remember we talked about time cubes? Oh, good times, good times. And that's how I've got the Chris Raff 75. That's why in my head it was Chris Rafferty. Meanwhile, it's actually whoever this Thomas Overwood dude is. Okay. Good catch. The guy who thought something about a skull. I was never gonna look him up. Sorry to this man. Okay. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Rootree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Rootree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in the family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. Hell no. Guy better be dead, otherwise I will make him dead. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, Gwyn Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Ooh. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. Okay, Overwood, you had me and then you lost me. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Galaxy Pizzas, hello. Bonus Strim. Welcome, welcome. In your defense, you're 6,000 names into this. That is true. You know what? Thomas, I'm sorry I forgot about you. Thomas Overwood. I'm gonna write you down so I don't forget. Okay. If Guy's not dead, there's going to be dozens of more Roottrees. Guy will stop at nothing. Overwood. Guy's not dead. Ew. The guy's not dead theory. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers. So they killed off Guy husband. No! He would never be a husband. Guy Hudson, and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Piketty. Oh my gosh, we actually have... We got the banned copy. Okay. If Thomas Overwood banged a Roottrie and this is him crashing out over a breakup, if it is, it would make sense. It would fall in line with everything else we've learned. Let's go, Devil Robot Fish. Let's read about it. I've been dying to know what got, I know what got it banned, but what is in here? This is an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties, so we've heard. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he was a cheater. Second, he was just a bad guy. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life he needed. Life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. So Guy wanted his own Bess Williams. Oh, ew! Oh, that parallel is gross. The Elias Bess and then Guy Cicely? No. The Roottreemen men need to calm down. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy. Ooh, what is that? With Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember Fancy Flavors? We know Fancy Flavors. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavor, so that's what Guy tried to do. Do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Okay. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and a narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, but we all got pretty drunk. He sent his missus, Susie something. Susie something? Who the hell is Susie? Into the... Do we know that? Into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, she died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? Guy, are you serious? Guy needs to be stopped. Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I need to look that up. But I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin? Okay, who the hell is Robin? Damn it, guy! Robin? Daughter of his business partner in Australia. Australia business partner daughter. Okay. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Guy! I'm gonna need you to stop! Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you know my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage, but marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. Oh. Guy, I'm gonna bury you. He's a problem. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so that you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Alright, way to go, Patricia. Get your bag, girl. Okay, well, at least Guy wasn't, like, cheating on Patricia and breaking her heart. Patricia, get it. Alright, well, we got our people. That's Guy. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottree company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. We gotta check the people in the background too. Remember? Who is that? She's got like a flower tattoo thing. And this is Guy. And then Cicely? Is that Cicely? Better than cheating, still sleazy to sleep with the secretary and then the child of a partner. Very gross. Does not excuse him. Does this mean that Guy didn't technically cheat on Patricia? I mean, guess technically, if they had an agreement. But the women he was sleeping with were definitely married. So... Guy was wilding, but he was not a cheater. I don't know. He was still part of an affair. He was sleeping with married women. I don't know. Guy, still problematic. Look at him. Okay. Oh, we got Elias back there too. This is Zach? Right? I think. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty, the issue of Piketty magazine that came, just pulled from online, same caption. Okay. That is Zach. Okay. Well, that was short-lived. I found so many things, but I don't know who these people are. Because Cicely's not going to be on the tree, right? I'm not sure. Okay, Guy, we gotta get back over here to you. I found some more photos of you. There we go. Elias walked so Guy could run. Guy was sprinting! Elias just stuck with Bess that one time. Oh no. Guy. Okay. I have... What is that? Guy was a bullet train of sleeping around. Truly, what was wrong with him? Okay, maybe I need to look up... Let me go back to what I was reading. I highlighted some stuff for myself. Robin. Robin, I don't know Robin's last name. Who was his business partner? Oh, the Roottrees Legacy. And then Roottrees Brazil. That's what I was looking at. The Roottrees Legacy. Oh, Family Man, the Roottrees Legacy. Okay, I thought Family Man was just called Family Man. Gotcha, gotcha. By Bess Williams. Okay. Then Roottrees Brazil. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil with a Z, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. The Who initiative? Near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which the caviar-flavored 5 pieces released at the end of 1978 were a hit. The primary reason with the fact that the factory still exists in this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in a standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. They have a factory that just makes the caviar flavored 5 pieces. Crazy. A small town named Alvalagos near the municipality of São Bernardino do Campo became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares? Edson, who are you? Edson Soares heard they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo. Okay. Incendio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporatio? I'm so sorry. Butchering all of it. De Doces Brazil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Incendio is fire, so... okay, so we kind of know what that means. Incendio do Bordo translates to maple fire. Oh! In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. Which one of you did it? I know we love arson here. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as a backlash to perceived corruption to the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. I had to get to Guy. I was so close. That arson didn't get him. Okay. Alright, let's look up... Well, I wanted to look up Edson, and then I'll go to this Rootrees Everywhere just before I forget, let me keep my brain on track. Roottrie Brazil factory, sounding like the Thornton family factory. Kind of. Okay. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during the time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Is it Soares? Edson is a former mayor of Alphalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alphalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. In what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telered. Okay, hold on. So Sonia Soares. And where is it? Telered. Come back to that one. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting their beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 and was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Okay, let me look this up now. Sorry. No. Telered is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Alright. It's more fluent in Spanish than Portuguese, but I would guess it's closer to Suarez. Okay. Because I wasn't sure about the OA. Suarez. Edson Soares, Sonia Soares? It's alright. My dog needs all the attention right now. Not when I'm on a roll. You gotta do this when I'm stuck. Sonia Soares. Okay. There does not seem to be anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares listed anywhere online you can find. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio, who had a mother named Sonia. Flavio. You want to get up here? Do you want to come sit with us so that you can stop clawing at me? You can jump. There you go. Look at that. And you can come help us solve. Alright, so all you need to know to catch you up. Alright. Bugs. We don't like Guy Hudson, and we're looking into the Suarez family right now. So if you can help out, that'd be lovely. Okay, Flavio. Tell me more. Oh, we're printing. If Flavio is a goddamn fruit tree, I swear. Pet of inspiration comes when needed. Okay. You want to sit still? Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction, oh no, scandalous, that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Ashley. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign, Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and his mother's name, Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Flavio, what do you look like? Bug shall sniff out the truth. She will. Oh, Flavio. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil. Okay, Flavio. Flavio Soares is a Brazilian news anchor. This is a signed photo of him sent to a fan you found online. Okay. It's a lot of info for someone that isn't going to end up on the tree. But I'm invested. There's a lot of people that I'm like, you're not going to be on the tree. All right, Flavio. Ashley York, let's look you up. Oh, this came with so many threads. I'm so overwhelmed. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She has been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. In some magazines, you say. Hold on. Ashley York. I mean, she's not gonna be in these. She's gonna be in News Time, Piketty, Silver Street. Oh, she's a model. Starlet, Teen Blast. Teen Blast. Wait, he's a Libra, so September, October? When Guy was in Brazil? Oh my gosh, that's smarter than me. Do we think he's actually... Is Flavio important? He's a Libra! Oh gosh, okay. What? Guy, I swear. Because Guy was in... No, it was Australia I'm thinking of, but he was in Brazil, and then he slept with his partner's daughter in Australia. He's a Libra, but he is a Rootree. But is he a Rootree? You know what, with Guy running around all willy-nilly, anyone could be a Rootree. I could be a Rootree. Okay, Ashley York, a British model, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing her first shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another, more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. In it, a Teen Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for Carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Sao Paulo? What is that? What do you think, puppy? I'm gonna need my arm back so I can write. You don't have to sit here, you know, you look very uncomfy. Sao Paulo? Okay. Guy making them saplings. The original Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Worldwide. Alright, Guy. Do you want to get down? I'm sorry. I just assumed you wanted to be up here. And then I also wanted to look up Flavio in here. Alright, he comes up in Teen Blast. Is he in anything else? Because he's a newsboy. And he's got fan fiction out there. He's got to be somewhere. News Time? Music? Not Miami. Alright, well. Flavio. Alright, perfect. Let's go to... Oh man, there's so many threads. Not saplings. Saplings is a great way to describe it. Paulo? Sao Paulo is a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Ooh, Sonia. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shortened her name to Nia. Okay, make it more complicated for me, Nia. To stand out to the public's eye. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested it in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She confirmed to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. My brain cannot make connections right now, so I shall make puns. I prefer the puns, you know? I need the jokes to keep me going. Alright, the pet parents know when your pet just wants to sit on your lap for 2 seconds and then... Okay, Sonia. What can I tell you about Sonia? Sonia, I'm gonna look you up over here. Sonia Alves. Let's see if there's anything... I mean, you're not gonna be in that. You're gonna be in... In what? I assumed business watch, but I guess not. Nia Alves? Oh, yes, let's look up Nia Alves. Smart. Not Sonia. Sorry, Sonia. I didn't mean to do that. The disrespect. Nia Alves owns many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of Transmissão Paulo. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. The most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to a difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. Transmissão Paulo is Brazil is also discussed. Due to lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there's also been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories in Transmissão Paulo's channels. I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. Damn, Nia. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. Child brides were outlawed in Brazil until 1990. Oh, not outlawed. I'm like, what do you mean they were outlawed? Got you. They were not outlawed until 1990. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, and his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making the statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. Sorry, my brain is not connecting anything right now. This is a lot. Finally home from work. Weekend, here I come. Thank goodness, Jen. Enjoy your relaxation. Okay, Nia. But Nia, what do you have to do with any of the root trees? Am I just reading information to read information? Oh, lordy. Nia. When did Guy die? 1982. Guy died in 1982. She married in 1973. What does this mean? How did I get so confused so fast? Go back. We looked at Ashley. We looked at Flavio, the Libra boy. Okay. There was so much. I'm trying to backtrack because there was that one page that had everything, and then I went on a whole other path. Edson Suarez, that's how I got here. But Edson also had a page that That's what it was. Roottree everywhere. I'm like, I know there was something that I was like, hold that thought. I need to go look at Edson, and now here we are. Okay. Roottree everywhere. Roottree everywhere initiative was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrie candy had been distributed globally in certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottree everywhere involved Roottree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottree. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Okay, wait. Brain. So, Kai Hudson really just did not stop in the US. Okay, so they had Australia, where Guy slept with his, I'm assuming he slept. They could have been in a very committed relationship, who knows? So Guy was there with his business partner and did something with the daughter. Right? Is this what I'm supposed to be gathering from this? And then Brazil, we have Flavio, who's a Libra, which might mean that he was seed of Guy. I don't know. Question mark? I'll put question mark. And then we have China. Did he go to China or France? Okay, each of the countries had an entirely new company founded mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Okay, so Roottree Australia. Roottree Australia is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as a part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to a history website for Roottree Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottree factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottree Candy Company at the time. Is Charles Martin the business partner? And then we had Robin? Maybe Robin Martin? Question mark? Just throwing that out there. Roottree Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottree Oz now serves as an importer and distributor. Charles Martin and daughter. Okay, maybe that. We'll look into that, but let me go to... We looked at Brazil. Let's do China Roottree. Oh, this is getting international, Guy. China Roottree is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottree Candy Company decided to pounce. Long Hongbo. Okay. Who was said to personally win over the Roottree family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. Okay. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottree candy and label it not for China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. Lock your daughters up, because Guy's coming to town. Oh my gosh. And his brothers Long Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Long Jinyu. Hide your daughters! Hide your daughters! Like Shigua? Oh! Was it watermelon? Is that what that means? We looked it up last time. Oh no, oh my god. Okay. Okay, everyone calm down. You're the ones being overwhelmed, not me. Okay, wait. Daughters, and we have Long Hongyu. This is so exciting because there's so many things, but I'm also so overwhelmed. Yes, watermelon. Okay, it meant watermelon in Chinese when we looked it up. So that would explain why there were different flavors, because the caviar flavor was in Brazil. Oh, and then the Jigua flavor was in China. Then we had, what, strawberry and, I wrote it down, SSXBC. Caviar. We have butterscotch, strawberry, and whatever the other S word was. So maybe they were each for a different country. Like the OG 5 pieces, but Guy is... Ew. Interesting. With the G and Jigua... Sounds like... Oh, like she. Sorry, excuse me. Shinyu and then Shigua. Thank you for correcting me. I have no idea how to pronounce my native language of English, so why would I be able to pronounce anything else? I appreciate you guys. Okay, she, not G. She. Okay. Shinyu. Shinyu. Okay. Great. I need to look into them, but before I do, let's go to France. Quick little jaunt over to France. Roottrees France is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed, and then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Your native language is English? I thought you were American. It's okay, I just thought you might be curious. I'm always curious. I really am. If I ever mispronounce something, I need you guys to correct me. I do not want to go through life saying things wrong. Alright. He was working on opening a Baskin-Robbins competitor, 31 flavors of maple candy. Oh my gosh, Guy, what were you doing? All right, because France has so little going for it, not as a country, but like, just here. Sorry, France. Let me... Oh. No, why? I was trying not to have to type it. Robert. There we go. Tristan Robert is a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He is still alive. Way to go, Tristan. All right. A lot of these people are dead already. As a country, France is superior. Sorry, not sorry. JK, though. I just meant there was nothing on the page. Sorry, France. The first time I said hors d'oeuvres out loud was a humbling experience. Ugh. It's hard to read it, like, if you've never said it out loud. There's a lot of words that, like, I've read and never said out loud before. And so then when I stream and I have to see a word, I know what that is, but I couldn't tell you how to say it. I learned how to learned how the French pronounced oiseau, and I cried. There's so many vowels. All right, Tristan, you're alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottree from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. What tale of Guys isn't ugly? Okay, the translation, brace yourselves everyone, is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottree, was one of the worst men I have ever met. Amen. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. Bless. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. Hey, I just made a deal with your husband. Wanna head to the back room. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Guy collecting women like Pokemon. Out him. Drag him. Gotta catch them all. Spider search Pokemon. Ooh, let's do it. Pokemon, or Pocket Monsters, is a video game franchise made by Nintendo that premiered in different countries over the last few years, 1997 in Japan, 98 in the US, and more recently in other countries such as France. Besides Roottreemania, Pokemania has swept the globe in the last year or so. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence or if it will fade like Roottreemania has. Oh. Fun. Okay, Tristan. Way to call him out, Tristan. I really do appreciate that. Now, where do we go from here? As lovely as that was, I don't think that connects anything to the actual tree, so I'm gonna go with, back to China. There were a lot of names here. Tristan is an icon, and we do. All right, let's look up Hongbo. You come across a website for the Longtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Rootree's products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it, in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused, and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a rudimentary leadership timeline with names that provide or prove that the company had been in the Long family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. I would love to do their family tree. I wouldn't have so much infidelity. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottree deal, Long Hongbo, in China the family name comes first, so Long is the last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on his website. His younger brother, Long Hongyu, is featured in the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. Okay. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Longtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. Okay, I don't know where to start. Goody, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's start here. Actually, no. Back up. Let's go here first, and then let me not get out of line. Okay, it brings up the same page. Great. Can I look her up? Maybe I need to put the last name in. Okay. Great. Long Xinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Long, okay, is a businesswoman currently running the Longtai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Long Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader can doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Okay. Great. So helped her sister. Okay. There is an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. Oh, Lavio jump scare. Okay, where are you? Oh, she's gorgeous. Okay. I don't know. Are you on the tree? A photo of Long Xinyu from a recent article about the growth of female entrepreneurs in China. She runs a business with many textile factories. Some manufacture packaging for American products. If I can take her picture, is she in here somewhere? Huh. Guy, what did you do? Oh no, Guy. Because maybe he really did have a child in every country minus France, because Tristan was like, heck no. Maybe she's one of these. She must be Watermelon. Maybe. But then who are the other ones? I don't have... Because we got Robert James and David. Like, those don't fall under the SSXBC thing, right? Because who's Caviar? Caviar would be the Brazil baby. Oh no. She wasn't married, right? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. So maybe she's this one that's not married? Well, I guess neither of these are married if she's the child, right? Because Guy wouldn't have been with her. Guy would have been with the mother. And she would be one of these? Question mark? Is that what that means? I don't know. He was sleeping with daughters, so I don't know. Okay. She was 45 in 1992. So maybe, yeah, maybe she is that one? Potentially? Guy is still hella canceled despite not being a cheater, right? Oh yeah, hella canceled. Look at this! This is terrible! This should not be allowed. Definitely. What was I looking at beyond this? I think I was actually on the back page, this page. Tranquils, that's what I was doing. It seems Tranquils is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they were listed on the website for the Longtai textile company, they don't have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Okay, and then Piece of Asia. Piece of Asia is an American arm of Longtai located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Thai in Longtai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate as very few of them have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Longtai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Long Xiniao. Is that her sister? Hold on. The sister that was helped with IVF? Question mark? In Pennsylvania, huh? Went back to live near the family? My gosh. Okay. Piece of Asia is an American. Okay, so that's the only thing it comes up with. It's just the same listing. Okay. Long Xin Yao was mentioned earlier, I think. I don't think so. I think Long Xin Yu is, this is Long Xin Yu. Long Xin Yao is, I'm assuming, the sister. But that's me making assumptions because it's the same last name. I hate it here. Is her mother the one who got IVF? I don't know. Okay, because Long Xin Yu, let me just go back to you because you did talk about the IVF thing. The article also offhandedly mentioned that Xin Yu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. I hope Xin Yu and Xin Yao are pronounced somewhat different in Chinese. I mean, if they are sisters, it's as if their parents named them Susan and Suzanne. kind of similar. Maybe they're not related, I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. This is just why I assumed it was the sister, because it mentioned a sister, and then they also have the same last name. Okay, I am so overwhelmed with information, and I don't know where to go from here. This is a lot of countries that this man just went to and snatched up the wives and daughters. So, Xin Yu carried the baby for her sister or donated an egg for her sister to carry. That's what I'm confused about. It doesn't seem clear. Because it's like an early adopter of IVF, which makes me assume that she was carrying the child? But I'm not sure. That kind of naming scheme is very common with siblings. I think it's cute that their names are so similar. I also like when parents name their kids with the same starting letter. Cute. Okay. Let me breathe first of all. Let me go back to Australia. Let's take a trip back to Oz. I have 5 cousins that all have A names. Love that. Keep it on theme. You like you and Yao like Yao. Yeah. So Xin Yu, Xin Yao. Don't know if they're related, but they have the same last name. One is in the factory in China, one is in the factory in Pennsylvania. You called Oz. Yeah, we're back at Oz. Okay, Roottrees, Australia. We have Charles Martin, who I did not look up anything about. Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Okay, keep that in mind. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz. That saxophone going again. That saxophone turns my brain cells off. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple trees through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US. Much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between American Roottrees company and Martin himself, for him to do what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrie candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter Robin Martin. Took you a long time to get there. I just needed to confirm Robin was part of the picture. My gosh. I want to try licorice bullets. I like licorice and they sound like fun little bite-sized licorice snacks. Same, I love licorice. Little bullets sound amazing. Who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Okay, Robin Martin. Let's take a look. Robin, another victim. I joke, but my head does perk up every time because I'm essentially a golden retriever. Anytime we say rat, boy, or Oz, you know? Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia, no biggie, where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. You find a joke on the site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. From what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men each wearing a shirt that said simply satisfied partner on it. Okay. So while Robin might have been a conquest for Guy, she did not have children, therefore she's not on the tree. Because these are all, like, he had affairs with everyone he came across, but the tree is only affairs that resulted in children. So Robin might not even be here, even though he did get with Robin, is what I'm so far understanding. Is this another IVF clue? Robin's eggs? I don't think so. I think it's just a dirty joke. An edgy joke, excuse me. Not an IVF thing, just that she had a procedure to ensure she wouldn't have children. It's true, in real life it extends to anything that sounds too much like Oz. If you don't hit the P in pause hard enough, they're like, yes, hello. Alright. I wonder if there's anything I can... Maybe I can look at Robin. Does it matter? That's the thing. Half of this is like, does it matter? There's so many dead ends and red herrings in this game that I'm not sure that this even matters at the end of the day. That leaves Brazil and China. Yes, yes, yes. Flavio. Shinyo. Somewhere involved here. But how, and why, and when? Because when was Guy in Brazil? And also, what does Christine look like? Like, this is done, but I just need to know what she looks like. And then we have Brazil and China right here, because this is Susan. Brazil and China. That's what we're dealing with. Therefore, we're going to say that this one is China because Shinyu wasn't married, and that's what we're assuming. See, Xin Yao is also here too. Okay. And she works at a textile place, right? She's CEO though. She's CEO of the company. I just can't tell if she's the child or if she's... Ugh. And maybe, oh my gosh, what if Xin Yao is the child? Hold on. What if? Just placeholder for right now. Maybe we were on the right track and not sister but child? Can we look up the edgy joke to make sure there are no clues? We can absolutely look up the edgy joke. But I hope that it has something. Besides the joke about Robin's eggs, there are lots of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. That's what we got. Do we know anything about what Christine looks like? We have some women from our photos with guy that are unmatched. We do. I don't know anything about what Christine looks like. I know she was a secretary, and I don't think I have any pictures of secretaries, but let me see. It's like I think that one's Sicily, so that can't be her. I don't think. Maybe not, because it doesn't say anything. The captions of this picture, this picture, this picture all said Sicily provided the photos. So Christine could be any one of the, and I don't know who this is. This looked like a secretary at some point. We know that this is Barb. Is the blonde woman from one of the pictures with Guy? All 4 of these women are in pictures with Guy. Sorry to derail for a second, but Guy is with her, and then she's in the background, and then Guy is with Zach with her in the background. And then, again, Guy at the scene of the crime with another woman. So, Guy is with all of the women. Oh! She has a little thing on her hand. And she has a little thing on her hand. Interesting. I don't know what that means. It doesn't look like the same picture, but it looks like a similar thing. There's a Christmas tree in the background. This is the Christmas party. So in December. This is, I think, the company Christmas party because of the whole... Oh, where are they? Christmas tree bash. 1978 Christmas tree bash. And then we have a 1980 Christmas tree bash. 1981 Christmas tree bash. Could be any of them. I'm not sure if, like, there's a better clue on knowing who is the person in that picture. Because I don't know who this is either. Do we know who this is? I didn't even bat an eye at this man. I don't know. Anyway, derailed. Okay, I was here. How did we get there? Roottrees, China. How do I find out more about you? Okay, if she's a CEO, she might be in some periodicals. Or should I put it, like, wrong? Maybe I should put it like that. There we go. Searching for Long Xinyu separately brings up much fewer results than Long Tai. Long Xinyu was even featured in Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. She was born in 1947, the first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her, and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Xinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family down to. This is how Xinyu became involved. Her father, her father stayed the president of Long Tai for a very long time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, Xinyu, the other in the USA, Xinyao. Okay, so they were sisters. Is that what that means? Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Xinyu's uncle, was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Ooh. Flavio was a Libra, right? Flavio was a Libra. He is a known Libra. This is a bit metagaming, but can we look at who has photos in the tree? Since we know that one of the women should have 2 photos. Oh, I see what you're saying. The thing on the hand? Is the thing on the hand the same person, though? That's my question. Because it looked like 2 different things. Maybe it is the same thing, because that's a very distinct flower. And, pretty. And this one? Yeah, I guess it is the same flower. So we can look at who has 2 photos on their thing. Let's see. This person has 2 photos, but that can't be. This person has 2 photos. One of the Williams has 2 photos. Susan, who did work with them, had 2 photos. Looks like a tattoo has to be the same woman. I thought they were 2 different tattoos, but the angle looked weird. I think it is. I think you guys are right. It's the same thing. Okay, maybe that's Susan. Susan? And then that other one would also be Susan. And then that leaves us... Christine is either this woman or that woman. Right? I have no clue what Christine looks like. But that makes sense that that would be Susan. So that would lock in 1 person, 2 people. I feel good about this one. Barbara, what is Barbara's occupation? Barbara is a motivational speaker. What would you call that? Motivational speaker? Public speaker. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. I need 1 more, so if I just put in a photo, if we can lock in for Christine. The photos have dates? I don't think they do. They're just sort of photos submitted. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottreee company for use in her book. We need 3 or 4. We need 4. So I felt confident about 1, 2, 3, 4, but nothing's locking in, so something is wrong. Also, I'm confident about this one. That's definitely Frank Williams Construction and Ophelia. This one's 1. Done. 2. Done. So something is wrong over here to lock in 4 more. We need 4 additional. I feel very confident about these 2. Well, actually, I don't feel confident about Barbara, because Barbara could be this one. We were just assuming she was the adopted child for some reason. Because Barbara could actually be this person. Let's try that. Swap Barb over here. I can't remember our logic with... Oh, I think it was the overcoming adversity that we were thinking. Let's move Barbara over there. Actually, can I put Barbara in 2 places at once? No. I was like, let's just lock her in both and it'll just tell us exactly... Barbara is the other child. Barbara's not the adopted child. Okay. Well, at least we got Shinyu locked in. That was where my brain was. I'm glad you guys had a brain over here. I had a brain over there. Teamwork. Pieced it all together. Locked them in. Whew. Look at that evil man. Alright, we got Frank Williams, Barbara Williams, Christine Farrow, and Shinyu Long. Alright. Oh, and we get a cutscene. Nice little break.
Hey there, it's us.
Hello.
So, I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises,
Mm-hmm.
is having trouble keeping up.
Same. Same, Ruby.
They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Okay, I can stop. I'm good with that. This is the end? Alright. I'm free to go.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's gonna take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
5?
Good luck.
Damn you, Clark.
And keep up the good work.
You're too good at your job. We had to make this harder. Alright, well, we got some things locked in. We have Frank and Ophelia. We got Barbara. Barbara's got another photo somewhere around here. Okay, so that means the other child, this has got to be Sharon. Sharon Williams. I don't know what Sharon Williams does. There's nothing on her. And then Sharon got married, had kids, and then got married again and had kids. Alright, Sharon needs to still figure out who she is. This whole infidelity number 2 all checks out, all locked in. They're looking great. Guys, first, second affair done. Now, this did not lock in. Susan Ford. Why? Does it just mean that it didn't lock in? Is it also part of the 4? Or is it wrong? Okay, now I need to figure out your child. Oh, there's so much. I'm not sure where to go. I feel like every time something locks in, then I've lost my train of thought. I mean, I was already derailed here, but what was I even looking at? Is she in anything else besides Business Watch? And then I'm gonna look up the sister. I think it's the sister. Because the sister works in Pennsylvania. Because it said the 2 daughters were separated. One worked in China, one worked in the US, and that's what I'm assuming. She's not gonna be in any of these, but I gotta be 100% sure. Okay, now let's look up Yao. Maybe in Business Watch. There you are. We were kind of guessing those pictures were Susan, right? Yeah, we were guessing just because that's the only one that had multiple photos of that person. Like, see how this one has like another, like you put another photo in? We were assuming because there's 2. Not sure. Long Xinyao is mentioned very briefly in an article about in vitro fertilization from 1979. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old after the first successful IVF birth in 1978. It seemed that the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Long Tai was Long Hongbo, and his young daughter Long Xinyao and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Qi Zhen? How do you say this? To have their child implanted in his oldest daughter, who was unmarried. There's our confirmation. Xin Yu carried her sister's child. The cost of this was apparently 380,000 yuan, or just over 100,000 USD. Key jeans? Is that what we're saying it is? Key jeans. Do I need to look that up? That doesn't look like a Chinese name. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is. Is this a name? Is it a company? I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at. Well, let's look it up. Key Jeans, pronounced Key Jeans, was a medical company with operations in both US and China. They made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. While they did perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they provided IVF on someone who was already pregnant. Oh, the tea! Oh no, guy got her pregnant and then she pretended it was IVF. Oh! To create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child but did not want to shame of an unmarried mother! The whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this to at least six times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Key Jeans shut down soon after, and both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. Holy moly! Okay, so Xin Yu and Guy Hudson pregos has a baby that they just say, oh, it's the IVF baby, but no, it's a Roottrees baby. A Roottrees baby. So what would this baby's name be? I'm assuming Roottrees, but you don't name the child Roottrees. It would be long, right? But we don't know because Xin Yao is the sister's name. What is the baby's name? Devil works hard, but Guy works harder. I am shook. Oh my god, Guy! I don't know what to do with this information. Alright, can I look for Key Jeans anywhere here? Okay, Key Jeans Company was mentioned once in an article you already read about the head of Long Tai, but then again later in 1994, there's a long article that spells out a huge controversy. Is this not the exact thing I just read? Seems the whistleblower came from the US government about Key Jeans, which said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American-Chinese medical specialists who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions the whistleblower's claim Key Jeans will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated after copies of proof were leaked to various media sources that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Is there anything else about this? No? Okay. News time. Key Jeans is a company that was in the news when a whistleblower came forward to say that they would often perform IVF but were just accepting bribes to forge paperwork. Newstime did have a few articles about it during the height of the scandal. They produced a hypothetical timeline of how a client would use the company. Generally, celebrities or other powerful people who found out they were unexpectedly pregnant would declare that they were going to use the service as soon as possible. During the final week of pregnancy, the client would travel to a Key Jeans facility in either China or the United States. Usually it was the opposite of their home country so they could maintain a lower profile. They would then give birth and be photographed with their newborns. Where's the photograph? During their recovery, they would then stay on the premises for a few weeks to a month. This was equivalent to an extremely high-class spa. After these few weeks, the photos would be released and the birth would be announced as if it just happened. This extra time out of the spotlight would allow the birth to appear to be over 9 months after the announcement that the celebrity was going to use the service. Where are the pictures? What do I have to search to find these photos? Okay. Where? There's nothing in here that would say where they would have photos. Where would you have baby photos? What is there? Do they talk about the facility? Jeans, China. Because they have two different places. But where? My head hurts. Here, put this. MySpace, check MySpace. If they would publish the photos, or if they would take the photos to have it for evidence. Where the hell are those photos? I would need to know the name of the child, wouldn't I? Jerry and Linda. Maybe Han, I can look you up? Is there a webpage that mentioned the sister Jinyao? This one. Piece of Asia. Also try the younger sister. Maybe there's a photo of her family. I've tried both sisters in all of the periodicals. I've searched them on Spider Search. There's no photo of them. I mean, there's a photo of Jin Yu. I'm maybe gonna look up the husband. Because I don't know where else to look for them. Nothing relevant. But like, where would these have been posted? Okay, just to double check, I did do this right. Yeah. I've definitely looked this up. That's how I got to the whole key jeans thing. Maybe they're westernized names? What would they just go by their normal last name? Ugh. Maybe just Jerry? Jerry Han? Smart. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website. Of course they did. Called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After expanding to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Mark. Another Mark? Our kids are complete opposites, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. The niece? Do we think the niece is the child? Then why would they say that it was the sister's baby? She couldn't wait to get there. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out there as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. I mean, they're saying it's the niece, but I thought they were trying to cover this up. Jinyao's niece would be Jinyu's child, so I guess. But my whole thing was, weren't they saying that Jinyu's child was an IVF baby for Jinyao as a cover-up? So why would they just immediately out that information? That's why I thought it was Mark, but I'm gonna go Lucy.
I'm not cleaning that up.
Messy. Lucy. I wonder if Lucy comes up with anything? Lucy Lang is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. A Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw are one of the only 2 teams in the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy is part of the small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Okay. Did it say where this Lucy went? Or just in the US? Couldn't wait to get here. She called herself Lucy in high school. Okay. Cool. Let's just look up Team Talonclaw. See if we get anything there. Team Talonclaw is the robotics club at Mid-Eastern University. Hey, I know Mid-Eastern University. That's where Ruby Spratt went. Their robot, also called Talonclaw, has been selected for appearance on the 2nd season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. A small blurb mentions the robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw was one of the 2 teams selected from the US. The robotics club has a text-only site, so you find text-only site you can find linked from the university's student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was canceled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of Talonclaw are listed as Team Captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Does this help me? Mid-Eastern University has a paper. Team Talonclaw. There it goes. Jerry's spilling the tea. Why did Jerry just say that? But okay. We love women in STEM. Go Lucy. The Herald has a story about their school's robotics team, Team Talonclaw. It lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang. Min. But came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with smaller and more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapons. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best in her Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in pop culture. The article has a picture, now in your evidence. Wait, this is Lucy. Is this our Lucy? Are we certain? Long Min with Talon Claw, the robot she worked with. Okay. Let's see, Min. I guess you could fit here. Min, Lang, occupation, student, college. Okay. I feel alright about that. We should maybe look at the other Lucys first, just in case. Lucy. The Gin and Tonics are a college a cappella group out of Los Angeles. Lucy Lang is listed as a soprano. There doesn't seem to be much else other than her name and that she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. The group were featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. This doesn't seem relevant, so maybe this is not our Lucy. BOCA stands for Best of College A Cappella, and it existed since 1995. It's a compilation of various a cappella groups from different colleges, often performing covers of popular music. It doesn't appear very relevant to the Roottrees or anyone connected to the Roottrees. Nobody has ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example. Maybe someday. Okay. Let's look at corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Company located in New York City. Lucy is a lead synergy engineer who is listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. As far as you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed on their site as former clients. You recognize their names, but none of them are related to your current investigation. I mean, Business Watch. I wonder if I can look Lucy in Business Watch. Just out of curiosity. Well, Lucy Lang was listed in Business Watch for her work on corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the smallest of 4 children, so that can't be her. She's only the second person in her family to ever have even left the state. Okay, that's not her. So now that I'm feeling better and confident about this Lucy. That's 1 I'm confident on. 2 I'm semi-confident on. I'm kind of confident on Susan. Susan didn't lock in, which worries me. Okay. We're so close. How do we even get around here? What have I ignored? What have I forgotten to come back to? Flavio. Because we did say this was going to be China and Brazil affairs. And this was a Sonia. Sorry, Alves. Sonia. Flavio. Is he also Alves? That's not right. What was his last name? Flavio, where are you? Suarez. And then she was married to not Edmund. What is his name? Edson, who I don't have a picture of, but I should find one. I feel like this is where we were going, and then I lost track of everything. That would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we would need 1 more person somewhere in the mix to lock something in. Because I feel fairly confident here about 4. So Sharon Williams. If anyone knows a way to get to Sharon, because who the heck is Sharon? The thing is, I bet you her name's not Williams anymore, and that's why we can't find her, because Sharon Williams doesn't just pop up with anything. What do we think? What do we think? Sonia. Nia. Let me go back to Nia Alves. Because I don't think I continued that investigation. I got sidetracked. Yeah, cool. And media group, so maybe media for her job. Does that count? Media mogul? Is that what that means? Maybe. I was thinking this was social media, but that makes more sense for media mogul. And then he is a news anchor. News anchor. Okay, kind of coming together. Where would I find... Let's go to the periodicals. Let's start with Flavio. We actually have a man picture related to Guy. We have a man picture related to Guy. Wait, what are we talking about? Sorry, Flavio. This. I think I looked him up pretty much everywhere, and I didn't find anything except for the teen heartthrob stuff. The one with the Christmas tree. Oh, you're right. We don't know who this man is. Wait, is that them? Maybe that's them. Oh, that picture just became so saucy if that is them. 'Cause who else would that man be? Oh, you're so right. By process of elimination, that would have to be him because, like, he's not going to be over here because Guy wasn't bopping around there. Going by exclusion, I guess that's them. Okay. Let's call that case closed. So that's 1, 2, 3. Or maybe? I need one more person, and then we can maybe lock him down. If Flavio's a Libra, then he could be conceived around Christmas, is what I was saying earlier. I see. Which would make her the mother Christmas. That's when they're getting all, like, frisky, making googly eyes at each other. I see. Well, damn, Guy. See, you pieced that together way faster than I did. Okay, so let's drop Flavio now. I'm feeling good there. Let's move on to Susan. It's either gonna be Susan or it's gonna be Sharon. I don't know what's the easier one to dig into. Susan. I feel like that's gotta be Susan, just because of the double picture. So Susan Hughes. I don't feel like we found anything about her. I'm an astrology girly at heart, so I latched onto that. I love that you did, because that was a clue that just... I was not thinking gestation periods either. I was like, yeah, I love the Libras in my life. They're all October babies. Very smart, because then we could figure out when he was conceived. Not Sonia. What the heck is your name? Susan? Susan Hughes. comes up with nothing. Susan Ford also comes up with nothing. Her husband is Thomas Hughes, which I don't think came up with anything either. Hughes. Nothing about Thomas Hughes. Then if we go here with Sonia Hughes. Business Watch, nothing. Butler County, nothing. Not Sonia Hughes, damn it. Damn it, Susan! Oh, my brain is like literally frying at this. I can smell my brain. It hurts. Susan Hughes, where, like, why are you relevant? Where would I know you from? What else could you tell me about yourself and your children? Nothing. Okay, and then we had Thomas. Maybe he's in a periodical. I know Thomas came from a periodical. That's how I found out about Thomas. He was in one of these. But I can't remember if they mentioned children, and that's what I need to figure out next. Who their kids are. Wait, I did go Piketty, News Time. He's not gonna be in music. He's not gonna be in Miami. I'm not gonna do this, but just gotta double check. Because this was all about the deaf school. Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archive includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretch until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useful information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article in 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. And this is how we found out about Thomas Hughes. As we read this earlier. There was one arrest. Thomas Hughes was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes's current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school had agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Oh, Burger, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? We're struggling through piecing together all these affairs. But other than that, doing all right. What does it mean? Because this doesn't tell me anything more than their names. It doesn't tell me their kids. Is there any way I can find more on the arrest or the criminal charges, whatever this was? Grandorf Dove. I don't know more about this pregnancy, and I don't know what else to look up to find more of the charges. Struggling to finish this beer. Oh no. That shouldn't be a struggle. Chug, chug, chug. What is this telling? What are you? It's like you're trying to communicate with me. What are you saying, Mr. Hughes? It isn't. It was sarcasm. Oh, so sorry. When I tell you my brain is fried for the last 4.5 hours. So sorry. I can't sense sarcasm anymore. I'm taking everything so literally. Because every joke has turned out to be the truth. Because Guy Hudson couldn't keep it in his pants. Oh, all right. Let's see, Thomas Hughes, you're not in anything else. Drandorf Dove. Grandorf School for Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from the offices. I swear I've read this so many times. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. The embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials those early days. Okay. Miss Ford is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has mentioned working for a school for over 15 years. She's not deaf, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for secretly funding the Hudson Wing. Principal Ford? Not a teacher. Oh, she's a principal. You're right. Principal. Is there a principal? Oh, principal. There we go. Okay. So that was definitely wrong. That's probably why I didn't lock in before. Great. She's a principal. Just need to know who these children are. How do I find out anything about that pregnancy? I'm feeling like if he pressed charges and there was like a divorce filing, like there should be some legal paperwork or documentation somewhere. What do I have from here? They said this barbed fire's got 4. What does it mean? And then this also, it says 3. Am I missing something? Something super important. Strawberry, butterscotch, caviar. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then sugar plum was added. Are those the... I can't tell if those are the names. Oh my god, you know what? Do you know what? Hold on. I was thinking it was the kids. I think it's the women. Because I thought that's what we were saying, that he was naming the candy after the children like Elias did, but I think he was naming the candy after the women. Caviar. Chigua. Strawberry. And sugar plum. Doesn't help me out, but... Ew. Wait, I just connected the dots. If you guys were trying to tell me that and I wasn't connecting that, I'm so sorry, I just connected it. I thought it was about the kids. It wasn't about the kids. Oh, okay. Guys, I don't know how I can like you less and less as I go on. He will not see the light of heaven. I was like, yeah, but we have David and like Robert. Like, those aren't candy names. Like, it doesn't have SSXBC. No, SSXBC is the lovers. There isn't a J though. There's no J, but there is an SSXC and a B. Who's B? Who's Butterscotch? It was never about the kids for Guy. It was never. Oh. Okay. Guy was marking down his conquests. Guy? I have beef. That's right. Like, there was no J. Because this all started when he came in right here. Caviar. Butterscotch. He only started naming them around caviar, you know? He started with Christine. Christine was the caviar flavor first. SSXBC, super sexy blue cheese. I would rather have super sexy blue cheese than nasty Guy Hudson. Oh, sorry, distracted. Susan, let's get back to your kids. Because we care about the kids, even though Guy did not. Susan. Let's pop back in here. Susan no longer works in the department. Special services interpreter. Can I, like, is this something I can look up? Like, Roottrees special services? Roottrees interpreter? I think I figured something out, but I don't want a spoiler because if I'm right, it's huge. Oh my gosh, wait! I want to know. I want to be part of it. We're so close, guys. I swear. I just need to figure out who her kids are, and then we need to dig into Sharon and her children. Oh no! Are we all Guy's children? Oh, forget being all God's children. We're all Guy's children. Oh no! I hate it. Susan, who are you? Who are you, Susan? There's nothing about you on the internet. I can't deal. Susan Ford no longer works here. There's no other Fords. There's no other. It's no longer Adam. It's now Guy. And every woman. My head hurts so bad. Okay, I truly don't know where to go from here. 6 pieces says there's two bits of info here that I haven't fully followed up on. Guy made. Oh wait, what is the Brazil thing? I think that's just trying to tell us the Sonia stuff. Okay. And we have Beth, who was Bess. We figured that out. Guy, what did you do with Susan? I don't know. There must be... See, this is 2, and I'm really thinking these are the 2, because those aren't locked in either. The Brazil stuff's not locked in. I almost want to use the ducky to nudge me a little bit. I liked the ducky. I kind of forgot about the ducky just now. But my headache is looming. Let me at least turn this down. That's giving me a headache. Oh, there we go. Let's set the mood lighting. Okay, ducky. Just for like a little nudge, because I just don't know. Because these people I can't search. They don't pop up. Not me justifying getting a hint. I can get a hint if I want to. You haven't searched for everything on your list of notable events. That's a good place to start. I haven't searched for everything on my list of notable events. My list of notable events. I have not searched for everything yet. Are we sure? Are we sure, Ducky? I've definitely searched all of this, but thanks for nudging me. Where would somebody be connected? Arc? 5 Ps. We locked down 5 Ps early. Okay, Anonymom, I'm like, you were a dead end though. This does say Jane Doe Roottrie, which brings me back to John Doe. Because why is this here? But what I thought was that Anonymom wasn't part of this. Is that not what we concluded? Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottrie being added to the Clans of Trust. Instead of claiming herself as a Roottrie, however, she claimed she slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottrie. You slept with Guy Hudson. So you're saying you were over here somewhere and that maybe this was Susan. Why is Susan coming out of the woodworks like that? Okay. What does it mean? The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. Randomly slept with Guy? Credible. Yep, could have been. The day after News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of her story she found particularly credible. With the momentum with Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to 5Ps. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. That would literally be... Well, I thought that would be Susan. Was Susan ever secretary? Susan wasn't a secretary. I don't know. What? After fumbling the 5P story so publicly, the Rootrees were more prepared to handle the Clans of Trust related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Rootrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Rootrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. My confusion is I really thought this was not part of anything. Roottrie Company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, that doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it had been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear in your updated tree. See, Ducky, I'm not quite sure what you meant. You should search for Roottreemania on your list of notable events. Okay, so not even that. This is the one, which I looked up, Ducky. She thanks Ducky. Okay, Ducky says we didn't look up Roottreemania. Ducky's a liar, but fine. Roottreemania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottree. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottree family and 5Ps for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5P saga, an underlying through line to how pop culture related or treated Roottreemania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Rootrees. I mean, I would know. I am Roottree. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottree episodes. I don't think I looked that up. Okay. Thank God. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottree. They just secret Roottree. Okay. When you submitted your name, it simply said no with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. I wanted to see that. Roottreemania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottree-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Wynn's old movies, and as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to attempt to capitalize on the Roottree sisters, Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novel t-shirts and variations of I'm a Secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. Okay, Ducky, what did you mean? You said that I didn't look this up, but I definitely did, and I'm not quite sure what you mean. Okay. Let me look up Gwyn Roottree, or maybe unauthorized biographies? I mean, we knew this. Gwyn Roottree was somewhat well-known actress and was active in the 1950s. Her biggest role was in the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She died in Paris, France, about 3 weeks ago after leaving Hollywood. She made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, Guys Like Us. Not much is known about her death except that it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health according to her friends and family in Paris. I feel like we knew that. Lauren's diaries, which we looked up again. Gwyn died, yeah. Pneumonia. And then Lauren's in the whatever hospital for her Alzheimer's. What? But I mean, like, what does this have to do with... What do you mean, Ducky? The results page for Root of All Evil mentioned a song. Let's look into it. Ducky, what? Ducky, I've looked this up. What did I miss? Root of All Evil is 5piece's debut album. Yeah, we know. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5piece recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5piece announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased his profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Stucky trying to show us 5piece's mixtape, new audio file maybe? The thing is, I looked up all of his songs and it came up with nothing. And I was disappointed because I wanted a new, like, Jim and Diamond vibe, but I have not seen a damn song from Dirty Davy or 5piece, whatever you want to call him. I looked up Stevie Whitlock, because I have that written down too. I definitely looked up Stevie Whitlock as a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the 1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company. Remember the Subway reference? The 12-inch subs? We definitely did this. None of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay, so maybe I can look for Stevie Whitlock in here. Maybe Ducky's trying to lead us down a path. Stevie Whitlock. Where are you? Are you important? Not even in Modern Music Monthly? Stevie's not even famous. Who is Stevie? Oh, Ducky. I'm gonna strangle you. Maybe look up 5piece and Teen Blast. I don't think I read this. Even though I locked 5Ps in so early, let's see. 5Ps is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with a small bio that tells you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, February 9th, 1977, his star sign, Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed in a song called 17 Magazine. Okay, well, I haven't heard 17 Magazine yet. That he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and they shouldn't print rumors. Okay. A lot of air signs here. All right. Guy just producing all the air signs. 17 Magazine. 17 Magazine, sometimes referred to as 17 Magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences on the number 17, mostly violent. An intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come across as morbidly curious at corners of the internet. Gross lyric, but okay. But what does this mean, Ducky? Like, Ducky. All Your Problems, maybe. It was the first and only single released. Ducky! I'm sorry! I'm so sorry, Ducky! What did you just print out? Ducky really just wanted us to hear the mixtape. I'm gonna cry. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can't afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5Ps triumphantly talks about taking the Roottree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Made you work hard for that one. Ducky really just... You're not looking it up. You should look it up. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. All Your Problems by 5Ps. This is the only single from 5Ps' album, Root of All Evil. It received some airplay, but didn't make a big splash critically or commercially. Still, it's kind of catchy.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5Ps coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say
Ooh.
money is the root of all your problems.
A bop.
Root of all your
Only Roottrees can make these kinds of bops, though, so definitely a Roottree.
The cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it based on your family's creations. Yo, but look at here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's coincidence should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. But instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Oh, so good.
Take those problems away.
Whoever caused dollars, the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
I'm like looking for any clue in here.
That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? But you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Oh man, it's gonna be stuck in my head.
Take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Yeah.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever caused dollars, the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever caused dollars, the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's
That was great. Bring the choir in was a slay. Pop off. If you should write a Guy Hudson diss track, I want it. That'd be great. Okay. I don't know if there were clues in that, Ducky, but I'm glad that you led us to a bop. Could you check when Joanna left the company? I sure can. If that'll help us out, I will absolutely be looking. Cause wait, where is Joanna? Joanna is the secretary here. That was 1975. Then Joanna became fellows. Oh, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. And then Joanna, where'd you go? Wait, where did Joanna go? I lost her. Oh, right there, sorry. Blind. 1977. Joanna left in 1977 with Beth. Ducky did us a solid with that one. I think so. Ducky, I'm not quite sure what I was supposed to gain from that, but I enjoyed it. Ducky knew I was starting to get a headache and was like, here you go. Damn it, Ducky. I don't think I ever looked up Toasterito. Who was Toasterito? Not that this looks like it's gonna be important, but did I look up Toasterito Jacobson? Who is that? Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Toasterito. I'd do it. I would so do it. The Toasterito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside of the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Toasterito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Lucinda, what did you do? I forgot in what context I found Toasterito Jacobson, but Joanna left in 1977. Don't know what that means, but noted. Yeah. No clue. All right, let's look at Lucinda Jacobson. Oh, it just comes up with this. Who's Lucinda? Is this just a fun little thing about Toasterito? find it funny the song was downloaded, so that means we burned it to a CD and printed an album cover. That's what we did. That's what it deserved. Lucinda Jacobson. Are you, like, famous, or Butler County, maybe? What? This hasn't been updated. There's a Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson and also mentions Helen Roottree and Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. Well, that's why Lucinda changed the name. I'd rather go by Toasterito too. Okay. She paid for Crocodile to get out of prison, if I remembered correctly. That's what it was. It was the bail. Yeah, I do have it right next to Mark. Oh, Lucinda. I mean Toasterito. Let me look up Toasterito. Nothing relevant. I guess it would be Miami, wouldn't it? No, Portland. They're in Portland. Where were they, Mark? She's the miracle scammer with the not broken leg from the first game. And then she changed her name to Toasterito. Alright, I don't think Toasterito is a relevant person for the tree. So, Susan, I'm sorry. Susan, what was I doing with you? The Hughes babies. There are two children out there with Hughes as their last name. Ducky, I don't know. In your notable events, it was mentioned that an outside legal group was brought in. That sounds interesting. Does it, Ducky? Does it actually sound interesting? An outside legal group, you say? An outside legal group? But was that not... I thought that was Ruby Legal Enterprises, was it not? Ducky, what are you getting at? Miracle Roottrees publicly and vehemently denied. Okay, Ducky told me to look up Roottreemania. I did that. I also had to look up 5Ps, and now you're telling me that the outside legal group was brought in. The outside legal group being Ruby Legal Enterprises, correct? Ducky. I think what I'm worried about is that Ducky's leading us to stuff we already feel confident about. I need Ducky to lead me to these. How do I tell Ducky this specifically is what I want? Oh, it's Sharon. Alright, let's look into Barbara Williams. I'm gonna go over here. I just need one more person. That is it. I need one person that I feel confident in as well to lock in. And then it'll have 5 and it'll be like, boom. Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with Susan. I think Ducky's leading us to things that we already knew. But also, I don't want to doubt Ducky. Ducky did give us that very cool 5Ps bop. Which also, does the 5Ps bop have anything? Like, does it say anything on it? This? It literally doesn't even have... Ducky! Ducky just wanted us to listen to it. There's no clues. Look, the ones that have clues. Reminders, notable events. Pico T still has clues from the interview. I don't know. It might just be taking through stuff that's reachable from that initial document. It might... I don't know what it's trying to tell me, because Ducky last time was very helpful, because it led me to things that I hadn't even thought to search for. But Ducky's leading me to things I've already searched. Like, I've already looked at it. Like, damn, Ducky. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. Coconut Grove, Florida comes up with nothing when I search it. The flyer, which has 4 things. Alright, the flyer includes 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth, and Isabel Crosby. Which we looked up all of those. We found out that I think it was this TV station was in Georgia. We couldn't figure out where this one is, and then this one also Benton County. They're like, where there's 9 states with a Benton County, we don't know. So, not sure. Yeah, from Effingham County. I also can I just do it straight from here, the periodicals? Ah. Well, let's just take a look. Maybe there's something. We'll get there. This one really is stumping me. Especially the further away we get from the Roottrees. Like, this is so many babies down now. Alright, that doesn't come up with anything. Maybe Greta Jones. Greta, I am so hoping you pop up somewhere. Maybe you lead me back to somebody. Am I crazy? Is there something like so obvious that I need to be looking at that I'm not? What is your name? Barb Williams? Oh no, Barb! Just going through every single thing. There's just no way I've missed something on Barb. You may need to do a deeper dive into the specific city and state and see if you have any locals. If any locals have discussed the news in that area. Okay. Effingham County, Georgia. There's a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. Springfield, Georgia. Okay. Everyone calm down. When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked them using 3 categories. None of them are relevant to journalism. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor is listed as Greta Flores. Greta Flores. Interesting. Greta Flores. Maybe that's why I couldn't find you. Alright, Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it, and it seems some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Hale. 25 stories of sisterhood. Oh my gosh, is this a lead? Please be a lead. Please don't be a dead end. I beg. Okay, that's all that comes up there. Let's go to the library. Let's pop in Hale. 25 stories of sisterhood. Oh my god! Guys, I'm so sweaty! This is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tours. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Isla Hale is the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. A useful book. It's been so long. It's been so long. We should just savor this moment, you know? We are the struggle bus. We struggle through games. Not a single game goes by where we haven't made some sort of struggle, and I swear this might be the most struggly game of all. Oh, that feels lovely. Let's revel in it for a second. We found Barb. Barbara. The Beauty and the Brat. Barb Williams has the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. The first part of her story focuses on two 16-year-old sisters. My sister Sherry was a brat. Sharon, Sherry. All right. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. Oh, wait. I thought I had a breakthrough. I didn't. She had excellent marks in school. She was intensely artistic and creative and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry, the brat, and Sharon, the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Please tell me this doesn't mean what I think it means. Please tell me this does not mean what I think it means. Please tell me this does not mean what I think it means. Frank, I was rooting for you. Nope. Franklin. Please don't be, please don't, I'm begging. Maybe I'm reading into it. Let's keep going. Oh no! Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. Okay, no. Frank is fine. Frank is fine. It was just a random boy. Okay. Whew. I thought this was okay. I'm fine. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to a good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me that
Get my agent on the phone now.
That he hadn't even given me his real last name. Barbara, never scare me like that again.
I'm not cleaning that up.
So Barbara had a teen pregnancy, and the baby was, I guess, adopted by Frank. Okay. That's a lot better. So this random guy is just John Doe on the tree. Yeah, because we don't know his real name. Frank's still awesome. I repeat, Frank is still awesome. Whew. Frank was like, my daughter had a teen pregnancy. We will adopt the baby. I will be the guardian of the baby. There's no worries here. Oh my gosh. Barbara! Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. I mean, Frank really took care of her. Okay. My nerves are calm now. Barb used the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, but I was wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. Okay. It took me far too long to realize that beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say that it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Frank, awesome dad and granddad. Frank is my favorite character. Yay. Frank is like the one good man here. I know. He's amazing. All right, Sherry's hair. Thank you, Barb. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry Yasurmeski. Okay, Sherry. So Sharon. Yasurmeski. Sherry has a large van and on weekends can bring the style of Britney, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. Oh, Sherry. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentioned that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Oh, that's why she's got two husbands. She's a widow. Okay, so husband number 1, and then husband... Also a bit weird that you married your husband's college roommate. Okay, husband number 2 is Pete, who was the roommate to the first husband. Okay. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about their kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. You can't have a Tony, a Mark, and a Cricket. Why do you hate that child? Mark Cricket. Cricket's such a cute name. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His 2 listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight A student. Okay, Tony. Tony is the oldest. And that's why there isn't a split up mark. I thought maybe she was poly. I was also wondering why there wasn't an X. That's right. Okay. Tony is the oldest, and he's a straight A student. Okay, student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Mark is doing baseball. Apparently his little league team is nationally recognized. I will find that team. Cricket York is near... Cricket York? Does that mean that Pete is a York? Pete York? It's near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on national television, on a local television show called Library. And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. Oh yeah, that's her last name. That's gotcha. That's Pete's last name. Makes sense. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Beautiful. That's so much information. Finally, Sharon Williams is her name, and she's a hairdresser. Okay, and then she was married to somebody, but now she is married to Peter. Yes. Yeah, there we go. All right, Peter. And they have a child. This is the youngest. This is Cricket York. Cricket. Yes. was it Jastrzemski? And she's actor? That's what that said, right? She's in the show? Actress? Okay, so let's look up that show. And then she's got, the oldest is Tony. Tony, I don't know Tony's, Anthony. Not Tony, but Anthony. And then Mark. With a C. And I'm assuming their last name will be whoever the first husband's last name is. Anthony is a student. I'm gonna just throw them both in as students. I'm not sure. Okay, this is uncovering way more than I expected. Let's look up the show. Library is a children's show filmed in a studio in Orlando, Florida. It has been on air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations from businesses related to education. This includes textbook manufacturers like Roottreemania, tutoring companies such as Educate2U, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring, you find Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at age 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. A picture of Cricket from one of her first episodes has been added to your evidence. Okay. Aw, she's adorable! Cricket! Okay, Mr. E, get in your library. Alright. Okay, so we've got Cricket. Did it. Okay. Cricket, Min, Susan, Sonia, Flavio, Lockton, Peter, Edson. Oh, thank goodness. We're so close. My gosh. Oh, there's another picture of Cricket lingering about. Okay. Looking good, guys. We locked most of this in, so it's just those 2 kids. I don't know where those kids are. And then just these. Oh my gosh. That's it. It's just them. We're so close. This is a promotional shot of Cricket York and the puppet Pooftail from 1997 when she was on a show called Library. According to the site, you found it on the theme of the episode tackled why people needed glasses. Oh. Cutie patootie. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things here that we can still pull stuff from. What a cutie. Isn't she adorable? Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. Do I need to look up these things? Roottreemania is a math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year when a primetime news program did a full comparison of their 4th edition textbooks from 1996 and their 5th edition textbooks from 1998. Schools were complaining that the 2 editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Roottreemania was charging almost double for the newer edition and they had for a previous one. The news program announced that between the 2 books, there were only 16 total charges. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. This even led to a geometry problem where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. Nobody associated with Roottreemania seems to be related to your search. Great, I don't need to look into that. Built at a studio in Orlando, Florida. Do we know anything about the studio? I wonder if I can look up Cricket York. I keep wanting to say Charlotte York. Cricket York in like the magazine. York, maybe like Teen Blast, I don't think would be it. Starlit, Silver Screen magazine. Okay. And it's in Orlando, but might as well check, be sure. Okay. Double check, double check. Textbook publishers are scums, nothing new under the sun. You know, didn't learn anything new there. Textbooks are so expensive. Ridiculous. Okay. Where can I go from here? I would love to see more about this studio. Is there anything about the kids, the other kids, that I wanted to look into? Tony, Mark, and Cricket. Also, I need to find a picture of Sherry. Can we search educate to you? Oh, yes, we can. Sorry, I did not look it up because the other one was not important, so I assumed this one wasn't, but I should not assume because you know what they say about assuming! Oh no! Educate to you is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Library, and feature some of the actors from the show in pictures on their website. According to the site, you'd think I'd learn. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses in the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who is seen in a photo labeled Cricket, and her brothers, ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. You don't find much else about Educate to You, except that there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You logo. What? She looked like some kind of demon doll. Oh hell, I don't want to see it. And I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before her creepy laugh came on. Ew. You know I have a touch of clairvoyance and autism, but less relevant right now. The clairvoyance really came through. Okay. Oh gosh, that is terrifying! I would turn the TV off. What is this demon doll? Okay, well, here are the lovely kids. That one's gonna be Mark, the baseball boy. Aw, they're so cute. Alright, there's another one of Cricket. And then Mark, the baseball boy. Alright, Anthony. I need to find out the first husband. Also, I can look maybe up Peter. Okay. Oh, I didn't read any of that. Where'd you go? This is an advertisement for a private tutor company called Educate to You. It is labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. Love. Okay. I mean, I don't want to look more into this logo. Let's look up Peter. Ski. Nothing. That just brings up Sherry's hair. Huh, what was Peter? I wonder if I can put... How do I find a picture of you and what you do? Built a charity together. So then that maybe might be in something. Since they built a charity together. Here. Because I don't know if her last name would have been the same while they were building the charity together. Try Pete, not Peter. Pete. You're right, I was giving him his government name. Aw, man. Pete and Peter don't work. Let's go back here. Let me try Pete. Love, Aaron, welcome to the stream, and all you sexy, beautiful raiders. What is going on? Brandon, welcome. Kelsey, welcome. Lilu, welcome. Kat, love, Dar, welcome. Aaron, how was your stream? What did you play? What did you do? Spill the tea. We are playing Roottreemania, and actually, I was gonna say we're struggling, but we're kind of piecing it together now. We're getting close. But how was everything? Tell us all. Horse Week time. Love Horse Week. Very fun. I'm sorry, I'm going through all of the periodicals just because, in case I missed something. Left behind, no! Welcome. Welcome to the raid. Okay, I don't know Pete, if you go by Pete or Peter, I'm not sure. They're not coming up. Super fun, just ended a crazy marathon week. I love. Congratulations on the end of the marathon. It's been good here. We've been struggling, but then we hit like a great part where we're like unlocking some stuff. So, not so bad. But yay. Congrats on the marathon. What's this game about? This is the Roottrees are dead, and we have this massive family tree that we have to search the internet in 1999 and fill in the tree. We are down to our last 5 people, and it's wild. We're so close. We're so close to finishing. So right now I'm diving into Sharon and her children and what they've done. Lots of crazy stuff. Lots of infidelity. It's about bedtime for me. Worked all day and exhausted. Have a good night, Brandon. Thank you for coming in with the raid, and we'll see you soon, hopefully. Alright. Alright. Pete. I don't see Pete. Let me see Sherry. Sherry doesn't seem like she'd be in anything here. The thing is, they have a charity, and I don't know what charity they have. Guy Hudson, whom we despise, was a big old creepo. That is actually the lesson we've learned. We may be struggling to find literally anything that connects these people, but I think we've all united on the fact that Guy Hudson is a creepo. And I stand by that. I really hope I spelled her last name correctly, because they're not coming up anywhere. I was just bragging now that we got unstuck, and now we got stuck again. Alright, I don't see them in the periodicals. Let's do Sherry again. Do you think that Peter... No, Peter's last name, that is his last name because it locked in. I was like, maybe it's her first husband's last name, and we don't know. But, Peter... okay. Mark also has a Little League team. How would you rank Oberdin, Roottrees are dead, and Utter a Name? Oh, they're all similar, but so different. I love Oberdin because I think it's the most polished between that and Utter a Name, and those are the most similar together. But Oberdin makes me nauseous. And that's just me. That's a me problem. I get motion sick. I did some ancestry stuff, and I think I discovered some distant relations where an uncle married his niece. Oop. It's very much like the Roottrees. There's a lot going on here. I don't know how I'd rank them. They're so different. I really enjoyed Oberdin minus the motion sickness. Roottrees makes me want to tear my hair out, but I enjoy the aha clicking moments. Lakey also, welcome to the struggle bus. We struggle through games, life, literally everything. Welcome aboard. And then Utter a Name. It's literally Oberdin without getting sick, which is great. No notes. I should pull up 23andMe. Maybe that's the ultimate Roottrees are dead experience. We should just do a stream where we all do our ancestry and 23andMe. Just check it out. See what we find. Oh, Mark. All right, let me try to find Little League. Maybe. Little League Orlando. Oh, would I find their Little League team? I thought gaming motion sickness was just a me thing. Oh my gosh. I usually don't get motion sickness, but Oberdin, I remember I had to keep taking breaks. Because it's such a good mystery. It's such a good game. It's so well thought out. But the art style and like moving around a ship, dizzy. Doxtrim. Let's do that. Let's all just dox ourselves. Oh man, Sherry. About Sherry is very long. I'm a widow and they built a charity together. This is where I'm like, what charity? They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. Multiple baseball accomplishments. Does that baseball, this picture, does he have like anything on his shirt that says what? No, it's just a baseball. He's just got a baseball, nothing else. All right, we have Beauty and the Brat. It says it's got one more thing. Oh, it's probably just the Sharon stuff. That makes sense. Hecate. Again, still says there's one thing here. On this page, there's one thing I could maybe follow up on. I swear it's those other children. These damn children on this side that I don't know. She does say Susie or something. Wait. I think I know it. All right. It's clicking. Because she says it's Susie or something, but he was married to Patricia. So, like, why would I think that? Susie. Hey. He sent his mistress, Susie something, Susan, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remember her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after. I think that's just supposed to tell us that Susie's there, you know? I loved Oprah Din and I plan to play Utter a Name after seeing the beginning of Strim. So now I'm hyped. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. It was so fun. Loved it. And we love supporting indie games and solo devs, you know? I don't know what you want. Never mind, Piketty. I thought I was onto something. And I want to pull Ducky back up, but Ducky was sassing me a little too hard. And this says there's two things that I could potentially grab. I think this is all about Susie. Damn you, Susan. This doesn't help me with, Barb. Alright, I'm back to being stuck, guys. Sorry. I really thought we were doing something there. Since we're here, have you played the Golden Idol series? Yes. Yes. Love Golden Idol. I've played all of them. I am still on the new one that just came out. I'm stuck, so I'm gonna come back to it. But I'm playing that between streams. Ducky might drop another mix. Ducky, drop another mixtape. Search the Clancid Trust? Ducky, why? Why should I search for something I already know? Ducky's like, have you heard of this thing called the Clancid Trust? The Clancid Trust is the Roottree company's unusual legal arrangement. We know! Ducky, we know! Ducky, lead me to the Little League, child. Is there like an Orlando periodical that I don't know about? Damn you, Ducky, we're so close. After the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Metz, the Clancid Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam and her children, blah 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 blah. We know. Ron and Robbie Roottree. Seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottree at the direction of Elias Roottree, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked. I don't think this matters, Ducky. I think, because Ducky keeps trying to lead me to Ruby Legal Enterprises, and I don't know why. Why are you doing that? What does Ruby have to do with any of this? To search about Randorf Dove. Why? When a spider search school change it. Is Ducky just giving me nonsense? Ducky, Grandorf School for the Deaf in Butler County Times we've looked at. And that led us to here. That doesn't. Okay. Fine. Grandorf School for the Deaf in the Butler County Times. You know what, Ducky? I'll stop sassing you now. I swear I would have sworn on my life that I had already searched that, but looks like I didn't, and Ducky was correct again. I should stop sassing him. I feel bad. Okay, Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of the year 1999 mentions that the Ford sisters who attend, oh my god, the Ford sisters, that's the children. You just forgot to search the periodicals. Man, rip, that's rough. The problem is, I searched Grandorf, Dove, or Dove, or however you want to say it. I searched the original name in the periodicals, and that new name I only searched on Spider Search. Because I don't have that written down. I only have it written down on my old sheet, not my new sheet. It's okay. It's been a long night. My brain's not processing anymore. Okay, the article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters who attend public school in Butler County are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Oh, rough life. Rough bag. All right. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is a principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather literally told me everything. Is it possible to get secondhand embarrassment from yourself? Because that's what I have. Could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only about 15 minutes, is shy but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she is the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Is There Life After High School? Is There Life After High School is a musical. It's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances after a preview period. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater all 4 years in high school. Way to go, Jeremy Johnston! Love that for you. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theater clubs perform it, though. Anyways, the keyword in that Butler County Times article was local. Local students provide. Is that what we're talking about? Or local production? Local production. Let's go look at what it gave us. Okay, look at them. Hey, got asthma. What was it? Sorry, now I have to go. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. So the youngest is the one with the EpiPen. Asthma. Okay. All right, this photo accompanied by an article about a scientific study in Butler County Times. The Ford twins were used as part of nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. Ooh, okay, Melissa and Heather. I need a local theater, local soccer. Let's go Ford as the last name. Would they be Hughes or Ford? They're definitely students. I don't know which one's which. Oh, but we have to know all of them to lock them all in, right? We can't just be going guessing willy-nilly. Alright, let's go back to the life after high school thing. Ooh, hello. Butler County Times. It seems like a high school in Butler County performed Is There Life After High School near the end of April 1999. The cast list mentions some names, including Heather Ford. Excuse me. Heather Ford is the asthma girl. Heather Ford. And then this means you are Melissa Ford. Okay. Done! You guys are done! Thank goodness! Alright, back to you, Mark. Do we think they're Williams or they're... I need a picture of Sharon, though. That's actually the most important bit. What now? Ducky, you led me to the right path, but now I'm at a loss for what I was originally doing. Sherry in Orlando. The owner of the business. Okay, Sherry's a large fan. Does Sherry Williams come up with anything? No. Pete was her late husband's college roommate. I want to know where Pete went to college. Can I just look up just the last name? Okay. Fine. I have nothing else to go on. What a journey. What a journey. We're so close. I need to know who these people are. Oh, Ducky. Okay. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. There's a nationally recognized Little League team in Orlando. But how would I find that? Orlando. I love you, Orlando. Where in here? At York. Anything I can find here, maybe it'll bring me some more stuff. No, that just brings me back to library. Look at York. I think I found everything on Cricket. It's not trying to find her brothers. Straight A student, multiple baseball accomplishments. Periodicals. Just, I feel like she should be in something. Like, if they had a charity, would the charity not pop up somewhere? Can't load my family tree right now, but apparently I'm genetically more likely to prefer sweet to salty. That's cool that I could tell you that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Sherry, who was your first husband? Your Barb Williams flyer has some quotes of interest. Perhaps it'll lead you to more information. Search Vic Elmsworth. Vic Elmsworth. You got it, Ducky. I will never question you again. Vic Elmsworth, according to his own personal page, is apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikkiwa Falls Gazette, and he tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on his site, including the long-form version of the review for Barb Williams' motivational show from 1997. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd because she received a standing ovation. Barb stated that started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden messages in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come across this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law. Oh, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. It, the charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Lanes Across America. Lanes Across America, or LAA, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. The pages and pages of articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. The website for the charity has a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to your evidence. Drew Smith. Okay, that's all it comes up. Let's take a look at Drew. Oh, handsome. Kitty patootie. Look at the mustache. A partial wedding photo from the website for a charity called Lanes Across America. The rest of the party is cropped out. The charity was founded after the death of Drew Smith, who was featured in this photo. Andrew Smith. So does that mean they're Smiths? I'm assuming they're Smiths, but it could be... What? Smith. Okay, I just need a photo of Sharon. That is it. That is all. It'd be nice if I got a picture of Peter too. Oh, and Barb. Okay. Let's see. I need this uncropped photo. Partial wedding photo. Okay, LAA or LAM. Can I look up Andrew Smith, maybe? Not relevant. Okay, LAM. According to the dictionary results that pop up top of your search, you learned the word lamb means to hit someone. Apparently lamb is too common of a word to provide you with any specifics. Okay, Lanes Across America. Search periodicals. Sherry Smith. We should look up Sherry Smith as well. Alright. Nothing in Miami, really? Okay. News time. Ikiti, nothing about lanes across America. Right. Oh, lanes across Miami, search that. That's actually probably a good thing to go with. Lanes across Miami. Smart. Alright, searching for lanes across Miami does narrow down the pages of articles you found earlier to only those with a more in-depth history about the charity. You find some additional information. LAM was formed in 1987 and became LAA in 1994. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992 and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of the wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who is the face of the charity. The full photo has been added to your inventory. Look at them. I thought it might be lanes across America. That's what the M stands for. America. Great. I think that brought us to the finish line. An uncropped wedding photo from an old article about lanes across Miami. So clever. All right. So that means this is Peter. Sharon. I didn't put Barb in. I forgot to put Barb in. Oh, man. Sharon, Anthony, Mark, Heather, Melissa. Wow. But now...
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done.
I'm just gonna see myself out.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Mm-hmm.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's.
Now why? Why?
Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided.
Okay, James.
When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it.
Ducky kept telling us to look up Ruby. Ducky knew something we didn't.
You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
Okay.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Ruby, I swear. Making my job complicated. Girl. Sabotage. Okay. After putting together the tree of potential new Roottrees, Clark and Sam appeared at your door together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. They were intended to be used to test new potential Roottrees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam, and the two of them asked for your help. They're hoping that with your evidence and understanding of the family tree, you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate Roottrees. very unlikely to be legitimate Rootrees, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or the other. Additionally, with the suspicion of Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behavior in the past have also been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. Now I'm almost certain my theory is right. Oh my gosh, I need the theories. Let's see. What could... We have this whole new block now. Oh my gosh. Also, Barbara, I didn't put your other picture in. And, Susan. Looking good, ladies. Man, just let's admire the work for a second. That was a lot. Okay, so now we have... Okay, before I get to that box. These possible Roottree... Oh my god, what is this? Frank Williams is a Roottree blood relative, not a Roottree. Might be a Roottree, but it's impossible to prove. Okay, and then we can pull up evidence as we go. Okay. I almost don't want Frank to be a Roottree. He's too nice. He's too nice to be a Roottree. Okay, and then we got these two children. Maybe Roottrees? I thought David was confirmed, but I think it's because Ruby was involved that David was confirmed, right? And then Susan was not confirmed. Oh lordy, I don't know. Okay, then we got over here. Inconsistencies? Now's the time to review all possible Rootrees and input your deductions. You'll be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 13 possible Rootrees left to identify. Oh, sorry. Alright, and then filling in this person is optional, and this is optional. Who are these people? Guy still isn't done. Nope. Not finished yet. He's got a whole section over here. What is wrong, my guy? Alright, now Anonymom might not be lying. Anonymom, that's... Okay, that makes sense. Because didn't Ruby come in and say that Anonymom wasn't even involved in any of this? But Sam thought that it was all credible? That makes sense. So this would be Jane Doe and Anonymom. But we don't know their names. I don't even know where to start this. Okay. I guess we can start down here. Let's just start with Frank. So, we know that Elias and Bess were having a thing. But does that confirm that Frank is their child? Because it says the clues that we have is Bess and more Bess. And Wildcat Williams. He died in 1996. His family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. I mean, he wouldn't have any memory of his father, right? Because Elias wasn't... I mean, that seems like it all checks out, you know, that she died in a hurricane in 1926. And he didn't know his family. That makes sense. And we still need a lover for guy with the letter B. Yeah, I never found a B lover. Unless that's Anonymom. Oh my god. Is she the bee? Is she the bee that's missing? Can I just put a question mark for all of them? I'm not sure. The thing is, who else would be his dad? I just feel like that's gotta be a Roottree. I think the question mark ones are the ones who were cheating, you know? Alright, then we got these two boys. Stuart and Mark. Since Frankie's dead, maybe he can't prove, he's in the can't prove category? Because he's dead? I assumed it was just based off of, because they're all dead. The Rootrees do be dead. I thought it was that, like, we're reading, he grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young, and he could barely remember his mother and no memory of his father, so maybe it is like we can't confirm it, because he has no memory. Wraith, how are you doing? It may be hard to confirm Frank because we can't get his DNA. Oh, I see. Okay, the others are still alive and they could be tested. Oh, because they're all kids. Frank is the old man, that's definitely... Are these people still alive? Oh yeah, Crocodile's still alive. I don't know why I assumed this was like back in the 20s, then they're not alive anymore. Okay, so Frank would be hard to prove. Impossible to prove. Because we can't get his DNA. Okay. Oh, it's the abstract thinking. I can't do it. Okay. I was just thinking like who else would be the father, but doesn't mean anything because she wasn't married. She could be sleeping around with whoever, who knows? Frank is the oldest infidelity, so he's not around. Frank, out of the way. All right, now Stuart and Mark were Mary Beth's children. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. If she adopted them, they're not Roottrees, right? Does that confirm that neither of them would be a Roottree? Because they're not by blood. Because they were adopted? Am I assuming? What if she lied? That's the other thing. Like, what if you were lying the whole time and you didn't adopt them? Like, yeah, she was boinking Miracle, but she adopted her kids. Unless the adoption is like the IVF thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, anybody could be lying. Like the IVF thing. Okay. And then we have David. Oh. You haven't found this clue yet. There are still clues I haven't found. Do you have all the info on the kids? I mean, that looks like it says found 6 out of 6, found 2 out of 2. David, 12 out of 15. Oh no! I haven't found some of the stuff about the chef boys either. I'm missing something there. Oh gosh. Missing one there. Okay. Heather, I found everything on Heather. You know, all the smoking guns. I've been here too long. Finding all of the smoking guns is gonna help. Okay. Heather. We have this, and this talked about Susie. He had his mistress Susie. And the reason I suspect that they're the kids is because Thomas was so certain that they weren't the kids. Only one of the chef boys should be a Roottrie? Only one of them? Maybe. I'm missing clues on them. And then we have Susan at the company. I think that's what that's telling me. Susan was at the company. Susie was the mistress. And then Susie also had the Hudson wing because she was with Guy. Like, it makes me think that they are Roottrees. I think where my logic doesn't logic is, how is there any way to actually confirm it? Because yeah, they were sleeping together, but she also was sleeping with her husband, I would assume, maybe, I don't know. But also he was like, those aren't my kids. So maybe they aren't the kids. Wasn't their mom pregnant when she met her husband? Or do I remember that wrong? I don't think so, because the husband filed for divorce because he assumed that her pregnancy was not his kids. Was what this says. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes's current pregnancy. But does that mean that he actually, like, he was correct in that, in thinking that? Like, I would need to talk to the man. I just want to make everyone a Roottrie. You get some of the clans of trust, you get some of the clans of trust, you get some of the clans of trust. Okay, and then we have... See, Sonia was also married. And we've got Flavio. I meant for the chef boys, sorry. Oh. The chef boys. I'm also missing stuff from the chef boys. Was Christine already pregnant? Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, we know. Many of the hires at the time were young single women. Oh, you're right, because they went to the swingers party. Oh, I don't remember now. Okay, hold on, wait. I think you might be onto something. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Was she pregnant with Guy's baby, or was she pregnant with the Antonelli boys' baby? They were all at that party. But I'm also missing a clue. I'm missing something here. What? I have no idea. I swear I've searched and searched, but... Oh, I can just click through this. This is nice. Alright, let me go back to Flavio. I mean, you kind of look like Guy. Didn't we, like, because he's a Libra and that he would have been conceived at the Christmas party? Look at the basket baby info for Mark Clementine as well. The basket baby info for Mark Clementine. Sorry. Alright, I'm distracted by Flavio over here. Basket baby. Mark. Yeah, because Mark was dropped on the doorstep. Apparently she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on a doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the basket baby, and even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the sites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. This is what I'm saying. How do we know she didn't just pop a baby into a basket and drop it on her own doorstep? How do I know she's not lying? And it sounds like an excuse for possible infidelity. That's what I'm thinking. It's like the whole IVF thing where they just like shove it under the rug. I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to know if you're lying? Like, that would be me assuming. But Stuart doesn't have the same excuse. I don't know. I don't think at least. No, because he doesn't. I don't know. Mark the Croc Man acts like a Roottree. Just doing demon things. To me, they could all might be a Roottree, but impossible to prove. Let's go for it. Let's say that she had the baby, put it in a basket, dropped it on the doorstep. Said, oh, yeah, that's... somebody left this here. I don't know who. Mark being a menace is proof that he's a Roottree. That's what I'm thinking. Anybody who's breaking the law and just being a menace to society, Roottree. I think that unless there's clear proof to the contrary, we should assume that they are a Roottree. That's what it feels so open-ended, and what to me, this is the part of school I hated, where it's like an open-ended question, and you have to like write an essay to explain your answer. No, just give me multiple choice. There's a yes or a no. I was really good at math because there was one answer. Not did they make up a lie and maybe the baby is theirs. Okay, Flavio, I don't know. It seems like you're not, because why? The only, like, thing I have for him is that he's a Libra. Leave probable if you ain't sure. If I'm not sure, I should put probable. I agree with you. But that means that everybody would be probable, because I don't believe a single person on this tree, because they're all liars and cheaters. It's just an unreliable narrative. I don't trust a single one of you. Like... this whole child bride thing. Also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show. But how does that help me with... I mean, I'm just basing it off of... Where are you? That photo? I don't know, something's going down there. Like, tell me they didn't boink right after this photo was taken. If this multiple ending for the DLC... Is it multiple endings? Is it up to me? Do I have to decide? I don't know. I feel like anybody who was married, it's a question. Like, I don't know your sex life. Alright. This feels like a definite. Because she wasn't with anybody. She wasn't... And this was the whole covering up the IVF thing. Like, I fully believe this is a Roottree. Because we were hiding something. It wouldn't be surprising if she cheated on her husband if she didn't want to be married to him anyways. Exactly. But this is where it doesn't make sense. Because you can cheat. You can cheat all you want. You can not be in love with your husband all you want. Doesn't mean you don't... If you're, I don't know. It doesn't, there's no proof that you didn't also sleep with your husband. Guy is definitely squeezing something in that, oh, his hand is definitely squeezing something in that photo. That's what I'm saying. This photo is so sus. Honestly, they both could be squeezing. And that's my thing. This could have been a threesome. How would we know whose baby that is? Something's happening here. Something happened at the Christmas party, and I'm missing some key pieces of information. This whole Anonymom is definitely this section, but I don't know who that is. Who's the other dude? Her husband! That is her husband! And Guy. Sonia, Edson, Guy. Wife, husband, cheater. I don't know. I just feel like with it's too open-ended. I don't know. 'Cause I can say what if all day long. The wife, the husband, and Guy. That's it. Okay, and she was pregnant at the swingers party. This is the oldest. Which makes me think he's a Roottree, but he's not. Like, he was the swinger baby. Guy took her to parties. They got married quickly because of the pregnancy. And then... This is all about their restaurant. And it's just a dude and then there's Guy. My dad had no room for experimenting. They had a great dad, I remember this. Steven was awesome. Which makes me think maybe, I don't know. What is this clue? Was there a hint in that loaf story? The loaf story. I swear if this loaf story has anything important in it, I can't imagine that there is. How would there be? This was like a nonsense story about a recipe. He adored her rosemary cheeks. It was 10 to 12 years later they met again. Oh, I bet you this is... I mean, it says it's part of the recipe, but maybe it is 10 to 12 years? I don't know. Is that something to do with anything? The loaf recipe with no measurements. This is it. Seeing Yates, Flora was delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns in the palace ovens. Does that mean bun in the oven? Is that the clue? Is that it? She wished to greet Yates warmly but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Like metaphors for her already having a baby if he'd want her despite it. That's why I'm thinking the oldest one is a Roottree and the youngest one isn't. Maybe that's it. He insisted he had no obligation to prepare for a return. He knew if he did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is the Roottree baby, and this is not a Roottree baby because this is Steven's baby. I'm okay with that. I can run with that. And then I feel like the DNA test came back right on this one, but I don't think, you know what? No. SSXBC. SSXBC? SSXBC. There's no J. You're not a Roottree. I don't believe it. Because I think this is a B name down here, and that's the true baby. And we're thinking Anonymom. If I can, let me look her up again. This has to be a B name. Barbara, Beatrice, Beth, one of these is that one. And that means 5 P's, just not even a part of the equation. No J, you're out. Because there was no, we even said that. Oh, we're like, there's no J. Maybe like, he only started naming them after like the first affair, but no, she's not part of this. I think especially 5 P's for last. I don't think he's part of this at all. If he's naming his candies after his affairs. Okay, let's do Anonymom. Alright, let's just run through literally everything, because I gave up on the Anonymom search so early on because it was like, oh, she's not part of the tree. Lies. She is. Maybe. I don't know. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence, which we had. Piketty. Piketty is not afraid to expose the details of other publications that other publications would avoid. Shortly after the announcement of Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree, Piketty exposed personal details of the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonicon. They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina and her daughter's name was Courtney May. Courtney May? Is there a B name on the employee list? I will go look. Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify News Time perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corrine S. Why does Corrine sound familiar? Did I find a Corrine earlier? Corrine sounds so familiar. Okay, and that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corrine were in it together and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Alright. Piketty is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. Okay, double check anything else, anywhere else, before I move on to the employee list to look up any B names we might have. Because we know that Guy just loved to sleep through the office staff. Okay, Anonymom. And then also Jane Doe Roottree sounds like something I should also be looking at, just in case. And then maybe this Courtney May. Jane Doe Roottree. That just comes up the same article. Oh, manager at a department store. Also, I need to write that down, make sure I remember. Manager, department store. News Time. Same thing. Nothing crazy. Let me go to, what did you say? Employees. It'd be hard to look up Courtney May without her last name. Exactly. So, good point. Let's look up any B names we have in the office stuff. Alright, we got Edward, Lloyd, Carl, Beth Knox. I tried to look up Beth Knox before and nothing came up, so maybe there's a Courtney May Knox? But I guess Beth Knox was before his time. Knox could be it. That's before Guy even came on the scene. Because now Guy is here, and we have Beth Knox or anniversary bonus. Beatrice Watts. Okay, Watts. Beatrice Watts. Okay. And Corrine Schwartz. And they were roommates. Okay, Corrine Schwartz. Oh, my cat is crying. I'm so sorry. I promise you he's well loved and spoiled. Corrine Watts. Let me... Courtney May Watts. Because I definitely looked up Beatrice Watts before and nothing came up, but actually let me double check that I did because I just say that I do things and I think I did them in my head. No, I did. Okay. And then Corrine Schwartz. Just double checking before I go back to what I was doing because I have one train of thought. Corrine Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations. I did look this up. This is why Corrine sounds familiar to me. She recently had to take leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She is begging people to stop the accusations so she can live a normal life. In every article you find the journalists involved have independently verified she is not a non-mom. Yeah. Okay. We did see that, like, very early on. I semi-remember. Okay, Courtney May Watts. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottreee as proof. Well, then why didn't she come up earlier when I searched it? As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on News Time, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottreee, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts. Courtney May... Yeah. She's now Newton, but that doesn't matter. No one cares about your new names. Courtney May writes, everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before Peas was ever on the cover of News Time. Nobody at the Roottree company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby legal group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the 5P's article appeared in News Time, and it seems legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5P's, but my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell News Time that seeing 5P's on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way News Time would agree to it and help her to get on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. Get it, Courtney. Okay. Website view counter is a blast from the past. Okay, we have this. Courtney May and Danny forever. Adorbs. Courtney May Watts posted this photo on her website to prove her identity. It appears to be a wedding photo of hers. Okay, and then we have this. Anonymous. This is the original unobscured cover photo from the News Time feature on Jane Doe Roottree and her anonymous mother. You found it in Courtney May Courtney May Watts' website. Okay. So, I believe firmly there's our B, Beatrice Watts, who is a manager at a department store, so retail, and the child, Courtney May Watts, who married, what was that dude's name? Danny. Sorry, Danny, forgot your name. Daniel Newton. And we got a picture of him. Okay, great. Guy's genes are strong, I guess. It looks like Guy's child. I feel it. Okay. Alright, it says you have 2 possible Roottrees left to identify. Oh. Huh? Excuse me? Oh. Ronald! Oh, we're dragging the old things back in. Oh my gosh. Ron and Robert, remember the whole debacle? Ron and Robbie. Are they Roottrees? Did Gwen have a different baby daddy? That's what that box was for. You know, when we played this, I was like, why? It all makes sense now. Okay, Ronald. Didn't one try to remove the other from the trust? Yes, that's exactly what happened. I think this was the Roottree Rift, if I'm remembering correctly what it was called. No, this was, there it is, okay, yeah. Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as interim president, and also went on to state Ron was aware of the book. Because Ron was was Ron the one trying to get rid of? Oh, you know what? It's got it on here. Let me just click through these. Oh my gosh, not the diary. Go away, Lauren, please. You know how many times I've read this? Clearly it's not sticking, but oh my gosh, Lauren, hold on. Gwen, Robbie, the RR Productions thing. I think maybe that's what I'm... No projects in development. Robbie was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces, as Robbie's participation in the Clans of Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, and have since become much more publicly infamous. Tea the game. It really is. Unravel all of the tea. I'm trying to remember who was trying to push the other one out. I think, because wasn't Robbie the one? Or was it Ron who was like, I'm a Roottree, he's not. All my notes say a Ron Roottree, Robbie Roottree, RR Productions. I didn't write anything else down. Let's show older. Okay. Guys Like Us remake. I did look in that. I'm missing clues, which is crazy. Guys Like Us. I really can't remember which way around it went. Okay, Robbie, his embezzlement and arrest was partially featured in 6 pieces, as Robbie's participation in Clans of Trust was a key piece of evidence, and it's become He's not yet returned to the US. When journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was highly transformative weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and my major aspect of the process is that I wish to stay private. We searched the wife. She was famous. The wife? Penelope? Or the mom, because Gwyn was the mom who is the famous actress, but maybe Penelope... Disagree? Or are we talking about Gwyn? Because she was famous, she was sleeping around, she was like famously doing the deed. Maybe Ruby is tied to RR Boys? Ruby, get out of people's business. What if neither of them are... Wait, wouldn't they be Roottrees because their mom is a Roottree? Wait, what? How does that make any sense? Wouldn't they obviously be Roottrees because it's not about the dad? I'm confused. And I think I just confused myself. There was a weird pregnancy issue? From Gwyn? This is the newer one where she's dying of pneumonia. Not pneumonia. Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottrie Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her... Oh, that's right. She's not a Roottree, she's just named Roottree. Or she... Yeah. Just kidding. I totally forgot that. Well, I feel like one of them is and one of them isn't. But maybe neither of them are. I don't remember anything about you, Gwyn. Often in Starlit, most mentions were around the time of her divorce from Wild Bill Williams. I remember him. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. But are these Wild Bill's kids? So Gwyn isn't a Roottree? I'm confused. Didn't that say she's not a Roottree? Is that not what that said? Where did I see that? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of the Roottrie Candy. She should not have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name. That's what it was. Just kidding. She's a Roottree, but she took the... I don't know. I'm talking in circles. I can't find the answer. She didn't take her father's name. Thank you. Guys, it's been a long night. Gwyn isn't the one in the box, so I think she's good. Gwyn is good, but my point is if Gwyn is a Roottree, shouldn't her children automatically also be Roottrees? Because their mom's a Roottree. So I guess she had a secret adoption. One of these is an adopted child? If they're her kids. But the thing is, she's pregnant again. Like, this thing says... When she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. which means she's been pregnant more than once. Right? Quote unquote. Does it mean pregnant again, or are they actually quoting her that she's pregnant again? In that case, the RR boys should be Roottrees unless adopted. Are they adopted? Is pregnant again sarcastic? Or is it literally quoting what she said? Maybe the baby she was holding was adopted and the baby she was pregnant was an actual Roottree. If she's pregnant again, then that means the youngest one would be a Roottree. And the oldest one would not be a Roottree? I feel uncomfortable with my lack of certainty. Oh, I can lock them in though. These last two are optional. You can summon Sam and Clark whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. There's more evidence to find. I know there is. There's just no way I couldn't find everything right now. I promise you, it's been almost 7 hours, and I'm probably going to play more of this on my own anyways. But for the sake of our playthrough together, I'm ready to go see what the truth is, and the truth will be revealed. But this is definitely a replayable one for me, for sure. But because I am going to be back here in 12 hours playing Heavy Rain tomorrow, I think we'll call it a night. Let's see if Sam and Clark can help us out. Let's go. But first, here's the final optional entries you found. Oh, good, yes. At least we did that, you know? This was a lot of work. So that last section, I'm okay with diving more in after this confirmation. Number of optional entries left for next time. Did I miss something? I missed an optional entry? Oh, I was doing so well.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
1 week later. Oh, that was spooky.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn.
Buckle up, everyone, as if I haven't been buckled this whole time. Guy has made me buckle since the first thing. Oh, the picture of Zach. I could have put Zach, you're right. I had an extra photo of him. Damn, okay. You know what? I'm surprised we got all those pictures in the first place. So, poor Zach.
Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed.
Hold on, can you guys hear that? I turned it down because the saxophone was so loud, but now Sam's like whispering in the doorway, so yeah, frankly ridiculous.
We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse. He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
So stupid, Guy! But that is how we got Beatrice. That was really cool. The second that clicked that it was the women and not the children, that was fun.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
Steve was lovely.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know.
It's Guy. We can get rid of the may have. He definitely did. And I fully believe he did. But that is what we were saying, like, because I had Robin written down, but if she didn't have kids, because Robin eggs, the whole joke thing.
Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Oh, duh. That does make sense. Okay. Yeah. Robert is 3 years younger than James. James, we moved here before I could even talk. That clicks, makes sense. Continue.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
That was a given.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private.
After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history.
Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Okay.
Last was Susan
I was
Ford,
trying to give her benefit of the
hired to
doubt. Like maybe
translate
she was
for
still
Guy's
sleeping with her
overseas
husband. I don't
trips.
know.
It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins. So, what about 5Ps?
A liar.
Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it, but there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Somebody called that earlier, like they knew each other before this whole thing and that was sus. And I completely forgot about that thread too, because they were in foster care. We were all rooting for you. 5Ps, how dare you release that bop and then lie to us like that?
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup.
My God.
Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
Oh, this is what I missed. DNA Techo. And we could have actually seen the tests. The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the 2 people in question. It's listed as Jane Doe, and the Roottrie company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely.
Sneaky.
On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not.
I knew the rapper was lying. I was right. You guys, I don't know. You guys picked up on some stuff I was not grabbing, and now it all coming together makes perfect sense.
Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort, but once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Boo. You had that really good song that one time, but boo. Oh no.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka
Justice for Anonymom.
her tales of guys, parties, and payoffs were true.
Crazy.
She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
Oh, Courtney May. The concept of this game is fun. It seemed impossibly hard to find some information at times, but it's so good. I wish there were more games similar to this. Same. This is so well done. And like even the stuff that I missed, like it now like actually just glues the stuff we had theorized together. And it's also so replayable if you want to go back and figure out how to find those things. Because after I played the main game, I still went back to go see what I missed.
While Ruby and Felix
so
stole
well
the
done.
show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottrees was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine. Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit too convenient.
Man, I trusted her for a bit there, though. I was like, that's so nice that she got the Harry Potter baby off her doorstep.
If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
Oh, yeah. To, what? Toasterito.
Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
All right.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done. Like, my son even mentioned them arguing about someone named
Trigger happy.
Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess.
That was so clever, too.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
So question mark. Oh, I hope Frank's not a Roottree. He doesn't need to be part of this family. He's an angel. Just perfect.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed.
Okay, this is where I was confused.
Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
I needed to look her up. We even said that. I don't know why I blanked and just didn't look her up. Okay, because if you search Penelope, up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron.
Crazy. Okay, if I dug a little bit more there, that would have been... Oh my god. While being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia before that, she'd apparently been in relatively good health. He's in his 70s, still lives in Paris, and is perfectly fine health from Wild Bill. We should have looked at Wild Bill too, see where he is. You know what? I cut it short for time, and that's on me, but very cool.
At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy.
Oh.
To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together. Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived, but the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Wild.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was very helpful. We pretty much came to most of the same conclusions, but it took us an entire team of lawyers.
Took us an entire struggle bus, so...
All this information, this entire story. It's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully, but we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was.
It was wild, I'll tell you that.
No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well.
As much fun as I had, yes, I'm pretty much done looking at guys' scandals for a bit. I'm good.
And if not...
Close the door. No, I'm good.
Well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
A
Oh my god.
Attention, Roottrees. This is 5 people coming at you from the real world.
Not 5 Ps.